向いた。いいドリブル。ミノ。内田拓也。ただ逆にチャンスになっていく。ダイレクト。中入れて。リズムを崩していく。ナッスルの奇跡。これ出ましたねこれは。
さあ全国のサッカーファンの皆さんおはようございます。
おはようございます。
すごいやん。
崩していく。
攻めに行かなきゃいけないっていう
自分らしさを出していくしかないかなと。
キーパー。逆にいた。
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to J.League fans and esports fans wherever you're watching around the world. Today we're very excited to be bringing you the final stages of the FIFA 22 Global Series eJ.LEAGUE powered by Plala Club Championship. It's a bit of a long name but they allowed me to use an abbreviated version after this, so that's okay. You should be able to see footage of the competition here in Tokyo on the monitor behind me. It's a new venture for the J.League to be covering the finals in English as well as Japanese. And to be honest, it's a new venture for the two of us as well to step into the exciting world of esports. I'm Ben Mabley and I'll be your host for the next couple of days. Joining me is the man who most closely rivals Andres Iniesta as the international face of the J.League these days, another English football journalist, Sean Carroll.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction there, Ben. Yeah, I'm not sure I go quite that far, but yeah, I have been here now for quite a while, over 10 years, mostly covering J.League Japan national team. And yeah, same as you, this is my first time with esports, with the J.League, so I'm thoroughly excited for today. We've been speaking to the players a bit before, getting to know them, and yeah, I'm getting more and more excited as we get into it.
Yeah, it's a first venture into esports for us both. Have you ever played the FIFA games or football games before?
When I was very young, I used to play against my brother, but we're going to show our age a bit here. It was the Road to World Cup version. Do you remember that in 1998? Yeah. It had the way of playing where you could play indoors. You could do indoor five-a-side and all these things. So that was when I played FIFA, and then at university, I'm afraid to say, I actually played Pro Evolution Soccer with my housemates.
Winning 11 in Japan and now eFootball, of course. But that's okay. We've been told it's okay to talk about that as well, because what really impressed me is in this tournament there are players who have come through playing in that system of game.
Yes.
And have only recently converted to FIFA and are now in the final 8 of this
Yeah, well, that to me is particularly impressive, because I think all of us, when we were younger, you have friends who play FIFA or they play Pro Evolution Soccer. And yeah, when you tried to play another game, it was just completely different. None of the same buttons would work. So yeah, great on them for getting this far.
It's really impressive. I mean, I've been playing FIFA as well since FIFA 97. I also owned the original game, FIFA International Soccer, which is on an isometric pitch.
Yep, I think I remember that.
That's about 1994. So I mean, this is going back to before a lot of these players were born, to be honest. But now my main job, I'm a Premier League commentator in Japanese here, so it's kind of the other way around to be doing this in English. But I get asked as well on Twitter, if you play FIFA, you should do some game commentary and put it on YouTube and stuff. I didn't realise until quite recently how much of a demand there is for that sort of content.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a really big thing now, I think, as well with channels like Twitch and things where people, gaming, and I mean, some of the guys here today are professional gamers. Yeah. They're playing it, this is their living, and they're playing and interacting with the audience and stuff. People really get involved with it. And for us, yeah, again, we're a little bit older, so it's kind of new to us. But yeah, it's incredible to see. I mean, the viewers at home can't see this, but the studio here today, everything, this amount of people here working on it, and it's a big deal, and yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've got the players in their sort of recreation room here. They've all got a monitor in front of them where they can practice on between games. They've got a sort of an hour's gap, or some of them who are not playing until the fourth quarter final, maybe 3 hours away. But they all seem to get on rather well, whereas when we were playing at home with our friends or with our brothers and stuff, we were mainly a little bit more into the conversation and the trash talking
absolutely,
than the other way around.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit disappointed that, yeah, we just bumped into some of the players in the corridor. And yeah, they're all getting on very well. And I said to them, do you trash talk? Because I wasn't very good at the games. So I used to, my friends that were better than me, As you can see here, this is the group stages.
This is from the round of 16, so the first knockout stage. So there were 40 players playing in the group stages, 2 from each of the J1 clubs from the 2021 season, and then the top 2 in each of 8 groups made it through to the round of 16. Jay, I guess, is the top seed. He's the 2 times reigning champion.
Yes.
He had a pretty tough game against Broneko, but won through that one. And all the other players seem to be saying Jay is the man to stop this year.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's playing as Kawasaki Frontale, and in the what we want to call, I guess, the real J.League, Kawasaki have also won the last 2 league titles. So yeah, Kawasaki at the moment are really the team to beat. And yeah, again, everyone seems to get on a bit too well, but we're hoping once the games start that there's a little bit of antagonising and a bit of trash talking going on.
We just had a chat with some of them. This is Atsuya making it through against Murasaki of Vegalta Sendai, a 3-0 victory for him. We just had a chat actually with Ebipol, who is the leading former eFootball, former Winning 11 player in this competition, and he was with Agu, and they get on famously. So, but they said when the game started, that's when it's work, that's when it's business, that's when we really get going. And Ebipol, the former eFootball players, I mean, he was an eFootball champion just last year in 2021. Right. They tend to play with slightly different tactics than the players who have been playing with FIFA games for a longer period of time. This game was a draw with Ishimitsu of Cerezo Osaka. I live in Kansai. I'm a Gamba Osaka fan, and unfortunately none of the Kansai teams made it into the last 8. Gamba didn't even make it into the last 16, but a dramatic golden goal victory here for Ebipol of Avispa Fukuoka against Cerezo Osaka. So there's no more Kansai representation at this point. But I mean, it was a dramatic ending to that game.
Yeah, well, that's what I was interested to see, because we were asking before we came on, you know, how does it work? They do 2 games. It's like a home and away, a 2-legged thing.
From the next round, there is. Yeah. Yes. This was a one-off 90 minutes. And only went into to a replay otherwise. Yeah.
Is it not? But it's not the replay. Then it's a golden goal.
It's
right?
a golden goal.
The deciding game.
So if it's in the round of 16, if it was a draw after 90 minutes, they would play another match, but then first goal wins. So essentially golden goal. I mean, the quality of this free kick. This was a technique. So I play FIFA at home. This was Nyonyo against Oyo for Shimizu S-Pulse to make it through against FC Tokyo. He set the cursor miles above the goal, but then put so much dip on it that it dropped in underneath the crossbar. I think it hit the crossbar. And I play FIFA at home. I've never even thought to try something like that. So you see little plays like this, and you think maybe this is something I can try out.
No, because that's what separates the professionals. It's like when you watch the real football, right? You watch it and you think, well, that looks easy. That's the definition of skill, Ben, making something look easy.
That is true. This was a particularly interesting game in the round of 16. Nasri against Phantom. Nasri was the runner-up in last year's tournament, but it's 2 Kashima Antlers teams playing against each other. Nasri won that one 2-0. And then Shonan Belmare's Sledge played against Rocky of Vegalta Sendai in the next game. Sledge is employed as a professional player by the club. He's been presented on the pitch at the stadium to the fans there. There's a real local connection there. He used to actually play for the Shonan Belmare Academy, and so represents his club.
And that's of course where Hidetoshi Nakata emerged as well. Fans around the world, he's probably one of the most famous Japanese players so far. And he came through it. Well, then they were They were Belmari Hiratsuka, I think.
Yeah, that's right. In the 1990s, Sugioka number 2, on loan from Kashima Antlers, but also came through the Shonan Belmari Academy. Was with Sledge in the academy, and so he always picks him in his teams,
even if he's not really up for it that day. If Sugioka's not looking like he's on form, he goes with him anyway.
He goes with him anyway. He believes in him, and it paid off with a goal in the round of 16. Mikey is the biggest veteran player in this round at the age of 33, I think. He played Maruchan of Vissel Kobe in the round of 16, so that was the other Kansai representation. Andres Iniesta, the only man in international J-League spheres more famous than Sean Carroll, was in that team, but they've been knocked out as well. And then Agu, who is a Japan international, along with Nasri and Jay. He played against Yumi of Kawasaki Frontale in a Kanagawa derby in the previous round. Agu won through that one. He is a Japan international. He's one of the 3 top players in the country, but yet had struggled to make it past the round of 16 or past the group stages in the previous tournaments. So he was pleased to make it through this time.
I'm sure he was, I'm sure he was.
Yeah. We're now looking at the studio here with Shono-san and Ryuji Bando, the former Well, Gamba Osaka, Cerezo Osaka, Vissel Kobe,
Japan?
Japan, yeah, he did play for Japan.
Yeah.
He is now presenting the action with Shono-san in the Japanese channel this time. So they have a studio just adjacent to us. They got a Japanese commentator, a co-commentator, and 2 hosts. We're just the 2 of us. We've got the busier job, I think.
We've got the busy job. We need to get everything done. And Bando-san, bless him, we were doing our prep beforehand in the green room, and he came in and we were impromptu guests on his YouTube channel. And then we were taking pictures with everybody. You know, as you said, we're big stars.
That's true. Well, you know him through work. I know him also through work, and also through the fact that I used to support him from behind the goal at Gamba. But yeah, we thought we were coming in to just say hello, and we ended up chatting on his YouTube channel for about half an hour. So our prep was somewhat limited as a result of that.
Is he still popular with Gamba fans because he played for Cerezo as well? It seems like you don't hold any grudges.
Yeah. That was a strange one. I mean, everyone was a bit disappointed that he went to Cerezo of all places, but then he played for Vissel Kobe in between leaving Gamba and coming back. So it's a little bit different here.
Because we've got that today. There's something interesting where Nyonyo is representing Shimizu S-Pulse.
Yeah.
He's actually a fan of their rival, Jubilo Iwata.
Exactly. It's all a little bit complicated, and we'll have to explain the culture of the J-League as we go ahead. But first, I'd just like to give you a quick explanation about today's esports competition, the FIFA 22 Global Series eJ.LEAGUE. The matches take place on the PlayStation 5, of course, using the EA Sports FIFA 22 game. The game setting we're using is called 90 overall, which a lot of players might be familiar with. It means that every team being controlled is equal in strength, with every in-game player giving an overall ability of 90 out of 100, regardless of how good they are in real life, regardless of their usual in-game rating. We're already down to the quarterfinal stage, and every match from this point forward will take place over 2 legs, home and away. In the event of a tied score in aggregate, as we just talked about briefly, there are no away goals. Instead, we go to a third game where it's golden goal, first goal wins. And if there are no goals in 90 minutes, we do it again until there is a goal. First up, we'll bring you the 4 quarterfinals today, and then after a short interval, we'll have the 2 semi-finals, and then the grand final, for which the winner takes away a prize of 1 million yen. It's a long day ahead, Sean, but it should be a pretty exciting one.
It is, yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. And yeah, it's lucky because now this falls in between, for me anyway, work-wise, this falls in between J-League seasons. For you, you're very busy still with the Premier League. Luckily, it's an international week, so you've had the time to do this. But we're in between J-League seasons, which is interesting as well for the game, because we're starting to see the changeover where some players are going to be appearing in the game for clubs before they've actually played for the clubs in real life. So yeah, we were trying to keep up as well with the transfers, seeing who's coming in, who's gone out, and how that might have an effect. But as you just mentioned, all players are actually the same ability once they're in the game. Yeah. So whether they actually have their kind of individual skills or whether they can capitalise upon them will be something to keep an eye on.
What is reflected in the game is the height of the player.
Right.
So every centre-back has the same attributes, every forward has the same attributes. They're all rated as 90, but the height is still reflected, and so it's seen as useful to have a tall centre forward or a tall centre back, for example. The first game that we have for you today is Jay, the previous champion. He's up against Atsia. And then Ebi Paul is against Nyonyo. Nasri, who was the runner-up last year, he plays the third game, 4 quarterfinals.
Against Sledge?
Against Sledge, the Shonan Del Mare man. And then we've got finally Mikey of Oita Trinita against Agu of Yokohama F Marinos, who we had the chat with before. But yeah, it's between seasons, and so FIFA 22 players or FIFA series players will be familiar with the fact that you have weekly squad updates, and then when the January transfer window in Europe is open, then you get squad updates for that as well. But usually, if you're used to playing on a European cycle, when it gets to the end of the 2021-22 season, there's no new transfers after that. The J-League is spread across. Yeah. Because it plays on the calendar year, it's spread across sort of 2 FIFA games. And so we've got the 2021 teams from the J1, but their transfers are now being reflected. So as you say, players who've yet to make their debut for the new club are in the game. We don't know whether the players are going to use them or not. We expect that's part of the excitement for them as well.
Well, one thing that's interesting, there were videos going up on the official Twitter page yesterday, small interviews with the players ahead of today's games. And I noticed that a lot of them were mentioning the fact they want to aim to use, so there's Juanma Delgado, a Spanish striker at Avispa Fukuoka. And yeah, people said, I want to be aiming to use him. So maybe the fact that that is the only differential between players and teams, perhaps that is something we'll see players trying to take advantage of today, as opposed to, whether you've got in real life, you'd have players that are good at free kicks, good at crossing, maybe quicker. Those things have all been equalised, as it were,
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a little bit more information on the games being played. The matches are played over 6-minute halves. The difficulty level of the AI players, so the players not being controlled by the actual player, is set at world class. The stadium, it was said this before, it's supposed to be the FIFA E-World Cup stadium, but within game it seemed to be using the respective club's usual venue, so we'll have to see when that starts.
Okay.
Players are allowed to use custom tactics, and that's where a lot of their professionalism comes into it. There's very specific setups that they use, and they will repeatedly change the intricacies of their tactics, depending on the situation within the game. Custom formations, however, are banned from this. So you can't just turn up with a 1-1-6-1-1 system or something like that.
Even during the game, you can't suddenly switch to that and push out for a last-minute equaliser.
You can change formation within the preset
ones. Right, I see.
So usually, most of the players tend to play with a 4-4-2 as their basic system, which then favours clubs that play with that originally.
Right, yeah.
Teams like Sean Belmare and Oita Trinita, who in real life use three at the back, their squads are then not filled with many right backs and left backs. So when it comes to making the 4-4-2 system with the right attributes for the game, because they're set at defaults for their preset position, it can make it a little bit different. I think Mikey and Sledge were talking. They had to practice with different players in different positions to get the right balance. But yeah, during the game, you'll see them switch between 4-4-2 and 4-3-3 and 3-5-2 and various standard systems. They're just not allowed to make a crazy shape.
But how much of an impact will that have? If all the players are set to 90, surely you could put a centre forward at right back, and technically they're not going to be any worse than having a regular right back there.
But within this mode, all the centre forwards have the same rating as the other centre forwards, but they have different attributes, even at the skill level is at 90. So, for example, a centre forward will typically be very good at shooting. A centre back will typically be good at aerial duels.
Right.
And even if you have a forward who is excellent at aerial duels, or particularly I hear centre backs who are excellent passers in real life and usually in the game, they're defaulted to a lower passing skill. Because centre-backs, on average, are seen as being less good passers than creative midfielders. And so that's where the players like Jay and Atsia, that you can see here, have had issues, because they're used to playing FIFA Ultimate Team, which will bring you tomorrow.
Yes.
So the first match is between Jay of Kawasaki Frontale and Atsia of Kashiwa Reysol. Jay topped Group A with 10 points. He finished ahead of Maruchan of Vissel Kobe on goal difference. He's the defending champion. He's the man that they're all looking to beat. Typically, he likes to play on the front foot. He passes the ball quickly forwards. He looks to intercept the ball, break forward quickly. Everybody says he's the man to beat, and he seems to have a variety of play styles, which makes him equipped to beat all sorts of players.
Well, I was going to say that was the thing. When I used to play amongst my housemates at university and stuff, you knew, depending on who you're playing, a lot of it was the mental side of it, of trying to second guess them and thinking, are they going to try and do this? You'd have certain players who would try to dribble, certain players who would be more kind of getting the ball into the final third quickly. And I wonder, because these guys obviously are so familiar with themselves and playing against each other, I wonder how that, we've got one here in Japanese, eJ.LEAGUE, so I guess unpredictability.
Yeah, so this is the chart that the Japanese commentator Hazame-san, who's a former champion himself, has created to give us a view of the players. So attack, 10 out of 10, technique 10 out of 10, mental strength 9 out of 10, unpredictability 8 out of 10, and defence 9 out of 10, I guess. So he's an all-round star. Is Jay from Kawasaki Frontale. He doesn't get the advantage of controlling the strongest team in the league, because even if they are in real life, as we said in the game, they're all equalised, but he has the all-round strength.
Yeah, and I think for me, that mental side of it was always I'd be playing against a friend who was better than me at the game, but if you could get in his head, then you brought the advantage a little bit back. So the fact that he's able to mix things up so much and be so unpredictable, and as you said, we can see here that Atsuya, while still very good, his numbers are slightly lower than Jay's.
Yeah, he came through Group B in second place behind Nasri, who was the runner-up overall last year. It was a tough group with lots of draws all round and lots of strong players who turned out to be pretty evenly matched. So he's less strong in terms of the attacking side, only rated at 8 out of 10, mental strength given 7 out of 10. He actually gave an interview after the round of 16 game in which he talked about how he was just looking forward to playing, Jay. He wasn't really talking about winning or losing. He was just looking forward to the chance of playing again. In last year's competition, he qualified through the qualifying rounds with Kashiwa Reysol, lost to Jay in the group stages and was knocked out then. So they have experience of playing each other before. Yeah. In fact, most of the players have played each other in various competitions over the years. But Jay is going into this game with Kawasaki Frontale as the overwhelming favourite. Atsuya says he's got nothing to lose. Jay is saying that he's not feeling under pressure to win 3 in a row, but he's the one that everybody is looking at.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, as you said there, yeah, maybe Atsuya, there was an element of just kind of like trying to throw people off the scent, like I'm just happy to be here. I think, yeah, once he's in the chair, once he's got the controller in his hand, I think he's going to want to try and cause an upset. So yeah, should be a fascinating battle to get us off today. Yeah.
We can just hear some of the comments that they're giving. It's a little bit quiet. I couldn't quite make out what Jay was saying.
Yeah, revenge match.
Well, Atsuya is saying that, as we just said, they played in the group stage last year. He lost then. This is his chance for revenge. So he wants to play on the front foot, attacking football. Whether that's going to work against Jay, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I guess when you're coming into it as the underdog and you've got nothing to lose, you're better off to go for it. And again, it comes to that unpredictability. Maybe Jay, who's the favourite, is going to think Atsuya will come in and take it easy first. If you can land the first punch, and yeah, he knows everybody's watching. We've got people, you know, some of the guys came up to you beforehand. They watch you doing your commentary of the Premier League, so they know that the world is watching them.
The world is indeed watching them. This is the lineup that we've got for Kawasaki Frontale today. How is that compared to how you'd expect them to play in real life, Sean?
Oh, it's disappeared already. Yeah, I think it was pretty close to what we've got. As we said, the transfers have taken place already. I don't think the new signing Chanatip, Thai player, was in the lineup yet.
No.
But we'll see. Here we go.
Kawasaki Frontale, the home team. Yeah, well, they're playing at the Union Park Stadium, which is one of the generic grounds within FIFA 22. The only Japanese J.League game stadium actually reflected in the game is the Panasonic Stadium Suita for Gamba Osaka. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that today. But as we just saw in the formation display, Kawasaki Frontale are lining up in a 4-4-2, and Atsuya is playing on the front foot with the cross in and the early chance.
Yeah, straight from the kickoff, taking the game to Jay, and like, as you said, that's what he said he wanted to do, and yeah, Jay needs to get his bearings a little bit.
Certainly in the group stages and the round of 16, Jay's play, there was a lot of build-up on this right-hand side with Ienaga and Yamane. Here comes Ienaga on the right-hand side, looking to beat his man. This little combination play through the channels is what Jay's so good at, and here's a chance already.
Oh,
off the post.
What a block on the line there. And the keeper just telling everyone to calm down. We can hear our Japanese team just next to us getting very excited as well.
They are getting excited already. I think, yeah, we've seen Atsuya looking to start on the front foot straight away. He's also playing with a back four and 2 strikers today. So the systems are matched up. This is quite common. We've seen throughout the eJ.LEAGUE so far. But playing on the front foot is one thing. Leaving space behind to be caught out by Jay is quite another. But they're both going for it early in this game.
Been a great start. We're only what, 10 minutes in. Yeah, Jay may be trying to take the sting out a little bit now. Just keep the ball.
Jay said that after winning the title last year, he wasn't happy with his overall style of play. So he won, but he wanted to play a more Kawasaki Frontale style. Marcinho with the cross now, aiming for the far post header, and the first goal of the quarterfinals, Leandro Damião.
Damião, of course, last year was joint top scorer with Daizen Maeda, who's now familiar with fans of Celtic. And yeah, you can't afford to give him that much space at the back post. Free header.
Once again, it was this strong right flank that we've seen over and over again from Jay's Kawasaki Frontale team. You want it in the air at the back post. This is, again, an adjustment in the tactical ways of playing that they've had to get used to through playing in the eJ.LEAGUE. Most of the players that we have in these knockout stages are used to playing FIFA Ultimate Team, where they've got a bigger range of systems, a bigger range of players, and they set up their teams to play how they want to. Now, with the limitations of playing eJ.LEAGUE on the 90 overall mode, they've had to adapt and find different ways to win to how they might play usually.
What'll be interesting now to see is Jay going to be happy just to have that lead and take the sting out of the game, or is he going to try to get it over with, get a couple more goals and then save? Because as we said, it's a very long day. Is he going to want to save some of his energy, save some of his concentration?
Well, this is part of the game that I personally struggle with. If you hold your finger on the sprint button too much, basically, the players will run out of energy in the second half. This is one thing that I'm always impressed.
Hang on a minute.
The quality of defending as well.
I was just thinking, if I was the defender there, I was going to be panicking. Like, what do? You don't want to lunge in and give away the penalty. But yeah, Jay kept cool, and now here he is again, launching another counter.
And the FIFA 22 defending is typically quite difficult. Another thing that the players say on this mode, there's more of an element of luck to it because they don't have quite as good passes in the back. So if they're used to building from the back, it's easy to make a mistake, get caught on the ball, and that's when you get turned over for the short counter-attack. But Kawasaki Frontale and Jay with a pretty imposing start here. You'll see in the bottom left, he uses a lot of defensive tactics. So when he's not got the ball, he likes to bring his defensive line forward. He likes to close down the player in possession. I think the very best players that we've seen throughout the group stages and the round of 16, that's something that they do a lot more than the others.
Having said that, Azio's done well. I think he's reacted well to conceding that early goal. He's keeping the ball here. He's not panicking. Yeah, as you said, he needs to be wary of not leaving too much space in behind. But I think, yeah, as he said before the match, he's got nothing to lose. If he can cause an upset, just keep going, keep trying to get in behind if he can. It's just probing, but he can't quite find that breakthrough. And then, yep, Jay's back on the ball again.
Well, this is where he has to be careful, the defensive transition, because Azio, he's won the ball back nicely there in midfield. Azio tends to use the whole width of the pitch, so they're both playing 4-4-2, but defensively he might be compact. He doesn't really use the close passing combinations. He likes to work it from one flank to the other, open up the pitch, try and find the space that way. That means, of course, when he loses the ball, if he doesn't win it back quickly, he can get open before the defence regains its compact shape. Chip ball forward here.
Well, I think Azio in the group stage, he only managed to get 11 goals, I think, in the 5 games to get here so far, whereas Jay got double that. So we're going to see there that, yeah, once they get into the final third, maybe there's slightly more clinical finishing from Jay. So once Azio does get a chance, he needs to make sure he takes it.
Exactly. Yeah, he had a lot of close games in the group. A 1-1 draw with Nasri in the first game, 3-3 draw with FD of Yokohama FC, then a crucial 2-1 win over Morino of Tokushima Vortis, then came back on a Sunday shootout for qualification to beat Tatsurona. But he could be 2 behind here if he's not careful. Miyagi with the cross.
Another cross, yeah, you see? As you said, there's a lot of getting it into the middle of the area and aiming for that aerial threat where Damian, yeah, he's a reasonably tall guy.
Well, this is where the players say you can find an advantage because of the equal attributes, but the taller, the bigger centre forwards have that advantage in the air. Here's Doji, Rodrigo Angelotti. So he was saying in his pre-game interviews about how he wanted to use the Brazilian players here at Kashiwa Racer, wasn't he, Azio?
Okay, he's got a corner.
Short corners tend to be effective within FIFA 22, but he doesn't look like he's bringing... Oh, late movement. Pedro with the flick on and the header at the far post from Tanaka.
There we go. Well, I just said if he gets a chance, he needs to take it, and he's done exactly that, and we've got a game on our hands. Look at Jay there. And Azio trying to suppress a smile.
That's been a tense first half, and he must have felt that having got a goal down to the defending champion, that could be the way it ended, but he's fought back beautifully there.
Yep. Jay needs to have a word in the locker room at half-time.
I'm getting the sense that the players have got used to this mode throughout the 5 matches that they've played so far. A lot of them would tend to pass the ball on the ground, short combinations. As I said before, Atsia uses the whole width of the pitch, but the number of crosses from even the experienced players seems to have increased in the knockout stages.
Just needs to prevent the cross if he can. He's done it, but at the expense of a corner.
Now conceding the corner, we might just have enough additional time to get this in. I don't think he'll have time for the short one, will he?
Well, we're into the 3rd minute of one that was suggested, so there could be questions asked of the referee if
referees
something
are
happens
often
here.
generous in giving you time to finish your last attack. Just chip to the outside of the box and head it away. That should be half-time. 1-1 between Jay and Atsia in the first half of the first leg. Remember, these are 2-legged quarterfinals.
And there aren't any away goals, right? It's just you come head-to-head. If it ends up all square after the 2, we go into that golden goal game.
Away goals have been eliminated from the competition so far, but an entertaining first half. And Atsia, he talked about this game as a revenge match. Going behind was a nightmare start, but he's fought his way back beautifully there.
Yeah, what I said, he seemed to have reacted well to it. He wasn't panicking, he was keeping the ball, moving it around, looking to try and get in behind Jay's really well-organised defensive line. He wasn't able to do it, but got that corner and then made sure, as we've touched upon quite a bit already, getting it into the back post and hoping one of his players could come in and get the header. And he's done it, perfect timing for him, just to kind of allow him to level out a bit. And all to play for as we go into the second half, which is starting right now.
Well, he was rated by our Japanese co-commentator Hazome-san as having a slightly lower mental strength than Jay, but he was used to in the group stages to some pretty tense matches. His final game where he needed to win against Tatsurono of Shonan Bellmare, he went a goal behind in first half added time, up the tempo in the second half, risked losing possession to have a bit more verticality in attack, came back and won 2-1 with an 88th minute winner. Tatsurono also needed to win that game, so that was a particularly tense game. He showed his mental strength there, and I think he's shown it again today.
Nobody Zeto's in though. Can he get the turn? Ooh, very good defending again.
Surrounded by 3 or 4 players in the end. Is there a chance for a counter-attack? He's got the runner. Jay just able to reset. See, Atsia will use these big switches. If he can't get the quick vertical ball, he will look to switch to the other side of the pitch, but he could be countered here with Marcinho. And another header has just gone wide from Leandro Damiao.
Damiao again. Doesn't even get a replay for that one. That was a bit harsh. That was a very close chance. And Atsia again, just calm. I notice he's gone with Sarato in goal there. He's definitely not a regular for Kashiwa Reysol. Kind of a youth team product, younger goalkeeper. So I wonder, what the thinking was there. Is that unpredictability?
It could be the unpredictability. It could be the height of the goalkeepers.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah. They will both be rated as 90 in this game. But Jay hasn't quite been able to use his right wing so much, and he might get caught on that side. Yamane in a defensive role now. Now we'll see Jay's verticality with Marcinho. Good adjustment in midfield though from Atsia. Oh, it's slick, and the goalkeeper's quickly out. Sarata. So he doesn't typically play in the J1 matches in real life.
No. I'd be interested to see the possession stats, because it certainly seems like Atsia has had more of the ball. Jay, when he gets it, tries to attack very quickly, whereas Atsia has been keeping the ball well and just, constantly probing, looking for that break.
Well, Atsia has adjusted his play nicely to take on Jay today. And there's another good cross. And a corner conceded by Yamane at the far post. Yamane is such an attacking threat in the group stages, but he's been forced into a lot of defensive work today. High up to the far post this time and taken by Chum Song-yong.
Very good take by the keeper there.
When Jay's got the ball, he uses something called player lock. So he lets the AI control the player in possession occasionally to get a third man moving off the ball. And that can be very difficult to pick up. But today Atsuya has been extremely good with his defending to not get caught out by the movement. We build through midfield here with Taniguchi. Very compact off the ball now, Atsuya. Yamane with a bit of space though on the right for another cross to Leandro Damiao. Maybe just regaining the advantage here, Jay. Marcinho. Now Tsukagawa with the shot from outside the area and into the top corner. What a first goal from the foot in these quarterfinals. A superb strike. Have you ever seen him score a goal like that in real life?
I don't think I have. No. He was he came up through I think at FC Gifu down in the second division initially, and I've never seen him put one away like that. What a strike! I think Atsuya was doing so well to contain, and I don't think he saw it coming either.
No, finesse shot from outside the area. So Atsuya was doing a great job in his compact 4-4-2 to stop the players getting into any sort of space to get a dangerous cross in or to dribble into the area. Given space in front, he just went for the finesse shot. We didn't really see any of that in the group stages so far. That's maybe the unpredictability.
Exactly, yeah. And as I said, that's what separates. We say it as well with the real football. These teams are the best teams they do. Even when they're under the cosh a bit, they still manage to come up with something out of the blue. And Jay has done that here. We've got 17 minutes to go of this first leg, and he's back in front.
I mean, Jay has such a variety to his play. I mean, even in the round of 16 against Kashiwa Reysol with Buroneko controlling that one, he was forced to defend for a lot of that match, but he used such a tight 4-4-2, secondary player movement again without the ball to adjust the width, and he never got caught out in those wide spaces. So even when under the cosh, when his opponent has the possession, he didn't really let any shots get away. Then he finds the gaps somehow, and this again, I've not seen him even attempt a shot from that sort of range throughout the matches so far, but he's caught his opponent by surprise, and there might be a chance for a run through here.
Well, I think what's going to be interesting now, bearing in mind we've got the second leg to come, is Atsuya going to go for it and try and get an equaliser? Or is it going to be kind of damage control now, keep it to 2-1 and then come back in the next game? Because you don't want to go into the next game with a 2 or 3 goal deficit to try and make up.
Well, it could be now with Ienaga. Again, a little bit of space outside the box. He shot quickly there before Atsuya could get back and close his space down. Now, there's no away goal rule in this, but it is one home leg, one away leg. This is the home leg for Kawasaki Frontale in the blue. We talked to some of the players just before we went on air, and they said that there is a slight home advantage. It's easier to win your home matches within the game. That's how they feel when they play it. So perhaps a 1-goal defeat away from home isn't too bad a disadvantage going into the second leg, but they might get better than that with Douglas here on the left wing. Good defending from Jay with Yamane.
And yeah, this is, I think, where Atsuya is going to have to be careful. He wants to push for that goal, but if he pushes too much, he could give himself a really big mountain to climb in the second leg. These last 3 or 4 minutes, really important then, with another cross coming in. Headed away from his own goalkeeper. Bit of confusion between the centre-backs and the keeper there, yeah.
Shihashi, can he spread it out wide for Unoki? But look how quickly Jay has reset his Kawasaki Frontale defence. There's no need to leave too many men upfield. You can probably see this one out.
Or can he? Douglas again has got him behind Yamane. Can he recover? Here we go.
Another corner. We've seen how the added time will be generous if there's still a chance. There's still a set play.
Are we going to get a grandstand finish? He's taking his time with it.
Into the near post this time, but headed away by Ienaga. Still just about time to get this throw in. No foul.
No, he's given it. Did he give it?
No, it's the end of the second half. It's a 2-1 win for Jay and Kawasaki Frontale in their first game. Still all to play for going into the second leg though, but he looks pretty happy.
He looks happy, but I think he also looks a little bit relieved. Maybe, yeah, he's coming to, you know, you said beforehand that he wasn't expecting to win. He's not putting pressure, but I think, yeah, when everyone's gunning for you, there's that element of, that competitive streak comes through, and he definitely looks, he looks a little bit relieved there. I think Atsuya put up a really good battle, and it was a really tight, very, very tight, tense game. You know, we kind of expected Jay coming in as the favourite, was going to dominate, but I think, as I said during the game, Atsuya seemed to have more of the ball, and in terms of clear chances, there wasn't really much between them at all.
There wasn't, no. And maybe that home advantage will pay off for Atsuya when they go into the second leg. I don't know if they're going to give us any comments between the games, but I mean, the sheer amount of concentration that goes into it, I don't know about you, I don't tend to look quite so focused either during a game or afterwards like that, but they've been clearly seriously involved in their game for the last 12 or 13 minutes.
And since we got here this morning, when we arrived, all the players were already here. They were already at their stations just off screen here, already practicing, already fine-tuning things. So I guess they need to find that balance of being ready, but also just having enough time away from the screen. But Atsuya does look very happy there, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, they're getting on well, and they've enjoyed their game so far. But each player, during the group stages, there was often a big gap between games. So some players were saying they would go away and have a shower or something like that, do something else. Others would play online against other FIFA gamers to just really get their eye in ahead of games.
So in between games, they're going online and just playing against...
Well, we can see now we've got Nyonyo, who's going to be representing Shimizu S-Pulse later. He's just to my right here, and he's been playing throughout the match so far. So he's not watching, or he hasn't been watching Jay against Atsuya, I don't think.
So they're just in the zone.
They're in the zone and they're playing the practice. Maybe they were watching during the actual match, and now that they've got a few minutes to focus without they're getting involved in their own games. There's so much practice goes into these.
Yeah. I think as well, being up first for Atsuya, first out of the blocks, you've got that extra pressure as well. You know everyone's going to be tuning in right from the start, seeing what's going on, seeing how the competition is going to go today. So maybe he's been able to build himself up for that. And the other players, obviously, coming later in the day, they need to somehow try to peak at the right point and make sure that they're not too tired once the time comes for their big game.
Well, the winner of this game will have about 4 hours until they play in their semi-final. So it's a long day for the players.
Right. 4 hours is a long time to wait. Go get a coffee. Maybe two. Maybe two. We're going now into the second leg. Kawasaki Frontale at home in a slightly smaller ground, Town Park, within the game. Kawasaki in the yellow, Kashiwa Reysol in the yellow, with Atsuya kicking from left to right. Kawasaki Frontale in their away strip of white from right to left. Already we're seeing Jay using those defensive tactics, the offside trap, just to bring the line up. Hazome-san, the Japanese co-commentator, was saying if you don't do that, the game defaults to defensive lines dropping off and dropping deep and leaving a bit of space. So some of the players who like to play a bit higher up the pitch will use these defensive controls quite regularly, as you see now in the bottom right. But it's interesting too that you mentioned this is a different stadium, slightly smaller one, because Kashiwa Reysol Stadium is slightly smaller than Kawasaki's in real life too. So when you mentioned that the players had said there is a very slight home advantage, maybe that will factor into it, and maybe Reysol, will have that slight edge here, because the previous game was pretty much 50-50. Jay just edged it. We could be set for another same kind of game here.
It was Atsuya with Kashiwa Reysol on the front foot early and winning this battle in midfield. Now there's a possible counter with 3-on-3 if he can get the cross in quickly. Taken nicely by Jung Song-dong. Again, it looks like crosses might be more useful in these rounds than they were earlier in the competition, with the players getting used to this mode on the FIFA 22 game.
Well, Atsuya will want to avoid doing what he did in the last game, obviously, and conceding the first goal, especially conceding it early. He's done well. Again, he came out of the traps probably the faster of the two, as he did in the first leg. If he can just ride out the next kind of 10-15 minutes, then Jay might start to get a little bit anxious.
He tends like this to be very good on the ball, good at keeping possession, not forcing it too much, but then he got crowded out by two players there in the corner. Again, Jay going with the high press, with just Marcinho putting a bit of pressure on the defenders. That's now in midfield as well, bringing that line quite up high near the halfway line. Kawaguchi chips it forward to Pedro Raul. Shihashi in midfield.
She saw a lot of the ball, didn't he, in the first leg as well, as Atsu's just looking for that kind of breakthrough.
Kawaguchi now on the right. Mate Savio, chance to cross, cuts back onto that left foot.
Tricky footwork, but yeah, crowded out. 3 opponents to get past there.
Typically, Atsuya, he doesn't play the pass until he's confident of it succeeding. He's got very good technique on the ball. Ienaga now with a bit of space to cross, though.
Oh, disappointing cross in the end, straight to the keeper. Jay will be disappointed with that one, I think.
Atsuya, as we said, he did have that dramatic comeback in the final group stage match. His last 16 match was a bit more one-sided. He won that one 3-0 against Murasaki of Vegalta Sendai. That game, though, he got in front late in the first half using those dribbling skills, and then when Murasaki committed more men forward, then he found the space. Not much space here, though. Look how well Jay defends that area. Yamane, can he maybe play Ienaga through?
So will the players now, in the second leg, we've come into it, they've just played the first leg, will there be an element of fatigue on the players, or do they start the new game, they're back at 100%?
They're reset back to 100%, so you can see the blue line over the players' names at the bottom. Oh, here's a good chance with a through ball to Nakamura, and the goal to put Kashiwa Reysol level on aggregate.
Jung Sung-yong's looking disappointed. Should be having a word with his defenders there, I think. Way too much spacing behind. And, well, there we go. Not many of us expected it, but we have got a game on our hands.
Well, Jay likes to bring that line up high, but he didn't quite have enough pressure on the ball to stop the ball over the top. Fantastically composed finish in the end, though.
And this is obviously the first time Jay's been behind in this contest, so we're going to see now how he reacts to being the one who needs to come forward and get the goal.
He had a very close game against a strong opponent in Tera of FC Tokyo, winning 2-1 in the first group match, then a 5-5 draw with Maruchan of Vissel Kobe. After that, it was fairly one-sided. 4-0 against Tetoro of Sanfrecce Hiroshima, 8-1 over Maru of Hokkaido Consadole Sapporo in his final group game.
We've got a corner for him now. Here we go. Keeper's taking a very high. Would he have placed his keeper there? Oh no, he's back.
He's bringing him
right
out
onto the 6-yard line. And nobody covering the back post.
In towards the near post and headed away by Otake. Ienaga plays it back. Miyagi on the ball again.
You're right, Jay certainly doesn't panic. Once he's in that corner, he's quite happy to go back and forth, keep the ball under the feet until the pass is on.
But he could be counted here. There's the movement off the ball, just was going to go offside. Did well not to play the pass then and get the runner caught offside, but he's given it away again now, and possibly a counter back for Kawasaki Frontale. Tachibana da to Yamane. Ienaga. Well defended on that flank. 1-0 to Kashiwa Reysol in the second leg. Kawasaki Frontale won the first one 2-1, so it's 2-2 on aggregate. If it finishes like this, we'll get a third game, which will be golden goal. He's not going overly aggressive with that pressure, Jay, now, is he?
Well, he knows, as you said, it's still a draw, so he knows he's still got half of this game and possibly another game to come, so there's no need to overcommit. He's obviously seen what Atsuya is capable of now. And yeah, again, as we said with Atsuya in the first game, now Jay has to be careful not to overcommit and then find himself 2 goals behind.
Probing through the midfield, trying to find an open side, create the space on the flank. Here's Ienaga again. Always closed down by Otake. Well, he's worked it into Yamane.
Did he beat the offside?
He beat the offside trap, the flag has stayed down.
Sadata dealt with it well though. What have we got?
And that's the end of the first half, 1-0 to Atsuya of Kashiwa Reysol. We've got a contest.
We have got a contest. I feel like we're peaking too early. We're only in the first game and already the tension here. Again, we can hear the Japanese commentary team just off to our right here and they're getting very, very excited over there. The players on the outside, they look like they're both fairly calm, but I'm sure if we were to measure their heart rates now, both of them are probably going 10 to the dozen.
And Jay is particularly composed, but I mean, look at him again. It's a tense one for him. He got progressively better and better throughout those group stages. As we said, he finished with the 8-1 win over Maru. In the round of 16, he won 3-0. Showed his variety of play there. Scored 2 goals late on in the second half of that game, but was generally in control. We thought he was in control in the first leg of this one, but now it's completely all to play for again.
Absolutely. And we said about how maybe for Attia coming in and playing the first game, he was able to kind of build up to that time. He knew what time he was kicking off. As you said, for the other players, they still don't know exactly when they're going to be playing based on how long it takes to complete the previous games. Maybe on the opposite side for Jay, you know, being able to get up to that right level of motivation, knowing he's the favourite.
What a chance with the ball lost. Well taken in the end by Jung Song-ryong. Quickly played out all the time, looking for a chance to build out quickly. They've really matched each other nicely in terms of closing off that space. Jay is using the width of the pitch more than he has in previous games, but Attia defending well against that to this point. Well defended again against Marcinho.
Here we go again, yep, out on the right wing again, and again Otake. He's really impressed in the 2 games so far.
That Yamane-Ienaka combination, so many times we saw them break through and not necessarily play a cross in, but often use that combination to beat the opposing left back, then play low balls into the box for Leandro Damiao to finish off that way. But Jay's got such a variation to his play, a variety of attacking options at his disposal.
He's going to need to focus on his defending again here because, Attia is still probing, still going for it, and we're in the box again.
Well taken by Tachibana. I mean, you get a loose ball in those situations, and that's something some of the players have been talking about pre-game in terms of the element of luck that some of them feel if they're not well used to this game, with some of the defenders having lower skills on the ball with the overall rating of 90. Sometimes you get a loose ball. The attacking players tend to be better at picking them up than the defensive players.
Well, and also if you're used to playing in that way, in the moment, without thinking, you might subconsciously go to try and play out from the back. You're forgetting the fact that this player now does not have the ability they usually do, and those small lapses in concentration could be crucial. It's gone direct, and here we go again, Mateus Savio.
Again closing off the space. Kawaguchi, Shihashi in space again in the centre of the pitch, but there's no way through the middle. He's going to have to switch it out again. Otake, Doji. We weren't sure exactly how to pronounce Doji's name in English.
Well, in Japanese it's Doji.
Yes.
And I would assume the Portuguese is similar to that.
Yeah.
But in English we'll fudge it a little bit.
It's always a matter of debate and discussion and problems for commentators when you're working with different languages. Here is Doji again, spreads it out to Nakamura on the left. Again well closed down. He gets 2v1 in defence really nicely there, Jay.
That's just done very well though. Oh, he did the hard part and then just, as I said, that split-second decision just made the wrong one.
And it's decisions like that because it always seems to be the turnovers, the losses of possession that give you that opportunity for the vertical attack. Both players have done so well with their defensive transitions to slow down the opponent whenever that happens. Working out nicely from the back there. You just see this gaining possession no matter how deep on the pitch. Both players seem to be thinking that's their chance to quickly change things around. But both players have such good reaction speeds that whenever they have to transition in either direction, they're doing it so well, and it makes for a bit of a stalemate in the end. Neither really creating any chances in this second half.
Well, we've only got 15 minutes left to go, and then we'll be heading for golden goal, so the tension is going to just get higher and higher here.
It could well be a case of next goal wins regardless now at this stage. We did see Sledge in the previous round coming back very, very late after conceding in the 80th minute of his last 16 game. Pedro Raul on the right-hand side. No space again, quickly doubled up in defence. Rodrigo Angelotti now given away. Now it's the chance for Jay to counter-attack. And again, look how quickly the defence get back. The two centre-back, but now he's left space on the far side. Marcinho, this is the chance. Round the goalkeeper, into the net. 80th minute. Kawasaki Frontale are back in front on aggregate.
The composure there, I thought he'd let it go. I thought he'd let the keeper come out. We'll have to ask him if we get a chance to chat to him. Was that deliberate, or did he get a little bit of luck there?
Well, that's just the variation. I thought as well the early shot was on. He didn't take it. It looked like it had gone. He drew the goalkeeper, but he brought the ball around him superbly. And then with the defender on the line, the finish had to be perfect as well.
Yep.
Absolutely superb skill.
And now as soon as he scored, we can see he's making a quick change here. The plan definitely now is to see it out.
Well, bringing fresher players into midfield, perhaps bringing Schmidt off the bench. He's got 3 changes he can make. Yamamura moved to right
is a centre back usually. He's brought him on at right back.
But I think he's got different formations in his arsenal. I don't know if he's going to change that straight away. We've seen a lot of formation changes. Now you bring your line deeper, you can change your defensive width. I'm always impressed as to this is only a very minor point. The speed at which these players are able to make the minor adjustments in their tactics.
Yeah, that was something that we used to have. There was like the gentleman's agreement when I would play with my housemates. Like, you know, someone started to take too long with it, but it would always take me a while to get the grips of what I was actually trying to do.
He looks like he's starting off with a much more compact defensive shape. I think he's expecting to concede possession, maybe a chance of getting a goal on the counter-attack as well. But he only needs to see this out for another 8 minutes or so in game.
Well, I'd be interested if I was Atsuya. Yeah, I would certainly be now aiming for Yamamura as the makeshift right back. Yamane obviously is, you know, a Japan national team player, very good right back. Yamamura is more of a centre-back central midfielder. So if Atsuya is able to take advantage of that,
there is space on this right-hand side with Marcinho. This could win it.
Oh.
Superbly done for Leandro Damião again. And those in-game adjustments have paid off for Jay.
You have to feel, that goal just previously edged it. I think psychologically, Jay then knew he had something that he had to protect, and Atsuya maybe felt like there wasn't enough time, tried to push forward and then got caught out. And it looks like, well, we got 5 minutes. Atsuya has got a lot to do now if he wants to get through.
Well, Atsuya has adjusted his shape and he's playing a bit more aggressively. That's why he left the space behind him. You have to take those risks so late in the game. And just keeping possession here will probably be enough to see it out now with that 2-goal advantage over the 2 legs. Oh, it's time for a few flicks and skills. Ienaga, Leandro Damião could have been another.
Here we go. I think, Jay has now found his form.
Getting desperate, really. Just had to play the long ball forward and hope, really, just with such limited time available. The referee brings the game to an end. Kashiwa Reysol 1, Kawasaki Frontale 2. 4-2 on aggregate for Kawasaki Frontale, and Jay, the defending champion, has made it through to the semi-finals once again.
With, you say, 4-2 on aggregate, but I think the scoreline belies just how tight a game that was. I think once we get the players in, that's definitely something I want to ask, especially if Jay is to come. Did he expect the game to be quite so difficult as that? But I'm sure he's very relieved to have got past that very tricky first obstacle.
Well, I mean, just look at the times of the goal. 80th minute, 85th. If it wasn't for those goals, we were expecting to go to a third game here. Atsuya, I mean, he lost to Jay last year. He was talking about just wanting to enjoy this game. I think when it gets to that stage, it's no longer about enjoyment. You're so close.
Yes, exactly. You've come that far, and I think once he's had a little bit of time to digest it, he'll look back and think, he did very, very well to take the 2-time defending champion so close. But as you said, when he's in that moment, I'm sure he'll be feeling very disappointed now. He couldn't just hang on for another 5 minutes.
So we're going to hear from Jay on the Japanese feed first. I'll introduce a few of the things that they said, but he's going to come here and talk to us directly afterwards. He says he's relieved. It's the first thing he says, that he was relieved to win that game. He didn't manage to get many shots on goal.
He's relieved.
So he's basically relieved. Relief is the key word here.
3回ぐらいもうおたけび出てましたけど。そうですね。やっぱりなかなか難しい試合だったので、そこのなんか鬱憤というか自分に対してのそううまくいってなかったので、
He said it was a difficult game and it wasn't going well for him. He wasn't able to play his style of football, which is against something he's been saying throughout the group stages. He wants not just to win for Kawasaki Frontale, but to win to embody Kawasaki Frontale in their way of
そうですね。
football.
こういう硬い試合になってしまって相手のペースになった試合は
And he says because it
な
was
か
a
な
game
か
that ended
勝
up
つ
being
ことは
a bit
難しいんですけど。
defensive, a bit tight in midfield. That made it easy for the opponents. It was more the opponent, Atsuya, who was in charge of the pace of the game. He couldn't get the game going at his own tempo.
Yeah, well, we picked up on that, didn't we? That Atsuya was having a lot more of the ball, whereas Jay, when he got it, was attacking quickly. Atsuya seemed quite happy to just take the sting out and move the ball around more.
守備もあったと思うんですけども、この2週間かなり苦悩したところもあったと思うんですけど、その辺はいかがですか？
そうですね。やっぱり結構その仕様が変わったので。その中で、自分がどういった攻撃をすればいいのかなっていうのが
has come in in the game over the past 2 weeks. The game itself is constantly updated, and there have been slight tweaks to the gameplay over the last 2 weeks since we had the round of 16. And so he spent his time in practice getting used to attacking, defending with ever so slightly subtle differences in the game these days.
試合になってしまったのはありかもしれないですね。
He says that might be a reason why it became a harder game than he expected.
さらにね、対応力というのも増していくと思います。次の準決勝に向けての意気込みをお願いいたします。
そうですね。やっぱりこの硬い試合をしてしまったので、そして自分のパフォーマンスがあまり
Again, he's focusing on his style of play, his performance. He's a little unhappy that he wasn't able to play his way, and so in the semi-finals going forward, that's what he wants to focus on in the next round.
連覇を目指して
I think just as these games go on, as the players get used to each other, then maybe we're going to see more of this.
Yeah. And I think, you said beforehand that he was saying he doesn't feel pressure to try and win it, but you do wonder if maybe there is an element of that because he's so close, winning 3 in a row is an incredible achievement. Once you're that close, you do start to second guess yourself and think rather than trying to win, you don't want to lose. And maybe as the day goes on, he'll relax a bit and start to find his form. But very, very difficult first game. And now we're going to hear from Atsuya, who did so well.
そうですね。さっきジェイ君も言ってたんですけど、直前に結構大きく仕様が変わって、
He's talking about the
しっかり
difference
サイドを
in
使っ
the
て攻めない
gameplay
といけない
from
な
the
っていうのは
updates.
自分の中で自分のスキルと相談して決めてて、で相手がジェイ君っていうのはもちろんあるんですけど、試合展開としてはちゃんと
So he
やり
had
たい
to
ことはで
adapt
きて
his
た
own
かなとは思うん
skills
ですけど、
to play under
最後
the new
際どい部
specifications
分
of
と
the
いう
game.
か、
And he said as well, knowing that he was playing against Jay, and you wonder that might come through too. These guys have had 2 weeks knowing who they're going to play, knowing for the first game what kind of style of play you need to approach, what kind of style of play you need to defend against. But as the day goes on, once we get now into the next rounds, they're not going to have as much time to prepare.
30分ぐらいある中で、60分ぐらいかなある中で、これ次はどういうふうに戦っていこうっていうような戦略みたいな2点目を取りに行くも含めて。
そうですね。1試合目先制した時点でやっぱり相手はやっぱ焦る気持ちも絶対出てくると思うので、それを踏まえてよりこういやらしくじゃないですけど、もうサイドからサイドから行って最後。もうワンチャンス決めきるっていう気持ちで。
He's talking about how he was going into this game in terms of tactical preparation. He thought that going into the second match in particular, he felt if he could attack on the flanks, get one chance, finish that off, that would be his chance. And he did so well to get that lead with Keita Nakamura.
焦りますし、もう時間がないので、もうそうですね。もう前へ。行って点を取れたら OK ですけども
wasn't much time left, so he went for it and went for it.
So he went for it and he got caught out. I mean, that's what you have to do. He played that wonderful ball over the top to catch Jay out on the counter
なかな
attack.
か出にくくなってしまった、できにくくなってしまったという仕様の変化もある中で、ただセットプレーとかから得点を取ったりとかかなり幅を広げたと思います。Jay 選手は
And this is something that Hazame is talking about now. He's now talking about the set pieces and the crosses seem to become a bigger tool within the game. Atsuya was another player who's used that so well.
チャンピオンカップ、そうですね。自分のチームというか自分の持っているチームを使って対戦するんですけど。
So Atsuya is saying that he usually uses his own team, so the FIFA Ultimate team, and has been practicing with the new specifications for a little while.
ハイペースな細かい動きが多くなる試合が。
and he's found that he often is unable to dominate possession against the opponents. The opponents tend to have more of the ball. He had plenty of the ball.
I thought he did. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see the possession stats, but he certainly seemed to have more of the ball across both legs. But yeah, in the end, in the final third, Jay was the one who managed to make the most of his chances.
I mean, even going into this competition, we've seen now Jay. He got the red line indicating that he's qualified for the semi-finals. Well, he'll play the winner of the next match, which is eJ.LEAGUE of Avispa Fukuoka or Nyonyo of Shimizu S-Pulse. They've got a little while to go before that happens because we've got 3 quarterfinals.
Yes.
2 legs each, there's 6 matches to go before that point.
Well, Jay now, I think, yeah, he'll certainly be feeling a little bit tired after that. I'm sure he's going to, once he's come and had a chat to us, hopefully, he'll want to sit down, maybe have a bite to eat, maybe take a quick nap and try to get himself ready for the next game.
Maybe so. He's got a long time. We can just see in the far side of the room, so I think he's going to come and speak to us in a little bit. But I mean, usually in the J-League, this would have been the underdog match, right? So Kashiwa Reysol at home in the second leg against the champions. Good atmosphere there, always at their stadium.
Yes.
And you know, they lived up to expectations throughout.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's come through at the end. As I said, the champions tend to find a way to win.
So now
and he's done it. Here he is.
Jay has come to join us. We're going to be asking him questions in English, translating them into Japanese. He will answer in Japanese and we'll then translate that back. おめでとうございます。Congratulations.
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
結構難しい初戦になりましたけど、ちょっと思ったより難しかった。
そうですね。なかなか自分のパフォーマンスがうまくいかなかったので、その中で相手のペースに飲み込まれてしまったので、本当に厳しい試合でした。
Sean said it was a difficult first game for him. Did it not go quite the way he'd expected? Jay's reply by saying, yeah, it ended up being his opponents was in control of the tempo of the game throughout. その試合のペースで言いますと、ゲームの仕様が変わったという話さっき聞いてたんですけども、そうどういうところが影響されたんですか？
まず一つはそのドリブルが細かくその動かすのが難しいっていうのがちょっと一つと、あとパスが、速いパスがあるんですけど、そのパスが通りにくくなったっていうのがあって、その中でやっぱりビルドアップがなかなか変わったなっていうのがありますね。
So this is, I asked a question about how the changes to the game itself had affected his style of play. He said that delicate dribbling has become harder. Passing at high tempo has become more difficult as well, so that's affected the overall build-up.
敦也選手は結構ボールを支配して、ジェイ選手はもうわざとでちょっと見守ってカウンターのチャンスを狙ったか、敦也選手はもうちょっと上手すぎたからボールを奪わなかったことですか？
そうですね、敦也さんの戦術がそのポゼッションしてでサイド起点にしながらで最終的にはサイドからクロスっていうのが徹底していたので、特に敦也さんは丁寧にパスをつなぐというのが特徴だったので、もう自分はそこに対抗せずにカウンター狙いでっていうのはありましたね。
Jay was talking about his style of play when it comes to Atsuya's tactics. Atsuya tends to use the flanks a lot more, builds up carefully in possession, whereas Jay was trying to defend against that and attack on the counter. じゃあそのビルドアップの仕様が変わったということで、カウンターもやはり難しくなったということですかね。それだったら次の試合に向けてどういうふうに調整ができますでしょうかね？
そうですね、自分のそのプレースタイルの特徴として一つその相手に合わせる、相手がこうしてきたら自分はこうするっていうのが一つあるので、その相手のプレースタイルに合わせて戦おうと思います。
So I asked how he might adjust his style of play going into the next game, having learnt how to play under the slightly updated FIFA 22 system in this last game against Atsuya. He says that he tends to adapt his play anyway, depending on who he's going to be facing. So he'll look at the next match, see who his opponent's going to be, and then develop his tactics based on that.
次の相手はeJ.LEAGUEかニョンニョンになるから、その試合は生で見るかちょっとリラックスしてで後でちょっとリカルどっちにしようか。
しっかり試合見ます。見て分析して臨もうと思います。
Sean said the next game between eJ.LEAGUE and Nyonyo, is he going to watch that one live or is he going to go off and relax somewhere? He said no, Jay's going to watch this match. He's going to analyze his opponent and prepare well for the next game. まあその分析力ですね。さすがプロだなと思いますけども、なんかそれぞれおなじみな選手なんですよね。もうこれまで何度か対戦したことはありますか？皆さん
かなりあります。
かなり、
はい、もう皆さんそのトップ勢なので、毎回大会がこうやってある場合には勝ち上がってくるので、たくさん試合してますね。
その中でライバル関係とかは感じますか？あ
りますね。はい。
例えば誰とですか？
アグさんです。今ちょっと顔向けられました。
Well, I asked about the other players in this competition because we have a lot of fantastic, experienced professional players here in the eJ.LEAGUE, and I asked him how often he's tended to play with them in the past. Jay says that they all know each other extremely well. They're all well used to each other's style of play. They do feel a certain rivalry with each other, with Agu, who's just sitting here in his Yokohama F Marinos shirt. Thank you very much for joining us. どうもありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
That is Jay, our defending champion, the winner of our first quarter-final match here. He's had a few minutes to calm down after the first game. He looks pretty cool and composed.
He does, yeah. I was particularly interested to hear when he said that one of his strong points is adapting to the opponent. I asked him about Atsuya and the fact that Atsuya had so much of the ball, and he said, well, yeah, he knew that was how he was going to play. So it'd be interesting to see, yeah, maybe Jay will be slightly more attacking, or maybe slightly different approach depending who he's playing next. And we're getting up now. Second game, I think, is...
Yeah, this is eJ.Pool, who is our defending eFootball champion, so from the Konami series, moving over to eSports and doing extremely well here. He has the Igaise, so the element of surprise.
Yes.
Because he doesn't play like a classic FIFA player. He's got skills that he's learned on the other game. He's brought over and adapted to FIFA. Maybe less strong in the defensive aspects and the technical aspects, and I guess that's probably part of getting used to a different match. But attacking-wise, he's tended to be very good so far.
I'd like to know what the players themselves think of these charts. You said they've been kind of made for them. I wonder if when they saw them, if they had any questions or wanted to raise any complaints. You sometimes hear players, professional, you know, the real football players, once their scores, their ratings come out on FIFA, they're not happy with their speed, their trickery or something.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nuno, of all the skills, he's most highly rated in defence on the right-hand side of this chart here, provided for us by Hazome-san, the commentator in Japanese. Attacking skills, 9 out of 10. Technique, 9 out of 10. Mentality, 8 out of 10. Less of an element of surprise than his opponent. Perhaps that makes a difference in this game going ahead now.
But he averaged three goals a game, I think, to get to this stage. So yeah, his defence rates highly there, but I think 3 goals a game is not bad. So we're hopefully going to see another tight battle here as he goes head to head with eJ.Pool.
Yeah, eJ.Pool representing Avispa Fukuoka. He's 29 years old, topped Group C, but with only 7 points from 4 games. It was a tough one. He lost a 4-3 thriller in the first game to Mino of Nagoya Grampus, then beat Rocky of Vegalta Sendai 5-1. Then there was a draw 2-2 against Sagan Tosu with Wandamo.
Well, I guess you can as well. The group stages maybe are a bit misleading, like with World Cups and things, where depending on who you're playing against, maybe certain groups might be slightly more difficult than others or not. We'll have to see how it goes as things progress.
But eJ.Pool seemed to me he's got the stamina to go through it on this game, because it was a tight group, as I say. He managed to scrape through on top, and then in the round of 16 against Ishimitsu of Cerezo Osaka, it was a golden goal match, but it was the 88th minute of the second match, and finally a goal came in there. That was a meeting of 2 Konami veterans.
Eye drops are going in.
Eye drops are going in. See, it's all about this preparation. It's the little delicate changes for each different player. Nyonyo, he came through what was called by all the commentators as the group of death. So he finished top of Group H ahead of Phantom of Kashima Antlers.
What we see here, Juanma is up front for Avispa Fukuoka, and he mentioned that yesterday in his pre-tournament kind of interview that's something he's going to aim for. We saw Jay did it with Leandro Damian early on, getting the ball in for a header. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see if eJ.Pool's able to do that early on. Juanma blows a bit hot and cold in real life. He has patches of form. He used to play for Hearts actually briefly in a Scottish Premier League. He's been in Japan now for a few years at a few different clubs. So it'll be interesting to see if eJ.Pool is able to capitalise upon his height here.
So Hama is the target man that we should be looking for. He's focused in his pre-match interviews, as you say, on getting the best out of Hama up front.
Yeah.
So that's where, in this game, in this mode, you've got slightly taller centre forwards, you might have an advantage. And we've seen already in the first game that plenty of crosses going in. So the first game here, Avispa Fukuoka against Shimizu S-Pulse, played at the home of Avispa Fukuoka, who will be in the dark blue shirts. Shimizu S-Pulse controlled by Nyonyo in the white kit, kicking from right to left and kicking off this second quarter-final. Nyonyo on the ball. He's from Shizuoka Prefecture, which is a real home of football dating back to the pre-professional ages in Japanese football. He has previously represented the other local team, Jubilo Iwata, who are not on FIFA 22 because they were in J2 last year. So he's now switched hometown allegiances to represent Shimizu S-Pulse in this competition.
That is something very interesting. For us two English guys, we can't really imagine a Manchester United fan playing as Manchester City or a Liverpool fan playing as Everton. But yeah, he seems to feel like he gets the support of the whole prefecture still, and that he's representing the prefecture, and that it shouldn't matter which team. Yeah, as an Englishman, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would be the case, but he's starting well here.
Santana well defended in the end by Ebi Pool. Just caught offside in the end. Nyonyo tends to be quite patient with his build-up, lots of short, quick dribbles, just to create a bit of space to pass to rather than actually beating men. He often, in his last 16 match, he had to be patient as well.
Here we go, here is Juanma. Oh, offside just.
They're both bringing their lines up just to catch the players offside, using those defensive controls.
Well, when it works, it looks very good, but when it doesn't, as we saw at the end of the previous game, if you can break in behind, then that is the chance.
Attacking on the right now, and the cross going in there. Both players using those flanks, using those high balls. We're seeing that a lot more now than in the group stages. Just having spoken to Jay about the differences in the game with the updates that have come in over the past couple of weeks, maybe that is the way that all the players are going to have to attack.
Perhaps that's why they got two Englishmen on today. They were thinking long ball, balls into the mixer, 4-4-2 and balls into the mixer.
Maybe that's right. I mean, it does seem to be an effective way of playing on FIFA 22 in general, to have this 4-4-2 shape. Having those two forwards, you don't want to then get caught out at the back. It forces your opponents to think a little bit.
Yu Yamagishi in the corner. This is where we saw Jay causing so much damage. But they definitely don't rush, do they? They're happy to wait for their chance to get it in.
Oh, and he nearly found the ball in for Crew. They're just caught offside again. So that was really good timing for Nyonyo to use that offside trap on the defensive controls just to catch the player behind the line.
Oh, a rare misplaced pass there from Maya. He doesn't do that much in the J.League usually, so yeah. Obviously he's feeling the pressure.
Again, stepping up, but not allowing that pass out wide, using the offside trap, but then Nakayama's got behind anyway, plays it back. Matsuoka, good chance, blocked by Grolly.
That is the thing that's impressed me so far about the four players we've seen, is that their composure when defending. They manage to just stay calm, make sure that they get the bodies in the way and don't commit one way or the other. And we haven't really seen many clear-cut chances where someone has been in on goal for a while. The spaces are really at a premium.
Certainly, the free kicks we've had have been for offside. We've not seen any fouls, which I think divides the pros from the amateurs when it comes to playing this game.
I was going to say, yeah, when I used to play the game, there were a lot of fouls.
When I do now, there are plenty of fouls. Well, particularly, when I get caught out defensively, I don't have this fast reaction time, the technique on the controller to adjust the defence quickly. It seems to be easier to adjust the player in possession. So when you're attacking or when the ball's just gone loose, it's a little bit easier to get the attacking players onto those loose balls. The defensive player requires a lot more coordination, a lot harder work. And that's something that really stands out with some of these players that have made it through to the quarterfinals in this eJ.LEAGUE. Hara now attacking the right, played back into space for Nakayama. Renato Augusto, Nishizawa with the chance to shoot, he's put it over the bar. Just a little bit off balance there, but it's the first really good shooting opportunity we've seen.
Again, from the goal kick too, it's been played short a lot. They're not putting many balls directly up and making them 50-50s. The players want to keep possession of the ball and make sure that they're not leaving anything to chance.
Well, certainly eJ.LEAGUE in his first group match against the 2019 champion, Minol, he backed off a lot without the ball. He was absolutely superb in possession. Lots of short passes, lots of clever switches to beat the press. Without the ball, he tended to back off a little bit more. I think he's adapted since, and he's got the ball through now for Juanma, and he's taken the lead. eJ.LEAGUE with that Vespa Fukuoka, it's 1-0.
And a big celebration as well. I can see him just at the other end of the room here. He was delighted to get that very, very tight open into the game. And yeah, as we said beforehand, Juanma was the player that he was focusing upon, and he's come through in the 35th minute, and now Avispa Fukuoka have the 1-0 lead.
And he's made the space through close passing on the ground there. We didn't need to use the flanks, didn't need to use the height of Juanma. He was able to use his physical strength, perhaps, to break through and create that space for the low shot at the near post.
改めてその先ほどのチャートの中ではですね、意外性という項目はね、10点満点でしかないですが、もしかしたらここの項目は
Has he stayed on side? Has he stayed on side? It's a fantastic shot. Just on the edge of the offside trap, but I think the goal has been given. 2-0 to Avispa Fukuoka.
There was another roar as well from eJ.LEAGUE as that went in. He saw, I guess, how tight the first game was and wanted to avoid something similar.
Just off the shoulder of the defender. Yamagishi with a superb finish, but just as Nyonyo goes behind, has to push up a little bit harder. Maybe he got a little bit more risky in terms of his overall positioning, but absolutely superb timing with that ball behind.
Well, that is the other thing as well we touched upon in the first quarter-final was the once you go behind, how you react. Can you keep your composure, keep things calm and stick to the game plan, knowing you still got, in this case, over a game and a half. In the first quarter-final, we saw that Atsuya was able to do that. And yeah, Nyonyo maybe was thrown a little bit, and he'll need to regain his composure. If he can see it through to half-time now at 2-0 and maybe make some tactical adjustments and come back in the second period.
And again, he's using the off-the-ball movement to get Juanma in behind. This time the route was blocked off a little bit, but he always likes to use these switches, and maybe now with the state of the game, there'll be a bit more space for him to use these flanks here. eJ.LEAGUE in the blue. Perhaps now the final play of the half, and Nyonyo blocked off. Still a little bit more time. And the referee brings the first half to an end. It's 2-0 to Avispa Fukuoka. eJ.LEAGUE leading Nyonyo here. Great advantage, using this home advantage superbly in this first leg so far.
Absolutely, yeah. And it is 2-0, it is a good lead, but we've still got a game and a half to go. There's still a lot of football to play. We saw in the last game that Jay scored twice in the last 5 minutes. So it is possible, as we saw now, eJ.LEAGUE has done the same and scored twice within the space of 4 minutes. So Nyonyo will know if he can just stay calm, stick to the game plan that he came in with, all is not lost yet.
Well, eJ.LEAGUE's perhaps learned from his last 16 match. He took the lead in 20 minutes there and then tried to play the lofted through balls on the counter after that. But in stretching the play himself, he found himself stretched, let in an equaliser to Ishimitsu. This time he's got that second goal. It makes it very difficult for Nyonyo. And now Juanma again, close space at the near post.
Is this the first corner of the game? I feel like it might be.
I think it is. We saw a lot of corners and crosses in the first game. Back to Cruz, space for Maya.
He'll be disappointed not to have put that away, I think.
That was the option, I think.
And now what's happening here? Nyonyo is he making a change?
I think he may have inadvertently adjusted the camera setting just ahead of that corner.
You say inadvertently, is this mind games? We said that they get on too well, maybe this is all...
Well, he would only be adjusting it on his own screen, so what we're seeing is eJ.LEAGUE's screen.
Right, okay.
Nyonyo can use his own camera settings. Typically they'll use the default camera setting because you can see more of the pitch. There is a new, more like broadcast footage that follows the action a little bit differently in the last two FIFA games.
I see.
But players don't tend to like that quite so much because you can't get as good a view of the pitch. Nuno has to come back from behind here. He played in the FIFA 19 eJ.LEAGUE, went out in the group stage then, got as far as the quarterfinals last year, losing 7-1 to J then. It was a particularly difficult draw, but he's been in the competition for 4 years in a row. He's got plenty of experience at this game. Perhaps a little underrated as well, given his past record. None of his games from the group stage actually got featured on the official eJ.LEAGUE feed on the opening Saturday and Sunday. So maybe the players haven't had the chance to analyse his latest matches.
Yeah.
But eJ.Pool has certainly approached this one extremely positively. Nishizawa looking for that space to cross on the left. Again doubled up. Similar kind of battle on the flanks that we saw in the first game, but he's worked it through for Carlinhos. Well cut back, good block. Grolly getting his body in the way just to block off the shot there. In Japanese, they use the English shoot as a noun as well as a verb, which makes it a little bit confusing when you're working with both languages. I nearly said shoot instead of shot there.
I think we'll let it slide just for today, just for the morning games. Once we get into the semi-finals, we'll have to be a bit stricter, I think.
Maya with the ball over the top, just trying to catch Aldo behind. Matsuoka brings it out now for Nyonyo and Shimizu S-Pulse. They've got a bit of space to work on the left, but again, he's using the overlapping fullbacks and the movement off the ball. Perhaps not deliberately to play the ball immediately, but he's been caught out now with that vacated space on the side. Yuta with the chance. Juanmo on the loose ball here. Shigehiro. Keeping the ball nicely here, eJ.Pool. Hama using that aerial strength, but he can't quite hold on to possession. Again, he's getting those wingers quickly back into attack. I think ideally to stretch the play, force eJ.Pool to react and bring his defenders back. But before he's getting the ball forward, eJ.Pool's winning it back and has that opportunity to counter again. He's taking control of the second half as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Nyonyo, you can see he's maybe trying to rush things a little bit once he does get the ball, trying to move it forward very, very quickly with those 1- and 2-touch passes. And eJ.Pool, knowing he's got the 2-goal lead, is keeping calm, making sure that he's got players going in, sometimes 2 or 3 on 1. And yeah, Nyonyo can't really get a foothold at the moment. But if he can get something, if he can get 1 goal on the break, or if he can capitalise upon a rare eJ.Pool error, then yeah, you can give himself a really good chance with the remainder of this first leg and, of course, second leg still to come.
Well, Nyonyo's come through an extremely difficult draw so far. He won his first game 6-1 against Ganorogu of Vissel Kobe, then thrashed the original eJ.LEAGUE champion Carroll of Sanfrecce Hiroshima 4-1. He didn't qualify or seal qualification until the final day in a difficult 3-way battle at the top of that group. Then in the second round, the first knockout round, Nyonyo was a 2-0 victory over Oyu of FC Tokyo. But typically he showed in that game as well, once he got the lead, his defensive skills were really what stood out in Nyonyo's last 16 match. Now he's behind, conceded the second goal as well. It's been...
And what he's done here, he's just brought on a centre-back and played him as an attacking midfielder. So he's going for that.
eJ.Pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's still going for that, yeah, looking to get something, maybe a long ball out from the quick break, use the height. So now he's got, I think maybe Juanma may have come off for Lukian, the new signing. Interestingly, from Jubilo Iwata, who Nyonyo supports. So that could be extra painful if he manages to get on the score sheet.
Well, we only get to directly interview the winners, so we may or may not get a chance to ask him about his allegiances.
Yes.
But it's been very difficult to break down this Avispa Fukuoka defence.
It's a risky ball across the defence, though. He's done well to win it.
Oh, it's just maybe got the pace. Juanma's in behind here. Skills to cut back and pass again. He's maybe passed too many times.
Definitely overplayed it a bit there. And now he's left himself vulnerable on the counter. If Nyonyo can get it forward quickly enough. Again, he's looking to get over onto that left wing, isn't he?
The big switches of play was something that the eFootball players, the former Pro Evo winning 11 players, have been using the flanks, getting the ball in early, playing the ball forward sooner, quicker switches like this. that's part of the element of surprise that maybe the veteran FIFA players are a bit less used to. But he's worked the space again here for Juanma. Cuts inside. Well saved by Gonda to perhaps keep the tie alive.
Yeah, again, look, he's bringing Gonda right out onto the 6-yard line. This seems to be a tactic where they like to get the goalkeeper out there to claim those balls. Maybe it's a response to the emphasis on balls into the box and headers for the tall strikers.
It could be an adjustment. We'll have to ask about that as well, because this is not something that I've ever really done when I play FIFA at home. I tend to keep the keeper rooted when it comes to the corners, and I can see plenty of goals in doing so. So maybe that's what I was doing wrong. It's a chance now on the left. Takaki. Juanma wins the header.
They're doubled up at the back.
Oh, it's just wide Lukian. One goal back for Ñoño, and then the tie is completely open. It'd be just like the first quarter-final that we saw. A 3-0 win would make it extremely difficult to come back.
Absolutely, and it's the same as we said at the end of the first leg of the first quarter-final. What do you do as the player who's behind? Do you overcommit, or do you just give up this game and focus everything on the second leg? Ebipol will be quite happy with the 2-0 win.
He's got control of possession now. He's switched to a slightly deeper line overall, but when dominating the possession like this, he can keep the players, keep the centre-backs right up on the halfway line. Control game with possession, and then look to attack wide. Another cross looking for Juanma.
Japan goalkeeper Shuichi Gonda does well there to take the ball, and there we go. 90 minutes are up.
That is the end of our first leg here in the second quarter-final. Ebipol with Avispa Fukuoka taking a 2-0 lead over Ñoño with Shimizu S-Pulse into that second leg to come. Shimizu will be the home team in that match, but we don't know. The players think, they get the impression that when they play in their home stadiums, there is a slight advantage within the game. We saw in the first quarter-final that Lazio was able to come back, get level for most of that tie, but 2-0 is a really different situation.
Well, it is and it isn't. I think, yeah, it's right. You've got that slight cushion, but I think Ebipol did have other chances there. He really did dominate, and I think if Ñoño is able to come back in this second match and take the lead early, we might see him mount a bit of a comeback, and maybe Ebipol will be looking back at the first leg and thinking he should have struck more while he was in the ascendancy.
Yeah, he wasn't really caught out too many times himself. If anything, no. Ebipol could have scored more. He did say in his very brief video that was on the eJ.LEAGUE's official Twitter yesterday about using Juanma. That was the target man that he was going to be focused on. He's using him pretty well so far.
He used him very, very well. There were a couple of other chances as well that could have gone in. I think, yeah, obviously Ñoño will be disappointed to have offered so little going forward, but I think maybe on the flip side he'll be slightly relieved that it was only 2-0. Now he can come into this game with a fresh approach maybe, and yeah, see if he can mount a comeback.
Avispa Fukuoka have done really well since coming back to J1 in real life. How do they play usually when you watch them in the J-League?
They set up usually, they would be reasonably similar to this. They do set up with a focus on keeping things solid at the back, not giving up chances, and then they have those nice kind of tricky players that a lot of teams in the J-League tend to have in those attacking midfield and the wide positions, looking to use their technical attributes to create chances. And yeah, in attack they've got Juanma, who is more of a kind of a direct kind of target man striker that we would be used to seeing when we were growing up in England.
Sure.
But the likes of Yuya Yamagishi here as well is a slightly more technical player who will drop deep and look to make space and create. So I think, yeah, what Ebipol has done is pretty much played to the strengths of those players so far, and it'll be interesting to see if he's able to do it again here. I wonder as well if the players do try to mix things up between games. Once they've now played each other, will you try to maybe tweak the formation a bit, tweak the way you approach the second game? Because you don't want, you know, when I was at university and you play your friends, once you've played once, you kind of know how they're playing, so maybe you try to do something a little bit differently. Again, it comes back to that unpredictability aspect that we think is so important.
And as Jay was saying before, they're all so familiar with each other. Perhaps Ebipol is a slight wild card because he's come from the other game, but they're so familiar with each other in general that they've played each other before. They've seen how each other played in the group stages. They've seen how each other now are adapting to the new specifications of the game. So as we go forward, how do you adjust? Do you keep something in your arsenal, held back. I mean, Jay, as he was just saying, he tends to adapt his play to the opposition. When I watch him through the group, he's got so many different ways of building attacks that it's not just about analysing the opposition. It's the ability to hit where you think that they're vulnerable, and that's probably what's made him so strong so far. But this element of surprise that eJ.LEAGUE has. eJ.LEAGUE is an amalgamation of part of his surname, that's the eJ part, and then Poole is from Liverpool. So he's a Liverpool supporter when it comes to Premier League football.
Well, here we go. We're about to see if he can see it out here, or if Nyonyo can mount the comeback and give us another thrilling quarter-final.
The second leg of the second quarter-final. Shimizu S-Pulse in the orange, kicking from left to right. Go into this game 2-0 behind from the first leg. Avispa Fukuoka with eJ.LEAGUE in the white shirts and shorts, kicking from right to left in this game. So yeah, we first have to look at that both teams seem to be set up in the same shapes, in the 4-4-2, with this possibly a chance already to attack wide. eJ.LEAGUE likes to use these flanks. And Hama already in space to shoot, and Gonda does well to keep that one out. Perhaps that first game with the goal that Jay scored, giving the idea to these players that maybe you can shoot from outside the box a bit more often than we saw in the first rounds.
It's all very narrow as well. Nyonyo's attacks, there is not much width. The players are all focused in the middle, and eJ.LEAGUE so far has been able to deal with that quite well. I wonder if Nyonyo will look to try and add a little bit more width.
Well, typically Nyonyo is quite patient with his build-up, but then with that 2-0 lead for eJ.LEAGUE, he maybe has to mix things up a little bit more in this second leg. He's left space out wide again. Gets the block in well on the cross. Matsuoka carries it away. Both systems matched up, so there is always that potential to attack wide if you can transition quickly.
Yeah, it's come central again though. It's very crowded in there.
Well, eJ.LEAGUE said that coming from eFootball into this competition, before his first set of games on the Saturday of the group stages, he was particularly nervous because this is his first big FIFA tournament in this particular specification. He said he'd practiced these big switches between the fullbacks, so he was quite confident in possession, but he said in defence there was so much going on, and just not having that relationship with the game, he found it difficult to react to everything.
Right.
He's reacting and he's reading the play really well here. In fairness, eJ.LEAGUE did then say on the Sunday of the group stage matches that having been happy to qualify, he got used to the game and got used to the environment and the opponents a little bit more, and so he didn't feel quite so nervous anymore. He said between the Saturday and Sunday of the group stages, he'd adjusted his tactics to press the opponent in possession a bit more, but in these two games, he's dominating the ball.
Absolutely, and I think, in the group stage, there's so many games that if you do have a bad match, you can put it right in the next one. Whereas today, with this knockout, obviously there's the two legs, but you're playing against the same opponent. So if you're not on it right away, then you're going to have problems. And I think we're seeing that here with Nyonyo, where he's really kind of struggling to find a way to break down eJ.LEAGUE's defence. Here he is finally getting a little bit wider, but again crowded out, and he leaves it open for eJ.LEAGUE to launch a counter.
And both teams in transition managed to get that centre of the pitch extremely tight, extremely compact, and Katayama carries the ball here. The pressure comes on the ball. This is something that eJ.LEAGUE adjusted between the first and the second days of the group stages. Get more pressure on the ball, but he's got enough men centrally that even if the pressure does get beaten, he's usually okay. And look at that as well, the defensive skills at the end. Just as I was saying that, Nyonyo was able to beat one or two players, but there was always a man back. There was never any space allowed in that centre. Closing off again, closing the ball down. Now there's a bit of space to develop on the right-hand side for Hara. Nyonyo doesn't play the cross in early.
Looking to bring it in. Matsuoka, can he get the space for the shot? Oh, he did. He went for the pass. I wonder if he could have gone for the shot there.
Delicate passing again. Ñoño tends to be a little bit conservative with his passing. He keeps the ball where he can, only passes when he's fairly sure that the pass will connect. Maybe he could have got the cross in early, but perhaps that isn't his usual style of play, and he hasn't adapted in quite the same way to the way the game has changed over the last couple of weeks. It's not something I'd really thought about before. Playing at home, I'm aware when the update has come in and the game feels a little bit different, but just how much impact when you're playing at this higher level, how much impact it can have and make you think about the way you're playing. Caught offside here, I think. But so far, eJ.LEAGUE and Avispa Fukuoka look in total control of this quarter-final. Well, eJ.LEAGUE came through Group C, top of the group with 7 points on goal difference. Lost the first game 4-3, had a 5-1 win, a 2-2 draw, and then had a shootout for qualification essentially against Tesu of Yokohama F. Marinos on the Sunday, winning that one 4-0. Again, he took the lead in 15 minutes in that game and then dominated. So the first goal seems to be pretty important, but he looks so composed and so much in control.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And I think it comes back again to that unpredictability we said. He seems to have worked out what Ñoño's trying to do with those quick kind of passing build-ups through the middle. And so far, he's managing to deal with it. And then, yeah, he doesn't have to force the issue himself when he's on the ball now. He's got that 2-goal lead from the first leg. So you can see here, he's quite happy just to stroke the ball about and wait for a gap to open up. And if it doesn't, then he's quite happy to keep it here in the middle third. As I say that, of course, he tries a piercing through ball, which doesn't come off.
And now he's left a little bit of space on the flank, which Nishizawa attacks. Again, no early cross, but a dribble inside and blocked off once again by Groli. Well, perhaps that's the advantage of having Juanma in the forward line for Avispa Fukuoka as opposed to Shimizu Espos. Maybe Ñoño isn't quite so confident that if he plays that cross, he's going to win the aerial battle.
Again through the middle and again cut out. I think, yeah, in real life, Thiago Santana would be what we'd call he'd cut a frustrated figure now up in front, up on the front line. I think.
Well, he's not getting much service, but
he's not.
There's no one particularly to blame for that. It's just been so well defended. A corner kick to maybe put the tie beyond doubt just before half-time. 2-0 on aggregate, of course, from the first leg win. Mainly just keeping the possession in that corner. Juanma coming for the short one. Now it's gone near post for the header. Suzuki just about gets that one clear. And that is half-time.
Well, we said coming into it that Ñoño had this second game to look ahead to, and he maybe felt relieved to only be 2-0 behind after the first one, but he's not shown much so far in this first half. And I think, yeah, he really has to now pull out all the stops and try something different. Try maybe whether he goes more direct, whether he tries to push some more, push the fullbacks up a bit and try and support on the wings. Because so far, everything through the middle has been repelled quite easily by eJ.LEAGUE.
I've always thought that of all the J-League stadiums that maybe might come into the FIFA games in future, if they could get Nihon Daira in with the view of Mount Fuji from the main stand, that could be one of the most spectacular stadiums in the FIFA games.
Although these goal nets are fantastic. They're very kind of 1990s Italian football.
That is true. That is true. I like the Yokohama F. Marinos goal nets because even in the game you've got the blue, the white and the red. Right. And the stadium bedecked in orange with the famous Shimizu Espos support, but they haven't had a great deal to cheer about so far.
They've not had so far now, which maybe is true of the club in general, sadly, over the past decade or so. One of the biggest sides when the league started, and obviously been home to some big players over the years, both Japanese and from abroad. And Ñoño will be hoping, or maybe not, maybe as agent Ñoño from Jubilo Iwata, maybe this is all an elaborate prank.
Well, I don't think it's an elaborate prank, but we'll have to see how his loyalties are tested next year's game when presumably Jubilo Iwata will be back. He's got his best chance now for Santana and it's just wide of the post. That could have changed everything in the 4th minute of the second half.
Absolutely, I'm saying he needs to change things, but he kept going, kept plugging away. He finally got the chance. And Thiago Santana, who we touched upon earlier, maybe his head wasn't quite in the game and he's missed the big chance that came his way. Will he get another one?
He's shifted to 3-4-3. I think he's getting 5 players across the width in attacks. Then maybe he might be able to get an overload across the width, leaving 3 players back, so he should be okay against the counters.
Yep. But then you leave yourself open like this.
Oh, and Gonda with the save again.
Gonda again, who just on Thursday kept a clean sheet again for Japan in their World Cup qualifier against China. Got a big game coming up next week. Saudi Arabia must win for Japan on the road to Qatar, and he's doing well today.
Saudi Arabia, the group leaders in qualification. Tough group for Japan in qualifying, and a chance now for Kamiya to play the ball in. He's working the crosses now with those wing backs, I think.
And it's interesting to see, yeah, Kamiya came in. We touched upon it before we started today, but the new transfers coming in and things during the off-season in the J.League. Kamiya is one who's come in from Kashiwa Reysol.
And now he's been caught behind for Yamagishi to attack on that flank that Kamiya has vacated. Did well to adjust then. Corner kick to Avispa Fukuoka.
Gone short again. Juanma out on the right wing. He won't be happy to have him out there, surely.
Just for the short corner, maybe to use the physically strong player to help keep possession, but it hasn't worked. S-Pulse now attacking, the chance to switch the play left. He's using the vacant space on the right instead with Nakayama. Nishizawa working through the centre a bit more effectively this time for Santana. Blocked by Grolli again. And the second shot blocked as well.
Well, Nyonyo is coming into it more now after that formation change with more orange shirts in the final third. He's giving Ebipol something to think about. And we're seeing he's had a couple of half sights on goal. Can he get the breakthrough and give us a grandstand finish here?
Renato Augusto beats one. Santana maybe could have gone a bit more aggressively. In the end, he gets crowded out, and Grolli with, I don't know how many blocks that's been. It's at least 3 so far. You just sense there's a lot more threat about the way Nyonyo is playing in this.
And Ebipol maybe feeling the pressure, but he's given the ball away there in a very dangerous area, but stayed calm, recovered well, and won it back.
Well, Nyonyo, I think, is calling for a tactical change at the next break in play. He's used his pause button, so the next time the ball goes out, and it should be now, Nyonyo's going to make an adjustment. Both players, in fact, making adjustments right now. I don't know.
All right, so he's brought on, this is Ebipol, he's brought on Kitajima again, the centre-back, put him at the attacking midfield again, and Lukian up front too.
Well, perhaps that's to boost the defence on that side now that Nyonyo is playing with those advanced wing-backs, maybe have a more strong defensive player to help cover the flanks.
Are we going to see any changes from Nyonyo? Is he doing it?
Well, we don't get to see that. We only get to see one player's changes, so then we just have to wait for the match to restart. Very focused faces from both players there. Nyonyo seems to be still keeping that 3 at the back.
Taro Sugimoto with the ball in behind. If Juanma could have got that, that would have been a big chance to kill the tie off. That's a shame.
Get the accuracy of the pass, but developing the ball wide is going to be the way to go now for Nyonyo. He's got to be careful to these counter-attacks now with Tajima on the left.
4 on 4.
Ball into Juanma. Stays on. He's won the corner kick.
Ebipol will be happy with that. He's got the ball at the right end of the pitch where he wants it. 17 minutes to go, a 2-goal lead on aggregate. He'll be happy enough now to have the ball in this area of the pitch after Nyonyo started to mount something of a fight back.
Well, we've seen how good Ebipol is in possession. And that's all he needs right now. He's got the aggregate lead, the 2-goal advantage on aggregate. And just by keeping now, we saw this in the group stages as well. He maybe used the goalkeeper's footwork a bit more than some of the other players. Perhaps that's something he's brought across from the eFootball game.
But I was going to mention too, again, he has done the same as we saw in the previous game, where Nagaishi is not the first choice for Avispa Fukuoka usually. So, yeah, maybe we can ask them about that. Is it purely based on the height?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. The height is the one difference that you can think of in this overall 90 mode that they're using. All the players, all the goalkeepers are set to the same fixed ability, but the physical attributes are slightly different.
Well, we've got 10 minutes to go and Nyon needs something now. We saw in the first quarterfinal, Jay got those 2 goals in the last 5 minutes. But the clock is ticking down and he needs to get one soon or it could be game over.
There's enough time as long as the first one comes quickly. There's possible a chance to run in the channel beyond Grolly. Here's Santana. Grolly blocks him off yet again.
Grolly, yeah. Candidate for man of the match across these, man of the contest across the 2 legs.
Yeah, and certainly of this second leg.
And now eJ.LEAGUE will be happy just to run down the clock, you'd have thought here. Ball's gone out, but no real danger with the throw-in this far from goal.
eJ.LEAGUE not playing quite as high a press now. Making sure that he's got those 4 players back, but if Shimizu can get 5 across the width, there might be the chance for a runner out wide. Found one now with Taki.
It's just offside. Just offside. You have to feel like that could be it.
Well, there was a 2-man overload on that side. He's got a lot more width now in this second half of the second leg, but he's not crossing the ball very much to utilise that. Oh, what a chance! Oh. Fantastic attempt! Off the crossbar.
That was very, very unlucky. He tried something, as we said, he's tried something different there. Gone for the shot outside of the box, which we saw again from the first quarterfinal when someone tried it. It came off very, very well, and you can't come much closer than that. We're now into the lost time, 2 minutes of lost time. If that had gone in, who knows what could have happened, but incredibly, incredibly unlucky.
And just seen out with possession now, eJ.LEAGUE in that corner. Oh, beating his man with a bit of a trick.
Lovely trickery there.
Played inside to Juanma. Can't quite finish it off. Well defended by Renato Augusto. The second leg finishes 0-0, and Avispa Fukuoka, eJ.LEAGUE with that 2-0 win from the first leg, goes through to the semi-finals.
Ending with some showboating too. Very, very happy.
Showing a bit more emotion than the players from the first game did as well.
Well, that's us guys, Pro Evolution Soccer guys. We're more emotional, more passionate.
But I mean, to switch codes, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like, to use an analogy from a different sport, it's like going from rugby league to rugby union.
Yeah.
From American football to rugby or something like that. It's the different controls, but managing to find the way through. Let's have a quick listen to what he's saying in the Japanese interview.
ここまで来れて優勝目指して頑張っていこうっていう中でいいスタート切れたので
He's aiming for the title in his first attempts at this FIFA competition.
He
looks confident, doesn't he? He looks happy, he looks confident.
もちろんもう2年連続っていう形で一番強いっていう形にはなるんですけど、自分らしさを忘れずに
Jay in the next round, he's been asked about that, and he's obviously acknowledging that Jay is the strongest player in the competition with his record of winning the last 2 competitions, but he looks confident.
He does look confident, and yeah, having seen the first quarterfinal with Jay where he was pushed all the way by Atsuya, you'd have to feel like, yeah, he's confident enough that he can maybe cause an upset.
だけど、その後、同じようにプレーしてればいつか返せるかなと思ってたんですけど。
Nyon said if he stuck to his game, if he kept playing the same way, he always felt that he was still in the contest, that he could get a goal back. But unfortunately, that wasn't the way that it worked in the end.
エビ選手のつなぎ方だったりというところで、この2試合の中でなかなか対応するの難しいところありましたよね。
そうですね。決勝
been asked about how difficult it was to play against eJ.LEAGUE's style of football. Nyonyo's saying that he's watched eJ.LEAGUE playing in the earlier rounds of this competition, but playing against a relatively unfamiliar opponent turned out to be pretty difficult.
ありがとうございます。
So we will be speaking shortly to eJ.LEAGUE, but in his first competition since switching codes to the FIFA series, he's made the last 4. And I think we saw on the chart about their skills and the mental strength is one of them there. And as I said before, eJ.LEAGUE was saying on the Saturday at the group stages he wasn't confident, he was nervous. Then after getting used to it, he found his confidence again. He looks now, he's talking about trying to win the whole competition. He's not worried about playing Jay in the next round. Maybe having that mentality that has the highs and lows, he has a bit of momentum now that can carry him forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. We touched upon it, I think, before the first game had even been played, that once you're playing against players that you're so familiar with, obviously they're maybe not familiar with eJ.LEAGUE, but he will know about these guys. He'd have watched a lot of them. knowing how they can play, coming in, and it's that element that if you can come in with that confidence, if you can ride out, if you're having a bad spell during the game, if you can make sure it doesn't affect you. We saw Nyonyo conceded the second goal very soon after the first one. If you can avoid doing that, Ebi Paul as well, his celebrations after the goals were far more kind of emphatic than we saw in the first leg, quarterfinal, where they both looked quite reserved. So maybe he's come in as you said, a bit of a wild card, a bit of a character, and he's come to make an upset. And Jay was really made to work in his quarterfinal. Ebi Paul dominated pretty much across these two legs, so I don't think he'll have anything to fear.
He goes in with the momentum now, and perhaps coming from the other game series as well, there's less pressure on him. The other players they're well known. They've been fighting for this title for several years, many of them. Ebi Paul's coming for the first time. He's proved himself elsewhere. He's coming here. He should be, on paper, the underdog. But he's performing so well, and in fact getting better and better throughout the competition. We don't know yet exactly how good he could be.
I think he's about coming to join us now.
Well, Ebi Paul coming to the interview seat to speak to us now.
Just taking off his mask. おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。Congratulations.
Congratulations on the win. じゃあどうでしたか。結構2-0だけだったけどもすごい試合を支配しましたと思います。どうですか。
自分らしい戦いで完璧な試合ができたのかなと思います。あとはちょっと追加点取れるチャンスもあったので、その辺も修正してやっていきたいと思います。
He said that he was able to play almost to a level of perfection in terms of the way he wanted to play and the way he was able to control the game. もともとeフットボールの方からやってきたんじゃないですか。それが蓋開けてみるとアドバンテージになる、プラスで働くことってありますかね。
やっぱり結構ニョニョ選手とかも言ってたんですけど、全然違う戦い方をしてくるっていうので、FIFA プレーヤーは慣れてないので、そういったところではかなりプラスにはなってるのかなとは思います。
I asked him about coming from eFootball to the FIFA series and whether that's actually proving to be an advantage. He says yes, just as Nyonyo was saying, he has a different way of playing which maybe the FIFA players are not so used to, and he's been able to cause that surprise.
得点した後に結構ガッツポーズとかもありましたけど、それはちょっとホッとしてるっていう感じよりか、相手にちょっと印象をプレッシャーをかけたい。
ちょっとプレッシャーをかけたいですかね。
プレッシャーかけました。
それって e フットボールと FIFA シリーズの文化の違いですか。プレイヤーの雰囲気の違いってありますかね。
いや多分僕個人の問題というか僕個人が結構叫んじゃうタイプなので、それでですね。
Sean was asking about his expressiveness with his reactions, whether he was just relieved or happy, or whether he was trying to put a bit of pressure on his opponent. He said, actually, I was trying to put a bit of pressure on the opponent. So I asked if is that a difference in the different cultures surrounding the FIFA series and the eFootball series. He said, no, that's just me.
ゴールキーパーは村上選手じゃなくて永井選手。それは背が高さに関してですか。
背の高さもありますし、練習の時にいろんな選手使った時に永井選手の方が止めてくれることが多かったので、練習予選からずっと使ってきました。
Sean was asking about the goalkeepers because of course we saw Ebi Paul using the usual reserve, and Sean asked about whether that's to do with the height or why. Ebi Paul just said he's used both goalkeepers and lots of different players in practice to see which works best for him, and that's the team he ended up on. じゃあ次 J と対戦することになりましたけども、 J はもちろん eJ リーグの、FIFA シリーズではすごく有名で前回の王者なんですけども、雰囲気からあまりプレッシャーを感じたないように見えますけども、いかがですかね。次に向けまして。
プレッシャーですか。いやどんな相手でも自分のサッカーができれば絶対勝てると信じてやってるので、そこまでプレッシャーはないので頑張っていきたいと思います。
J に関してはどういう印象をお持ちですか。
いやもうメンタルが化け物というか、メンタルがすごい強いっていうのと、本当に決めるべきところを絶対に決めてくるので、ちょっと本当に集中して一つのミスも許されないような戦いになると思うので、ちょっと楽しみですね。
ありがとうございます。I asked about the next round, whether he's feeling pressure about playing against Jay. He says he doesn't feel any pressure at all, but with Jay is such a good player that you can't afford to make a single mistake, and it will be a particularly difficult and high level of competition, but we're looking forward to that in the semi-finals. Thank you very much for joining us. どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。He looks confident, doesn't he? He said he's not overly confident. He's just looking forward to it. But yeah, he looks very calm, very excited to be going into that game against Jay. And yeah, he said obviously Jay is one of those players, as we saw in the first quarterfinal, who can take his chances when they come. But if Ebipol manages to play like he did in that game, Jay might not get many chances.
No, I mean, Ebipol said something that I didn't get in the translation then. He praised Jay's mental strength.
Yeah.
His focus, his ability in any situation. And of course, that's something we've seen from Jay so far. I just get the impression, having spoken to some of the players now, interviewed the two winners just now, seen their reactions on screen as well, I think this difference in mentality, this difference in personality, at the moment is working to Ebipol's advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as again, it comes down to, you know, in this level of competition in any sport, it comes down to dealing with that pressure. And have you got something to lose or something to gain? And Ebipol has everything to gain. Jay coming in as the two-time defending champion, he said he's not feeling that pressure, but you do wonder if maybe, yeah, it's getting closer now. But as it gets closer, the pressure gets higher and higher. And Ebipol, Jay would have seen that game and he'll know that he's going to have another very, very tough game on his hands.
Well, the next game we've got coming up for you now is between Nasri and Sledge. Nasri is controlling Kashima Antlers. He was the runner-up in last year's FIFA 21 eJ.LEAGUE, playing against Sledge, who is the nominated player of the Shonan Bellmare club. He's a professional employed by the club to represent them in eJ.LEAGUE and esports competitions. This is going to be another high-level contest.
Absolutely, and you said he plays Sugioka. He picks Sugioka every game for Shonan.
Yes.
As he's on loan from Kashima, can he play in this game? Is he allowed?
Yes, so
it'll be interesting to see. Because
Sledge using Shonan Bellmare.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got that wrong in the introduction. Shonan Bellmare is in the white here, on the ball, kicking from right to left. That's Sledge's team. He's employed by the club. He came through the academy at the club, actually played real-life football with Sugioka, and tends to use him in his team.
I haven't seen him so far, so I do wonder if that actually is built into the game too, where if he's on loan.
Sugioka, here we are, number 2. He's playing on the left-hand side.
Okay, he's got him in a very advanced position. Maybe Sugioka himself has had a word with him and say, I don't want to play left back, stick me further forward.
Well, again, it could be a tactic for playing against Nasri. Maybe that element of surprise that we've seen with some of the players.
Ooh, that was very, very close. We could have had our first penalty there. That looked like a slightly risky challenge. Here we go with Takahashi.
Long
and there we
over
go.
the top, the direct ball for
Sugioka. It's worked. I wonder if the man himself is watching. That's a strike that he would be proud of.
Well, this is the left back who came through the Shonan Academy, transferred to Kashima Antlers, is currently on loan back at Shonan, playing against his parent club, playing in an unusual forward position and scoring the opening goal.
Within 9 minutes, he did score the winner for Shonan in the Levan Cup a few years ago in the final. So he's got it in his locker. He has got great striking ability, experience playing for Japan at the Under-20 World Cup a few years ago too. Highly rated player, and he's shown there that he's got the quality in the final third to make things happen.
Well, it was Sugioka for Shonan Bellmare who scored the winner, in fact the golden goal winner in the last 16 game against Rocky of Vikalta Sendai. But a superb start here. Nasri now attacking the right-hand side with Someno. Can't work it past Yamamoto.
Formerly of Kashima Antlers as well. Won the Asian Champions League with them in 2018. So these Shonan players know what they're up against.
Well, there's individual battles all over the pitch. Yuma Suzuki now back at Kashima from Sint-Truiden in Belgium as well.
That was an interesting transfer, wasn't it? Because he was reported to be the target of some what shall we call them, bigger clubs in Europe about a year or so ago.
And now through on the right-hand side off the crossbar.
Shomadoi.
Well, this game looks like producing maybe more chances, more goals than the 2 quarterfinals we've seen so far. Really well worked to create that opening. Sledge with the early lead. Both teams now finding space. Hata on the left works it out to the far side. Nasri does well to head the ball away.
Izumi giving away Chiyu, please, he won it back. Well, this is a much faster paced game, I think, than the one we just saw.
Yeah, it's much quicker.
Both teams are really going for it.
Well, Nasri is famous for the speed of his play. He said he struggled a little bit on FIFA 21 to really get the game to work on his style of football, but he's typically very attacking, He scores plenty of goals, he concedes a few as well. He had a legendary game with Mikey last year, 5-4 golden goal victory in that one. Tends not to give up. He had a terrific 1-1 draw with Tatsarona of Shonan Bellmare again in the group stage. He's got a last gasp equaliser in that one, which kept him in charge of the group. He ended up topping Group B with 8 points, just ahead of Atsia, who we've seen today already on goal difference. Sledge working the ball nicely here. And Sledge's style of play, he tends to analyse his opponents quite clearly and focus on areas where he can target their weaknesses. Maybe that's why he's used Sugioka in that advanced position and got him behind so early.
Quite possibly, yes. Here we go. Nasri, really, you haven't seen much of him yet in the Shonan half, in the attacking half. He's struggling to make much headway. Kento Misao there, the captain, is taking over the number 6 from Nagaki, Ryota Nagaki, a former Shonan player that was at Kashima.
Oh, it's a chance for Kashima, and they're level. It's Shomadoi.
Shomadoi, he went close a little bit earlier and hit the post, and now Nasri's pulled level. Just as I was saying, he was struggling to make ground going forward. The players are going to have to start giving me some money for this.
This is the curse of the commentator. It exists in esports just as it does in normal sports, but he worked that so well. He's got such good, incredibly precise technique on the ball. It's something I noted down from watching his games in the qualifiers. Always a quick passing in the tight spaces. He, of all the players so far, Nasri has got to the byline and got those cutbacks in. Maybe that's harder to do against the very top players, but he's managed to work space twice now in the channel for Shomadoi to get shots on goal, and that second one has paid off. It was interesting to see one of Nasri's opponents in the group stages, Moreno of Tokushima Vorta, said after the game that he had put a lot of research into Nasri's style of play. Nasri, Kashmir Antlers in the red shirts today, said he leaves a lot of space out wide, and that's where you want to attack. But it's typically been difficult for opponents so far to do that. Sledge was able to get into the space and score that early goal. Now it's 1-1 with everything to play for again.
But as well, Nasri's moving the ball around so quickly. A lot of one-touch passing and a lot of it going forward. And here he is again, in behind, in the penalty area, with players committed forward. There was, at one point there was 5 red shirts in the penalty area.
Now how can you work the transition? Nasri's put good pressure on the ball to deny the immediate chance for the counter-attack on the right, and the new signing Kim Min-tae is intercepted there. So there's a chance for Kashima fans to see Yuma Suzuki back in the red shirt, and to see Kim Min-tae in defence as well.
Well, of course, we started to touch upon Suzuki's transfer earlier before, I was interrupted by one of the players rudely going close with a goal-scoring chance. But him coming back was really a bolt from the blue. People are not sure how much longer he's going to be. Is he back for good? Is he coming just as a temporary
Well, he might
measure?
have scored here. Oh. Really good one-touch football. It was Shomadoi playing the pass this time for Yuma Suzuki.
The flow is definitely now, I think Nasri's taking control a bit more, isn't he, after that early setback?
It looks like it. And on the volley,
that would have been a spectacular finish. He's got another corner though. Again, the goalkeeper's coming right out.
Oh, and the overhead kick, maybe missed out at the far post. Well taken by Tani, the under-23 Japan international regular goalkeeper, who's in his 3rd season on loan from Gamba Osaka, who, of course, the manager in real life, Satoshi Yamaguchi, is a Gamba Osaka legend.
Yes. Yep, of course. And Tani, of course, played at the Olympics for Japan. Yep. I think he started every game as they got to the bronze medal match.
Well, these two, it's harder to read their facial expressions than the last matchup, I think. They were really focused before the game. They looked completely focused, absolutely poker face now.
And we can't really see it from this image, but they're sat right next to each other.
Yeah.
They're not playing kind of remotely. They're obviously separated, I think, by a screen like we are, but they're very, very close. And I'm kind of disappointed there's no trash talking. There's nothing going on. A little bit like, when someone's making a sub.
Well, he had the gestures there, which he admitted afterwards was part of the mind games. But on the whole, it's extremely focused. There's not a great deal of talking going on.
I would be going for it when they make the tactical change. I'd be saying, putting him on the left? I wouldn't. I mean, it's up to you. It's your team, but
I think this is what separates the
professionals
from the amateurs, the people who game at home on the sofa with a beer, to the people who make a living doing this. Just the level of concentration, but the quick skills, the speed of Nasri's play. I mean, all his opponents have talked about that, but just seeing it now in front of us, just the technique, the quick passing, the quick controls when he's got the ball. As I say that, he gives the ball away.
There you go, that curse again. We should just stop talking.
But it was good pressure from the front by Sledge. Now trying to work the long counter with Sean Madoy. Good pressure again on the ball. That's something maybe he's adjusted going into the second half. Sledge tends to have a reputation for possession football. I mean, he did play himself, so he has maybe ideas of build-up play that perhaps players without that footballing background don't have, but he's got it through here, well defended in the end. Anzai gets it clear.
Yeah, I do wonder, that's a good point. I wonder if there is an element of that where, having played the game at such a high level himself, if you do approach it differently to maybe players who are more focused on the esports side and never maybe played the real game itself to such a high level. Wonder if that does come into play at some point with how you approach the game and how you think. We heard from Jay as well talking about how he wants to win in a certain way, not just win. It'd be interesting to find out if that's the case.
And he's cut it back, Kashima nearly getting in front. Well saved again by Tani.
Still very stretched, isn't it? Both players looking to get forward quickly.
Lots of space on the far side, but not used. Instead, he's attacking the right. Good cross in, well blocked.
Maybe
by
a
Bueno.
Second chance here, Sega, when you sign in from Kashiwa.
Very compact again in defence now from Kashima. Oh, and that's something we haven't seen very much, actually making a tackle to win the ball in the penalty area. It's so risky when you do that. That's the quick controls from Nasri. You're only going to do that if you're going to be absolutely sure you can win the ball.
An interesting thing as well for Nasri, I know all the players, as you said, have been levelled out at 90, but Kashima lost both of their first choice centre-backs over the off-season. Koki Machida has gone to Europe now, Inukai has gone to Urawa Reds, so he's got an unfamiliar pairing there. Whether he has had to change that as a result of the transfers and bring in different players, or whether he's used to them or not.
Well, certainly, as we just heard from Ebi Paul, he used lots of different players and lots of different combinations in training in practice to find out what works best for him. I presume that's been the case with Nasri and the other players as well. But as you say, with different heights, different physical strengths, that's the only real change in this 90 overall mode that we're using for the EJ League. Clip through quite beautifully. Well, Nasri been forced into a lot of defending now in this period of the second half. It looked like Nasri was taking control of the game. Sledge has come back, put pressure on the ball, getting a lot more possession in the Kashima half.
Well, things started very breathlessly in this one, but although both players are still playing quite attack-mindedly, it seems to be balancing out a bit. I think maybe, it's starting to become a bit more of a game of attrition. Neither player having felt each other out. I think neither player wants to give the other that chance to counter them and get in behind.
Well, we've seen with the stamina, I mean, lower level players like myself, a lot of the in-game players at this point in the game will be running out of stamina if they've sprinted too much. That's not been the case in the high-level EJ League, but with these two players' style of play, maybe the stamina is dropping off a little bit. Substitutions at this stage can impact on the players' relative abilities to sprint. If you've got a fresh striker against a tired defender, sprinting the length of the pitch or the length of the half, that's maybe where you can create a difference. And a good cross in, well saved again. Tani doing the business for Sean and Belmare. Now worked out on the counter. Outnumbered well though. Now it's time for the changes. So you can see some of the players with the yellow bars underneath are starting to get a little bit tired. Unfortunately, we can't see how Sledge's players look in comparison, but I saw a couple of his who look like maybe they're getting close to the 50% mark.
Well, Nasri's changed both of his central midfielders there, so he's obviously worried about those transitions and the quick breaks.
Well, the system now, you can check Shonan Belmare's average position and the system they're using now just to get an idea of how your opponent might be facing up in the game. On the remainder of the game, we've got about 13 minutes of game time left here. Artur Kaike on the left-hand side. As you say, two new midfielders. But a lot of players have been using 4-4-2. In this game, Shoma Doi has been playing in the number 10 position, and he's particularly stood out in the better periods of attacking play for Kashima.
Well, we're at that point now. I mean, the last 10 minutes of the first leg, and things are all square. What is each player going to do? Are they going to think this is the chance to maybe try something different, or to settle for this 1-1 and then go into the next game and maybe try and go for it then in the next game? As you said, we didn't see what changes, if any, Sledge was making there.
Okamoto has come on for Sledge. You can see from the players with the 100% stamina rating.
Either that or he's been very lazy so far.
But it's on the same flank as Artur Kaike here, so both players on the bottom of the screen, the near side of the pitch, they've got full stamina, so maybe if you do get countered there, you've got a chance of recovery.
Sugioka, that's a fantastic pass.
On the time. Wellington is behind here with a chance to shoot. Ooh. Yamada saves well. Watani has made several good saves at the other end to keep Shonan Belmare level. This was the chance for them to go in front. Kashima's goalkeeper doing the business as well.
Is there time now for Nasri to come back and have one last chance too? Or is he just going to keep the ball here? He might be thankful that he got away with one there and think, you know what, I'm not going to risk it again.
Well, he switched it to the far side, but he's certainly keeping possession of the ball, stretching the play, but not being overly desperate to get the ball forwards. If you lose the ball there, though, you could be in trouble. Certainly, it's starting to feel like just controlling the tempo and then maybe getting to additional time when there's no chance left for your opponent to counter-attack. Maybe go for it then. There's 1 minute to go, so now is the time to attack. If you lose the ball, the game is over. And the game is over. First leg is Kashima Antlers 1, Shonan Belmare 1.
You don't get much more finely poised than that, do you, heading into a second leg? I mean, the previous games we saw Atsuya had more of the ball, but Jay had the killer instinct. In the last game, Ebipol kind of controlled it, but this one really kind of 50-50 all across the park. But both had chances, both defended well, both looked to mix things up with their tactics too.
It's been the most evenly matched game so far. Certainly started off the highest tempo game of all the 5 matches, 3 quarterfinals that we've seen so far. Both players looking focused. Nasri maybe needs a little break just to reset the mind after that.
Someone get him a coffee.
I mean, the sheer focus that's gone into that. I mean, there's a lot of concentration required to play at the speed that he does with the technique on the controller. He didn't make many mistakes. He did get caught out for that opening goal by Sledge. Came back into it beautifully. And this is by far the hardest to predict of all the games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Could go either way. And yeah, they both had chances in that game they didn't quite take. We saw the one from Wellington right at the end there for Shonan. And I think, the second leg, maybe we could be looking at just one goal would decide it.
Well, Nasri's second round match, the first knockout phase, was an all Kashima game against Phantom. That was won 2-1. He went 2-0 up early in the second half of that game. Phantom had gone into that game with a bit too much respect for Nasri. Nasri, the runner-up last year, an E-World Cup participant in 2018 as well. He qualified then as a player for Kawasaki Frontale. He's a member of the Japan national team for e-football, or for for football, the esports national team, I should say. That's together with Jay and Aga.
It would be impressive if he's in the actual Japan national team and also this good at eFootball as well. That would be quite the skill set.
Well, the reason I don't want to call it eFootball is because that's now the name of the other game.
Of course.
Yeah, which makes it extremely difficult when you're trying to cover this in terms of what words you're supposed to say and what words you're not. But
well, thankfully, people viewing on YouTube are normally fairly forgiving. So
that's true. That's true. I mean, comments always tend to be very pleasant. In fact, you see some of the comments. We're not translating them, but at the bottom of the monitor behind us, comments that are coming in Twitter on Twitter in Japanese. There's so much support, and particularly Nasri is well known, I understand, amongst Kashima Antlers fans. So he's got lots of support from one of the best supported, most fervently supported teams in the J.League itself.
Yeah, and by far, obviously, the most successful. I think they've got 8 J1 titles. They've won the Asian Champions League, as I said a few years ago. They are the most successful in terms of trophies in Japan. And obviously, the great Zico was there at the start of the J.League, and he's still there now as a technical director. So a real history. We're seeing, obviously, comparatively with the rest of the world, the J.League is quite a young league, but we're now getting towards like the 30th season, and we're starting to see now, as people watching will know, with players now going to Europe, more and more Japanese players are going. The league is really, really developing. And yeah, we were talking before with Ryuji Bando about the development now. There's lower leagues as well. More and more clubs are coming up in kind of local areas. You, of course, are a fervent advocate of your local team back home in England. And that culture is coming in now in Japan too.
That's right. I mean, fans around the world may remember Kashima Antlers from playing in the Club World Cup in 2016 after they won the Asian Champions League. They went all the way through to the final, the first for...
all the way to extra time in the final against Real Madrid.
Were they J.League champions as hosts?
They were J.League champions. The ACL was 2 years after that.
Yeah. And then they got to the final, played Real Madrid, gave them a really, really good game.
I've got a feeling they went ahead twice. Gaku Shibasaki, who now of course plays in Spain, scored twice. The game went to extra time. Yasushi Endo, who's now left the club, had a great chance right at the end of 90 minutes to win it when things were 2-2. They took them all the way. So yeah, as you said, there's been elements, there've been points over the years, not just with the Japan national team, but where J.League clubs and players developed in the J.League are now making their mark on the world stage, and the game is really developing here.
Well, way back in 2007, Urawa Reds became the first team under the new format of the AFC Champions League to become Asian champions. They then played in the Club World Cup against AC Milan, gave them a really good game, lost I think 1-0 in the semi-final. The next year, Gamba Osaka won the Asian Champions League, won through to play Manchester United in the semi-final of the Club World Cup. It was a 5-3.
Right? Yep.
I mean, Manchester United went 5-1 up in that game. This was Manchester United with Ronaldo, with Rooney, with Tevez, and absolutely incredible team with Sir Alex Ferguson then. Took their foot off the pedal just a little bit, and Gamba came right back at them.
Yeah.
And opportunities like that are rare for Asian clubs and for non-European clubs in general to play against the European teams to get a worldwide audience.
I think that is the thing. We've touched upon it here too, the mental side of it. I think for the players too, I was covering that competition quite closely, the Champions League and then leading into the Club World Cup. So I got to speak to some of the Kashima players quite a bit throughout that season. And they were saying about that, how the people around, including myself in the media, were looking at it like you're going to be playing Real Madrid. And the players were saying, we want to just go in and treat it like it's another game. And they need to, if you can overcome that mental hurdle, because the gap between the J-League and the bigger European leagues, okay, Real Madrid, Manchester City, these huge clubs, there's a gulf. But the gap between your average team in Europe and the average team in the J-League is not so vast now. And if the players can believe in that themselves, they can go over there and start to make an impact.
Well, we've seen that with a lot of players from Japan going to play in Belgium, particularly Yuma Suzuki, who's now come back to Kashima Antlers, but we've talked about him playing for Sint-Truiden in Belgium, who are owned by a Japanese company, of course. Several Japanese players have gone there. And now maybe FIFA players around the world have seen how good some of those players are in Belgium, how some of the Celtic players are getting on now with Hatate scoring a superb goal for Celtic the other day. They've got 4 players.
Yep, 4 players now. Ideguchi, of course, from your...
Formerly at Gamba Osaka, exactly. So players like that who are going from the J-League in Europe and succeeding, now maybe FIFA players around the world are starting to look at the J-League more, see there's good, fantastic esports players here, and there's good players in the game as well who maybe that they can use in their career modes, in their ultimate teams going forward. And so we hope that they're watching the eJ.LEAGUE here today. But we go into the second leg with the scores level at 1-1 from the first leg. Shonan Belmare now at home playing in their usual colours of green and blue. Kashima Antlers are in the white, going from right to left in the first half of this second leg.
Let's see, Sugioka up front again. Yes,
he is up front.
And straight in the mix again.
Well, that element of surprise is now gone. We've seen that in the first game. We've seen how... Oh.
Tani did very well there. So in those situations, you're far more versed in playing this than me.
Sure.
With the goalkeeper, would you be controlling the goalkeeper yourself,
yes.
or would you trust that to the AI? You wouldn't trust that.
Yeah, so there's a button on the controller that you can make the goalkeeper come and charge out.
Right, okay.
If you're going to do that, as in real life, you have to make the decision early.
That's
Otherwise,
what I was thinking, because he was coming out and I was thinking he's committed now.
Yeah.
If he pauses, that's it.
Then you get caught in no man's land and it's an easy chip.
Right. I'm disappointed you can't chase the referee on this. I'm sure in World to the Road to the World Cup
FIFA International Soccer, the very, very first one, if you were going to get a yellow card, you could run away from
the referee, right?
And so sometimes videos of that come around on Twitter and on YouTube. Shoma Doi attacking it again. So we've seen the variety of the attack with Doi as the number 10 compared to Sugioka playing as the second forward for Shonan. Maybe a mix-up at the corner here. She's mixing things up by playing things short. Maybe going to play one in... because the goalkeeper is out. He looked like he was targeting it straight behind him.
He did. Went for it. Audacious attempt. Just firing a shot there.
So we're seeing the screen from Nasri's point of view. The cursor you could see on the goal line, it looked to us like he was going to aim for that, going to aim to kick the ball straight in from the corner. Obviously, Sledge isn't going to be able to see that.
No.
He can't see the cursor. He can't see where his opponent is aiming.
I wonder if they've bought any extra controllers too. A lot of controllers got broken when I was younger. They seem very composed here.
Well, it's a composed ball forward for Yuma, and there he is again. It's Shoma Doi. That combination up front, the returning Yuma Suzuki at the forward, lays the ball back for Shoma Doi to score again. And this time it's Kashmir Antlers and Nasri who take the lead.
But you wonder again if this is something the players we've spoken to so far have spoken so much about how much they work on this in the practice, in training as it were, trying different combinations, and that Yuma Suzuki and Shoma Doi really seem to be working so far. So you have to wonder if that's something that he's been working on over the last couple of weeks, getting that combination fine-tuned.
Nasri, of all the players, changed formation multiple times during matches in the group stages and in the previous round. He's got that variety to his play, that adaptability. He's now going to have to defend a little bit.
It's going to stay in, I think. You hear the home fans booing there.
Yes.
Not happy with this.
Well, it's just the sustained possession to frustrate the opponents and to frustrate the opposing team. Still a long way to go.
That's something else as well, that when you're the person who doesn't have the ball, is keeping your concentration.
Yeah.
I remember, one of my housemates I would play against would do that. He would go 1-0 up and then just be passing it around, and you'd be getting increasingly frustrated at not being able to get back on the ball. If you
patiently working the space now for Izumi, and cut back.
Another
save by Tani. Diverted into the post and then back into the goalkeeper's arms. He's kept Shonan Belmare in this tie several times already. Could be a counter-attack here, using the second player movement for Yuma Suzuki to get through and score the second goal for Kashima.
Shonan got lucky. They had that one where Tani just about saved it. They couldn't quite get their bearings. Nasri capitalised straight away. 2-0 now on this in the second leg. 3-1 up on aggregate. And we're going to need Sledge to bring something out now.
That's the technique, the quick skills, the quick reactions, the quick technique on the controller there. When he turned the ball over, playing the ball initially wasn't necessarily going to be the best way of creating the shooting angle, but he used that player lock to get the control on the second player, on the runner, Yuma Suzuki, get him into the perfect position whereby when he got the ball, he was in the position to shoot. 2-0 lead now, looking pretty good for Nasri. Nasri's another player who's talked about confidence before. He said, as I mentioned, that he'd struggled a little bit to get used to FIFA 21. He said he was nervous before the first game of the group stage, which he drew 1-1 with Atsia of Kashiwa Reysol. And then after that game, he went back to his room. He played with several other players online just to get his composure back. But maybe he is growing into the tournament as well.
Yeah, well, there's something else we touched upon it briefly before, but when you get to the knockout round, you only get one game or the 2 games, but you get the one contest from the quarter-final on. You can't risk not being on your game. Some of the players, we can see them here preparing. Some of them look slightly more relaxed. They're happy to just wander around a bit, have a chat to each other. Others of them are playing games. They're getting ready. So there's that difference in the approach, which maybe, I guess, that probably varies more from real football, where the players are all expected. You need to be physically preparing yourself to be at the right level to go out and play. Whereas for this, it's obviously there's an aspect of physical, making sure you're comfortable, that you're flexible enough to be, as you said, making these quick in-game changes. But it's that mental preparation and making sure you're in the right zone in time for the big game.
And cut back to Misao now. Yuma Suzuki working the space again. Close technique to try to beat Matsumura. Kashima just about keep control. Nago. Here's Misao again. Well cut out. Maybe a goal before half-time could change the dynamic a little bit, but the adjustment in defence once again from Nasri to keep things compact in midfield.
There's just not many players getting forward for Shonan either. They're keeping almost 5 at the back, even when they're going forward here. They're relying on 3 or 4 players.
Well, Sugiyoko scored that opening goal in the first leg, scored the winner in the first knockout round. One chance now from the corner kick, whipped in, headed away by Yuma Suzuki. Sugioka again. He's carried it over the line. It's 2-0 to Kashima, 2-0 to Nasri at the halfway stage. He seems to be in control of this quarter-final. Only 45 minutes of game time left for Sledge to work his way back.
I think, yeah, as you said, he conceded first in the first leg, Sugioka with that wonder goal, but Nasri has really recovered well from that across we've had 90 minutes now pretty much since that. He's recovered well since that and has looked the more likely, I think. When he's going forward, he seems to have more ideas, and when he's defending, he seems to be so well organised. So maybe, yeah, we can't see his screen, as you said, unfortunately, but it'd be interesting to know what Sledge is doing now. Is he trying something different? He looks very, very focused still. Doesn't look too perturbed to be 2 goals behind.
Now, Sledge's facial expression doesn't give much away. We were chatting to him a little bit before today's proceedings began, and he was very chatty then. But when he's in game mode, his facial expression doesn't vary at all. He seems so focused, but now you can just sense that Nasri looks a bit more confident.
Yeah.
He looks like he feels in control.
And he's got that experience where he's been here before. He knows the pressure as it builds, as you get to the latter stages, maybe.
Well, Sledge did make the quarterfinals of the FIFA 19 eJ.LEAGUE. He was knocked out in the group stages of FIFA 21, but this is his 4th year in a row competing in the competition. Someno attacking on the right-hand side. Matsumura gets the tackle in, but only at the concession of a corner kick.
Keeper's a long way off of his line, look.
Out of the 6-yard box.
Yeah, he was a long way. I wonder where he was going. Maybe he thought he left the gas on.
So each player has their own play styles, and maybe people watching this are getting hints, getting ideas for what they can do in their ultimate teams, in their career modes. I think the goalkeeper off the line is something that's really stood out for me. Maybe it's just me who hasn't been doing that.
Well, it does seem to be a common theme, and again, it could just be because of the height issue we've said, maybe because there's more of a focus because of all the players being 90, perhaps because height is the only differential, they're having to counter that and use the goalkeeper, I guess, who will be probably in most teams the tallest player, to come out and try and claim the ball directly, which is maybe something players wouldn't ordinarily do. We'll see obviously tomorrow once we get into the usual format.
Yeah, all 8 players that you've seen today have qualified for tomorrow's tournament as well, where they get to use their FIFA Ultimate teams and compete for a place in the FIFA E-World Cup. Here's Sugioka again with the shot, well saved by Yamada. Belmara keep it alive. The backward pass goes a little bit too far, but still in possession here with Yonemoto. Chance maybe to get the ball across. Yonemoto made a really good run through the channel. Just couldn't keep it in. Nasri inviting the pressure here. Confident in his technique to beat the men. And then maybe counter behind. Well, Sledge did have a really dramatic comeback in the round of 16. He played Rocky of Vekalta Sendai, went behind in the 81st minute. Immediately changed then to an attacking 3-4-1-2 system and quickly equalised. Won then in golden goal, with Sugioka getting the winner.
That does seem to have been the key today, doesn't it? That once people concede, if they don't strike back quickly, it allows their opponent to kind of take the sting out of the game and really adapt to get the control of it. When we've had spells where players have been ahead by more than one goal, the sting has tended to go out of the game. Still very quick rotation of the ball though.
Speed in all elements of Nasri's game. It doesn't necessarily mean he plays the ball forward with vertical passes very quickly, but just such quick technique. And now the vertical pass comes with Someno. Off the ball movements. Wins the second ball. Shobadoy again just stays on side. Cuts back. Suzuki blocked off.
That could prove to be a very, very big block. Can Shonan capitalise now on the counter?
Well, he used the runner to push back the Kashima Antlers defence. It's resulted in sustained possession for Shonan, but no real momentum to the attack.
2-on-1 out wide now, though. It's gone inside instead. Sugioka again.
With the pass to Segai, back in it.
Here we go again. Sugioka in that attacking role has come up trumps again.
Well, now things change. We've got the Mikael Antonio Homer Simpson celebration. I'm not sure if that was deliberate. They've quickly gone to a replay anyway. And now it's time to make your adjustments. So, Nasri with a lead that's cut from 2-0 to 2-1. Getting that fresh legs in midfield.
Yeah, double change again, and you can make 3 substitutions, right? It's not like in the J.League now there's 5. Up to 3 substitutions.
Yeah, 3 substitutions within the game. Which for a player who uses the sprint button too much like me causes a bit of trouble. I wish I had 5 substitutions sometimes. In the last 16 game, the all Kashima match, Nasri beat Phantom 2-1. That, again, he led 2-0, conceded late on but managed to hold out. I think the Phantom's goal back then came a little bit later. But Sledge, as we just talked about, he got that, went behind in the 81st minute before, hit back quickly, then won it on golden goal. I think, as you say, that the time immediately after a goal is so crucial for both players, and I think that's reflected a little bit with the characteristics of the game itself. It's difficult to get information from the developers about that. Speaking to the Japanese commentators and some of the players about those aspects, they sense that the first 5 or 10 minutes after a goal has gone in, there's possibilities for both sides.
Right.
Whether that's just a feeling or whether that's something within the game, I'm not entirely sure. But
it's interesting to see how players react to it too. Like Nasri conceded there, instantly he went straight into his settings, started to change things around. Not only is he changing the formation, the way he's playing, but he's taking real life time, in real time. He's taking that momentum away from Sledge, who then has to sit there for a minute or so while changes are made. Whereas if you get straight back from kickoff, Sledge might go up again and get the second goal.
Well, Sledge has brought on Barada and Okamoto, I think. Sugioka attacking now, Takahashi.
Yeah, Barada's definitely come on.
Oh, there it looked like there might just have been the opening for Tanaka.
There's a lot of green shirts though in the Kashima half. Can Takahashi get the loose ball? Not quite.
Well, Sledge, we saw him go to 3-4-1-2 in the final stages of the last game. Maybe now it's time for Nasri to try to control things with a bit of possession. I think Sledge is still kept with the back four for the time being.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's changed the formation, does it? There was a couple of subs, I think, but he's only got 5 minutes to come up with something.
So this is where Nasri can try to save out. If he can keep the ball and keep it within the Shonan half, then he's only 4 minutes away from replacing the semi-finals. Funabashi. Someno just keeping position, taking time off that clock.
Yeah,
Yuma Suzuki's dropped all the way back.
Stoppages.
And he's seen out this game superbly, and now he's workspace on the right-hand side for Someno. No need to rush the ball into the box, just keep it by the touchline. Must be so frustrating for Sledge.
He's got it.
He's won it back, there's not much time, and that's the final whistle. Victory for Nasri, victory for Kashima Antlers. 2-1 on the day, 3-2 on aggregate. Nasri is in the semi-finals for the second year in a row.
Well, that was a very, very tight battle. As you said, Nasri seemed to, in the second half of the second leg, he seemed to kind of, he had that 2-goal cushion, seemed to be in control of it, but Sledge pushed him all the way. Nasri maybe just about deserving, but yeah, could have gone either way, that one.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on those closing stages, but so cool and composed to see that out. We'll hear a little bit of what he says straight up before he comes to our booth for the interviews. He says he doesn't have a particularly good record when it comes to playing against Sledge, and so he's a little bit worried about that. So he wanted to play a simple game, and he was able to do that. I'm quite happy about his success in doing so. He's been asked about his facial expressions and his feelings now. He's not been too expressive until the end of the game. He said the last few moments of the game were so nerve-wracking that it was difficult to breathe. He did well within that.
He kept the ball, I think, for the last 5 minutes pretty much. He was there in possession.
Completely. He's now been asked about his thoughts going into the semi-finals. He said last year he got to the final but lost and came second overall, so he's looking now not just at the semi-final, but this year his goal is to win in the final. So the next round is a step on the path to doing that. Yeah. We'll hear a little bit on the Japanese interviews from Sledge now.
かなりこう健闘したという戦いだったと思いますが、この試合振り返っていただけますか。
まあナスリ選手とは結構試合を重ねてるんで、まあお互いやりたいことが分かってる状態でこう。
Well, he says that he's played Nasri several times before, so they're well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, their styles of play going into the game.
同点追いつかれたっていうところで結構苦しい展開になったかなって思います。
He said the first game he was pleased to go in front, but after that equalizer, he felt it was really difficult to regain control of proceedings.
本当 GG でしたし、こうお互いのプレースタイルが生きたような試合でしたよね。辻選手としてはちょっと悔しさとも残るとは思うんですけども、明日に向けてチャンピオンカップのフットチャンピオンズカップの方に向けてちょっと一言いただいてもよろしいですか。
Asking about tomorrow's Champion Cup in the FIFA Ultimate Teams.
ドイツでここまでベスト8まで来れて、オフラインもこういう状況で開催できたっていうところは本当に運営の皆さんに感謝したいなと思いますし、まだ明日
he's expressing now Sledge his appreciation to everybody who's been involved in the organisation of this event. The previous stages were run remotely with the players in their own homes playing online. This year, unlike last year, the final stages have been taking place at this venue, so all the players are able to get together. And so he was just expressing his thanks and his appreciation to everybody for getting this underway. Of course, even esports is affected by the COVID pandemic.
I was going to say, yeah, with COVID, and you think of it, I guess you think of it as being quite a remote sport anyway. You know, people, as you said, people will play each other online or play against other players online quite a bit. So I guess they don't really have many chances, if any other chances, where they all get together in the same room and are able to obviously play against each other directly, sat next to each other in chairs, but also to discuss things, have a chat away from the games as well.
Well, Nasri is going to join us now for the victors interview. Nasri 選手おめでとうございます。Congratulations.
Well done. Ben, would you like to go first?
すごく最後の時間帯がもう息が苦しいぐらい緊迫な展開になったとおっしゃってましたけども、見てる側としてめちゃくちゃ冷静にゲームをコントロールしてるイメージでしたけども、いかがでしたか？
そうですね、プレー自体は冷静だったんですけど、こうなんか別で気持ちはこう本当息吸えないぐらいの感じでしたね。
I asked about the tension over the last few minutes because he said in his Japanese interview just now about how it was almost difficult to breathe. It was so tense in the last 10 minutes or so. I said that by the looks of things, he seemed to be in control. He said it's two different things. His play was in control, his play was composed, but perhaps supporting that was just the sheer tension within his body.
それに関してももちろんまだ準決勝があるけど、決勝戦がどんどん近づいてるから、それはよりプレッシャーになるか、その一方で自信につく、絶対優勝できるという感じますか？
いや、どっちかというとプレッシャーになるって感じですかね。普通に考えたら相手のレベルは上がっていくので、自信というよりもプレッシャーの方がこう上がっていって、多分決勝準決勝上がってくる人はみんなお互い知ってるので、そいつらに負けられないっていうのもよりプレッシャーになってくる感じですね。
Sean asked whether getting qualification towards the semi-finals now gives him confidence, or whether he feels more pressure going into the next game. Nasri says it's about pressure because he knows that the opponents now are only going to get more difficult and they're all familiar with each other, and so each game gets harder. Each game he feels the pressure that little bit more. もう皆さんよく何度も対戦してきたと思いますけれども、それがゲームの仕様が変わったという話、J さんと敦也さんの試合の後でちょっと聞きましたけれども、その仕様の変わったゲームでもうおなじみの相手と対戦するとどういった難しさがあるんでしょうかね？
そうですね、今まで通用してたことが通用しなくなるっていうのが、トップレベル同士でも通用してたプレーがその仕様が変わって、そのプレーだと点が取れなくなるとか、そういうのがあるので、そこがやっぱ難しいところかなと思います。
Well, I asked about although there's familiarity between the players, the game itself has changed, and whether that creates any new challenges or difficulties when it comes to playing each other again. He says even at the very top level of esports, the skills and the plays that they may have relied on before are less effective now, and so then that makes it a harder challenge when you come to play even against a familiar opponent the next time.
それは戦術的にこの2試合でボランチの2人を両試合で選手交代したから、その意図は何でしたか？
それはスタミナの問題と試合展開で攻撃的にいくか守備的にいくか、1試合目のこの点差の状況でどう使うかとかっていうのを加味して両方ボランチを変えるっていうあれにしました。
Sean asked about changing the defensive midfielders midway through the second half in both games and the reasons behind that. And as you said, partly it was to do with the stamina of the players and also to do with the state of the game as it was, whether he needed more emphasis on attack, more in defence. As it turned out, he saw the game out quite well. 次のラウンドでも次の準々決勝の勝者と対戦することになるんですけども、マイキーさんとアグさん、その2人の印象はどうですかね？
そうですね、マイキーさんはまずFIFA 界だとレジェンド、多分10個ぐらい年も上で、多分十何年ぐらいこの競技シーンで活躍しているのでまずレジェンドで何でもうまいっていうのがマイキーさんの印象で、アグ選手は結構対戦することも多くて、あんまりいないスタイルなので唯一無二の ドリブルとか攻撃スタイルだなっていうのは印象です。
Well, I asked him about his potential opponents in the next round who are about to play off now. Mikey, he says, is a legend of eJ.League. Is about 10 years older than Nasri, and has been around and knows the competition extremely well. Agu has an inimitable style of football, which is maybe difficult to play against, and they know each other extremely well. In fact, they're both Japan internationals together, so have played several times together. It'll be a difficult game regardless of who he faces. We're going to watch the next quarterfinal now. どうもありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。Thank you very much. That was Nasri joining us. We're now ready for the fourth and final quarterfinal matchup. It's gone past pretty quickly.
It has. We're already at the final one, or the quarterfinals already. Yeah, it's flying by, isn't it? And yeah, interesting to hear him describe Mikey as a legend there.
Well, most of these players who have made it this far, in fact, all of them are in their 20s. Most of them are in their early 20s. Mikey is 33, representing Oita Trinita now. In the past has represented Kashmir Atlas as well, but now of course Oita are in the game, or were in J1 to be in this game.
Yes.
And Mikey was in the quarterfinals of the FIFA 18 eJ.League. He went by himself to Germany to play in the E-Bundesliga there as well, so he's got international experience. I mean, we just heard Nasri talking about Mikey's experience here. That's something that he offers. We had a bit of a chat with Agur just before the competition kicked off today. Agu comes from Agüero. He's a Manchester City fan and plays in a team, an esports team run by the City Football Group. And so I asked him, which came first? Did you become a City fan because of that or what? He said, no, he was a City fan in the first place. And it was like a dream, because now within the City Football Group he gets to play in his own professional side, and now he's representing another City Football Group team in Yokohama F Marinos today.
I was going to say that I guess this is a new dream now that young fans of football can have. When we were younger, sadly neither of us quite made it to the professional ranks of football.
You played in the 9th tier of English football?
I played in the 8th or the 9th tier, not far away from Taunton Town, but not quite that good. We didn't quite make it, but yeah, when you're kids, when you're growing up, that was the aim.
Sure.
But I guess now for, there's kids that are growing up, or these guys are not kids obviously, but compared to us, they feel like kids. But yeah, they've now got this opportunity with the game booming, the sport booming around the world, that you've got that option then to get involved. And he seemed absolutely delighted to be part of that same group that owns.
Oh, it's quite incredible. I mean, the two fields have absolutely fused, which is why you have the eJ.League today. It's not a competition run directly by the game developers. It's something with the J.League logo on it. It is legitimately recognised within football spheres by FIFA, of course, all around the world, and by clubs as well. We just saw Sledge narrowly losing the last quarter-final. He's employed by Shonan Bellmare, as we talked about.
And Nasri seems to have a very big following from the Kashima Antlers support too. Kashima, I think, it's quite a kind of, how would you say it in English, like a kind of a countryside club. It's out a long way from the kind of the big metropolitan areas, so there is that feeling of pride and of connection that the fans have with it. And now that he is representing that club, they've really sort of embraced that and taken it on board.
Well, former representative, now representing Oita Trinita, here is Mikey. He really struggled in his opening game of the competition against Aokuro Mame of Gamba Osaka. Lost that one 8-2. He was 3-0 behind in 25 minutes and looked like he was going to really struggle to get out of the group. As it turned out, he finished top of the group with 7 points. It was another tight one. 2 Osaka teams in that one, with Ishimitsu of Cerezo Osaka in there as well. It was a 3-2 win over Interu Milano of Shimizu S-Pulse that secured Mikey's place in the knockout stage.
Milan, is it?
No, he was controlling S-Pulse. But then it was a bit more of a controlled game for Mikey in the round of 16. He beat Maruchan 2-0. Agu of Yokohama F Marinos beat Yumi of Kawasaki Frontale 1-0 in that one. Agu's record in the group stage was just incredible. 100% record, 12 points. He hammered Buroneko 6-1 in the first game. Then he got a 6-0 win. Finished off with a 1-0 and a 2-1. So 100% record there, and 100% record including the round of 16 game as well. 16 goals scored in his 5 games so far, only 2 conceded. So Mikey with Oita in the blue today, kicking from left to right in this first leg. Agu with Yokohama F Marinos starting in the away shirts, the white shirts with the darker blue shorts.
There's an issue here too. I think we see it in the J-League as well with the real players' shirts, where some of them opt to have their first name on the back of the shirt, or they have a nickname on the back of the shirt. So at first glance, with the way that the player names change so quickly while we're watching here, it's sometimes hard to work out who it is on the ball.
Because you get the first name come up in the display sometimes as well.
Yes.
I was really glad to hear Ryuji Bando talking in the qualifying rounds about that and saying, if you're Kazu, that's okay. But anyone who's not at that level, so if you're not an absolute legend of the game, then just use your surname.
So Mikey could do it, is what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the actual players.
I know.
Actual players. I don't know what Mikey's nickname comes from, to be honest.
If he wins here, we'll have to ask him.
We will.
Maybe he's a big fan of Boyzone.
But he's a big fan of possession at the moment as Uebisu brings the ball back. Just carefully working the ball inside the Marinos half at the moment, with Umesaki on the left side.
Yeah, talking of veterans, Umesaki obviously has been in the J-League for a long time. Had spells with our Reds as well. And
he's got it through to Nomura here, well closed off in the end. Mikey's certainly, I mean, the veteran of the field, the senpai, as we say in Japanese. All the other players really respect his record and his long service in the game. He got knocked out in the round of 16 last year in an incredible 5-4 thriller against Nazri. But patience on the ball was something that stood out in his previous matches. He doesn't shoot until he's made the right opening. In his game against Maruchan, he won 2-0. It was 1-0 at half-time, and he'd scored with his only shot, but he'd basically been in control of the entire game.
Well, he's been in control so far here, although there was a slight chance there for Ago on the break. Couldn't quite get the ball in behind. But yeah, Mikey again in possession of the ball, moving it around quite calmly at the back. And yeah, Ago's not really pressing very high. He seems quite happy to just sit deep and soak up the pressure.
And that's a little unlike him compared to some of the games we've seen so far. He's very vertical, so as he got the ball here, he was quick to play it forward, but aggressive attacking, a lot of high press early in the game, quick vertical balls, befitting of Marinos really is how I've seen his play so far. But perhaps again, the players are now used to each other, they're playing more familiar opponents, there's a bit of respect in there, there's a bit of analysis of what kind of players will go. Maybe he knows that Mikey was such a veteran of this game. If he plays that way, Mikey will know how to beat him.
Yeah.
Matsubara on the right-hand side, just about kept in, but a little bit risky at the back there. Mikey just about works it out.
It's interesting to see that Kenyu Sugimoto seems to be starting. Oh, here we go.
Over the top for Nagasawa.
Oh, well, Nagasawa was someone that Mikey picked out, I think, in yesterday's interview, saying that was someone he was going to target. As well, he's a very tall striker.
Yeah.
Which was the point I was about to make about Kenyu Sugimoto. He's actually
left the club, crossing the ball,
but he's left the club in real life. But because he's now at Jubilo Iwata, who are in J1 next year, but were not last year,
and so they're not in the FIFA 22 game.
They're not in the FIFA 22 game. So Kenyu Sugimoto is still available for him, and with that height, he's opted to start him. So it'd be interesting to see if he can have an effect on the game.
So that's a bit of a discrepancy that you get between the clubs with the transfers that are going on. And what is the J.League closed season at the moment? The FIFA world is continuing, so you get the January transfer updates in Europe and in Japan. But with a player like Sugimoto, who will either be deleted from the game, or I presume when used in career mode, he'll be a free agent at the start of the game. So he won't be in the OITS team anymore, I presume.
So why would Jubilo not be added if things are being updated on an almost daily basis, as it seems? How come once the J-League season starts?
I presume it's a licensing issue.
Right, okay.
So there's a license to use the 2021 J-League clubs and their intellectual property. And then the players are different licenses to that. But now Miyaichi
obviously be familiar.
And Leo Seara with the shot, and that's the best chance so far for Yokohama F. Marinos.
Very close. Started, with Miyaichi, who of course played in the Premier League. When was that? We're looking 10 years ago now, maybe?
More than 10 years ago.
Arsenal, Bolton, Wigan.
Yeah.
Had a lot of injuries, unfortunately, which kind of curtailed his career. Most recently, he was at St. Pauli, I think, in Germany.
Yeah, that was his longest spell. He had another big injury there, was out for about a year, and came back to the J-League last summer.
midway through last season. I don't know if he's played yet. Certainly hasn't played a lot. I guess they're being cautious but ahead of the new season,
I think his
Kevin
record was
Muscat.
2 games last season.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin Muscat in charge there, who might be well known to European football fans.
Yep, he was something of a enthusiastic player.
Certainly.
In his playing days.
Didn't have the greatest disciplinary record, but has done extremely well as a manager in Australia with Melbourne Victory.
And he seems surprisingly calm. I obviously knew of him as a player, and I'm going to a couple of press conferences. They're all still obviously remote over here, but attending a couple of them, and I was thinking, what's he going to be like? Scared to sort of ask a question. And yeah, very, very nice guy, very friendly. So I guess it's that thing, once he crosses the white line,
I think
that winning mentality.
I think so. Well, Agu certainly has that winning mentality that we've seen. He had the big group stage wins and the narrow victories. He doesn't concede many goals. He's had to concede possession a lot today, but he's working a little bit more towards the end of the half with Miyachi getting on the ball again. Can't quite get that pass through. It was the final play of the first half. A high-level contest so far.
It certainly is, yeah. I think we expected it from the comment before, Mikey being a legend of the sport, and then, Agu with the reputation he's got, as you said. Both players really, I think there's a lot of mutual respect between them, and neither of them want to give the other a chance to capitalise on a mistake. So very, very cautious play, I think, from both sides. I can't really remember any.
Well, one shot each.
Goal, no.
There is XG within the game. The XG rating for the first half was 0.0 to 0.4.
That's not especially high. I'm not an expert in XG, but that does not sound very high to me.
No, it's not. Basically, if you play exactly the same game with exactly the same chances created several times on average, Mikey would have scored 0.0 goals and Agu would have scored 0.4 in that first. I do think sometimes the XG in the FIFA game is a little bit over-optimistic sometimes, or maybe that's just because I concede too many chances. And I'm saved by my goalkeeper.
But I was thinking, I'd be really interested to play it and just see, because we're watching here and we were saying about, obviously we know how good these players are, but when you watch it, you were saying earlier about maybe giving other players who are watching now tips.
Yeah.
Having not played it myself, I'd now be interested, having seen these quarterfinals, to give it a go myself and just see how terrible I am compared to these guys, how I can't even do the simple things right. Because a lot of the things they're doing that I think watching are simple, like this build-up.
To Elba now, and over the bar, Watanabe with the best chance so far.
That had to be a goal, didn't it? Kota Watanabe arriving late in the box, Paul Scholes-esque. Unfortunately, the result wasn't quite the same.
It wasn't, but it was the best opening that Yokohama F. Marinos and Agu have been able to create so far. Maybe just been a little bit more aggressive in terms of his mindset going into the second half. Again, patient build-up from Mikey. Now the chance to play through, and it just...
Very unlucky.
That ball had gone over the top. It was a real opening. Perhaps now Sugimoto can do something for Marinos going forward. Again, he takes the aggressive pass option. Maybe some of the other players would have held on to possession, wouldn't have gone for the risky ball.
But now he's on the defence again. Deals with it well, though. But it looks like Mikey really settles for the throw-in.
Nagasawa scored against his former club Gamba Osaka in the group stages of this game in an 8-2 defeat for Mikey's Oita side. He said he never really recovered from conceding the first goal in that game, so that's probably, given the way the game is going so far, the first goal feels like it's going to be really important, and Watanabe has got behind the line here, crowded out a bit, great control to cut inside. The low shot well saved by Pop. Mikey had that 8-2 defeat I talked about. Most of the games since then were relatively low scoring, except for the final round shootout against Interu Milano. Shimizu Espas, that was 3-2. But aside from that, he's had 1-0, 1-1 and 2-0 in his games so far.
He's looking for those kind of dink balls just over the top, isn't he? Getting kind of 30, 40 yards from goal and then looking to loft it in rather than keep it on the deck.
There's lots of safe lateral passing around these areas of the pitch, but it's not resulting in the opening that he wants to create. And so he has to try something a bit more imaginative at the end, like that kind of through pass.
What Agu's about to make a change, it looks like. Is Mikey going to respond in kind?
Well, Mikey is...
It's interesting, he's got Nomura as the central striker and Nagasawa kind of dropping a bit deeper, Whereas Nagasawa is a very, very tall target man. Nomura is more of a kind of schemer that usually plays in behind, kind of looking to create the chances. So I wonder what the thinking is there.
Well, you can imagine perhaps if Uebisu can attack on the right-hand side and get across to the far post, then having the tall player at the far post to win the aerial, that could be the way forward. We have seen in the earlier games today, headers at the far post in Jay's game with Atsuya. Well, Mikey has talked in the past about his reputation as an unlucky player. I mean, he's got a long career within this game. He said in his interviews throughout that whenever he's usually featured on the live feed, he tends to lose. And then when he does, he says afterwards, I'm not going to sleep well tonight. When he won his round of 16 game, he said, finally I can talk to you guys and I'm going to sleep well afterwards.
Do you think there's an element of that where he gets more anxious because he knows it's being shown? Or is it just a coincidence?
Well, you'd imagine that his experience in the game gives him that advantage mentally, because he's been there, he's done that, he's seen it all before.
He could be about to do it now.
Machida with the ball. Straight into the hands of Nakabayashi.
He's won it back though. Will he look to break quickly? So here is Nagasawa again out wide.
The referee played advantage and Mikey opting to keep possession of the ball. Going into the last 20 minutes now, really neither side creating many chances. Could be one now though for Shimoda, turns them out and scores! Mikey for Oita Trinita, it's 1-0.
Well, his patient approach certainly paid off there. Waited for the chance to come, and when it did, made absolutely no mistake. Lovely, lovely little footwork there.
Superb control to cut the other side of the defender. I mentioned before, he doesn't tend to shoot until he's created that opening, and that's why he had the XG in the first half of 0. He won't shoot until there's a high XG chance. And he's taken the first one superbly there.
And now Agu needs to respond, doesn't he? 15 minutes. But Mikey's got
now it's a chance for a second with Machida behind the line.
That could prove massive, couldn't it, across the two legs? If he'd got the second goal there again, right after the first one.
Right after the first one. So now the chance in transition was there theoretically. Maybe still is with Nakagawa. The run takes him just offside and intercepted in the end. Tried the little pirouette.
It's getting stretched, isn't it? The last 15 minutes.
Agu has to come out maybe a little bit more aggressively, but Mikey, notoriously difficult to break down. After that opening day thrashing, he said that he changed his tactics to play a more defensive style. Since the opening day, he moved into the Sunday and played with a deeper and narrower defensive line because he thought he was getting caught behind with long balls and through balls a bit too easily. He's adjusted well because nothing is getting behind him today.
Well, it's not. And Agu, I think I've got it right. Agu scored, I think, 16 goals to get to this stage. And as yet, he hasn't really had a sniff, not even a half chance to make the breakthrough. So Mikey obviously has done his scouting very well, worked out exactly how he can control the game. And as yet, with 6 minutes to play, it looks like he's going to come away with a narrow victory as a result.
Well, Agu, one of the top 3 rated players in the country, he plays with Jay and with Nasri in the national team for esports. But Mikey's been able to see this out. He's lost the ball now, though. Maybe the chance of the ball over the top. It's connected for Nakagawa. Well defended. Nakagawa's won it back. Tries the cross, loses the aerial. Maybe now Mikey can see it out. Maybe he can counter for a second. Cuts back, keeps possession. Hasegawa back to the goalkeeper. And the big switch out. It looks like that should be it, but there may be one more chance now after the turnover. No, there's not. Mikey has won the first leg with Oita Trinita by 1-0. Agu, one of the most impressive players, if not the most impressive player in the group stages in round of 16, was barely able to create a chance in that one.
No, as we said just before, I can't remember any any chances he had, even like a half chance where you thought if he'd made this pass or if he'd slightly gone for this option instead, he could have been in. Mikey really controlled things so well.
One chance early in the second half that went over the crossbar, and apart from that...
Oh, of course, yeah, the one Kota Watanabe missed.
Yeah.
That was the one.
But apart from that, I mean, Ago, by reputation, he's an aggressive attacking player, but also Hazame-san, the co-commentator in Japanese, praises his vision. And that's not just the vision around the ball, it's the whole screen and the whole pitch. Usually players, even players at the top level, tend to be quite focused on the immediate area around the ball, whereas Ago, his reputation is that he can see the whole screen and therefore he switches the ball out into space, gives his opponents a lot to think about, a lot of variation to his play, a lot to cover.
Well,
Mikey has done that superbly.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something else. Obviously, there are vast many differences between esports and the real game of football, but that being one of them, where you can see far more of the game. In a real game, when you're on the ball, there's only so much you can see because you're at ground level, whereas these guys, yeah, they can see the whole pitch and the different players' styles of, as you said, whether you focus on what's going on around the ball or whether you're able to keep a control of that and still kind of take in all the information of what else is happening and what options. That was certainly something I was terrible at, and I would never know what was going on away from the ball, and yeah, that's why I didn't win many matches.
Well, it's true. I mean, there's so many ways that we can just see on our own monitors now about the players making very delicate adjustments to their defensive shape, the width of their attack, the height of their line. There's so much that you can do in the tactics settings for that, but also on the ball when you're controlling, you can get different runners off the ball. You can use player lock to make the AI temporarily control the player in possession, just to get a third man moving with your own controls. If you're going to use those things, and not even all the top level players use them all very regularly, but when you do, there's so much for the other player to think about off the ball. And for Mikey to have adjusted his defence so well since the first day and completely shut down such a superb all-round player as Ago, we didn't get a chance to touch on it. The charts before the game demonstrating the relative skills and strengths. Ago had a 10 for everything except for Igaise, except for the element of surprise, which was 9. So
that's a pretty high level.
Hazame-san, who's a former champion himself, the co-commentator on the Japanese feed, rates him
that's probably
as
the
high,
highest, as Jay,
if not higher than Jay, which is incredible. But Mikey,
even despite that, Mikey has managed to really limit him. I think I saw the formation there. I don't know if that was right, but it looks like Mikey has gone with more of a kind of 4-4-2 here. As I mentioned in the previous game, he had Nagasawa kind of dropping off. It looks like he's in a 2 up top now. So whether he's planning on maybe going for that opening goal in the second leg to try and put the tie to bed early on.
Well, the second leg has kicked off with Yokohama F. Marinos, now the home team, but Oita are in front, and that man, Nagasawa, has scored again.
That's it for once. It was not the curse of the commentator. We called something correctly before it happened. I'm not sure that should Nagasawa try as hard as he does. I'm not sure he's ever scored a goal that good, and I'm not sure he ever will in real life. What a finish.
The technique there is superb. We haven't seen so much of the crossing in the corners as we thought we were going to see when we saw that first game between Jay and Atsuya. Now, Mikey has a 2-0 lead on aggregate. A nightmare start to the second leg at home for Ago and Yokohama F. Marinos. Marinos in their traditional blue shirts, white shorts and red socks, attacking left to right, trying to get right back in the game now. And blocked off Matsubara's cross, and a chance perhaps for Mikey to counter-attack with Oita.
Well, Ago has goals in his game, and as you said, Mikey, in that game that he was heavily defeated in the group stage, maybe there's an element there, if he is to concede, maybe he would start to panic a bit, maybe he would start to worry, and Ago can capitalise. So yeah, a long way to go. We've still got 80 minutes of this second leg to go. So things can turn very quickly, but yeah, Ago will not be happy with that start, nightmare start, and he'll want to put it right as quickly as possible.
Well, there's space on the right-hand side now if Elber can switch it. Instead, he's gone back the other way to Leo Seara, well blocked off by Mateus Pereira. Possible chance to break now with the 2 men running. Nagasawa on that far side to win the aerials, perhaps.
Given away cheaply. Maybe Ago is starting to feel the pressure a bit. Maybe he's been knocked a little bit.
But he's not used to conceding. Only 2 conceded in the 5 games before now.
And 2 across these, one game and 5 minutes. Yeah, so obviously he's in unfamiliar territory, so we'll have to see how he adapts to it.
Well, lots of J.League fans support the players who are representing their clubs as well. Oita Trinidad, another player in this competition, Yorji, who lost to Agu 2-1 in the group stages. So for Mikey, this is a chance to gain revenge for the club as well. But again, you can see, even if Agu is able to get the ball, it's hard to break down. And when Mikey has it, as he does now in the all-white kits in this second leg for Oita Trinidad, it's very difficult to get it off him again. He's so patient in possession.
Well, and now he doesn't have to do anything in possession. He's got a 2-goal lead. So
sends the cross into the far post, and it's 3 on aggregate.
He doesn't have to do anything, but he seems intent on keep doing things. And there he is again, Nagasawa again.
Well, there again, Mikey doesn't focus on the quantity of chances, it's the quality. And there hasn't been many, or there weren't many crosses into the box, but he scored the first goal from the corner kick. Now he waited for the perfect opportunity to cross from that right flank. And at the far post, the second goal in this second leg, 3-0 to Oita on aggregate. This, we know that Mikey is the veteran, the most experienced player in the field by a margin, but Agu is the Japan international. He was, according to the form guide, according to the ratings that Hazome-san gave, he was the favourite to go through this one.
We need to have a word with Hazome-san then. What's going on? Well, Mikey, you look completely focused. Agu, yeah, he can see it's getting away from him. I think it's Agu, right, who called this break. He's going to be making the changes. Maybe Mikey's going to try to mix things up, maybe not.
Well, he's changing the defensive instructions to his players to tell them to drop back more out of possession. So he's going to be even harder to break down. Obviously, he's expecting Agu to come more aggressively at him. We'll see.
Well, he has no option other than to do that now. 3 goals to make up. Obviously, there's no away goals, which does help him in a sense, because this being the Agu's home tie as it is. 2 away goals would make it even more difficult, but 3 goals
perhaps
needed.
Now for Elben, blocked off again. Mikey is never letting Agu's players get into that penalty area in possession. Agu's had a difficult record in this competition despite being one of the 3 highest rated players in Japan. He wins other competitions, but had never made the quarterfinals before of the eJ.LEAGUE. Now Sugimoto in the area, chance to turn. Chance to score. The Oita players not very happy with each other. Yokohama F Marinos are back in this one. And those changes to play with a more aggressive style and aggressive shape, more pressing, I think, seems to have paid off quickly.
Yep, paid off instantly. And as we said, now it's going to be interesting to see how does Mikey respond. He's been pretty much in control of the tie so far. He's still got, obviously, a 2-goal cushion, but we've got over an hour of play to go. Agu has switched to a more aggressive approach. He's rated, as you said, as one of, if not the best players in the game left in the final 8 we've had today. And now he needs to show his quality.
Well, in the FIFA 19 eJ.LEAGUE, he was knocked out in the first knockout round, the round of 16. The same again in FIFA 21 eJ.LEAGUE. Made the quarterfinals for the first time. This time, he's got a big comeback to do. Maybe Kenya Sugimoto could just add a second. 2-1 in this second leg. 3-1 to Mikey and Oita Trinidad on aggregate. Miyaichi, Sugimoto scores again. 2-2.
The comeback continues to pick up pace. Kenya Sugimoto, again, I believe, again, a player that we touched upon before, who's not actually at the club anymore in real life, but Agu is stuck with him, and he's paid off here. 2 goals, and suddenly there's only 1 goal between them across the 2 legs.
Well, these changes, whatever minor adjustments, fine, detailed adjustments that Agu has made, they've clearly worked. The first leg, very few chances, very few openings, both teams able to frustrate the other, particularly Mikey frustrating Marinos and not giving Agu any chances. Ever since those changes at 2-0 down, well, it was nearly Nagasawa again. It's become a breathless second leg. Yashiki cut back. Nagasawa again blocked off by Hatanaka. Wins it back. Nagasawa on the turnover in the penalty area, and suddenly it's 3-2.
Well, both players, form book is out the window, tactics seemingly out the window. It is just a proper end-to-end. Chances are coming, and as you said, Mikey tends to take the chance when they come. He's taken all of them, and Agu as well today. Hasn't had many, and he's taken them. Who knows how this is going to end?
It's suddenly become more and more unpredictable. We thought with that 2-0 lead in the second leg, 3 on aggregate, Mikey was looking unbeatable. Agu made the changes, pulled it back to 2-2. Now it's 3-2, 4-2 on aggregate. Miyaichi attacking the right-hand side. Oh. And those loose balls, it's always so important for the defensive players to react well to the loose balls. As we saw just now, Hatanaga had one possession in his own penalty area, but was then robbed again by Nagasawa.
Well, credit to Mikey as well, because conceding 2 goals in such quick succession, it looked like the tie was over. Then Agu was suddenly back in it, but Mikey really recovered well, and now to move back in front and re-establish that 2-goal lead over in aggregate. He did very well there, but yeah, what have we got? We're going to have another 45 minutes to go. But can he get one more before that?
Space in the centre, cuts back rather than going for the square to Sugimoto. Maybe the pass wasn't on. Had it been, Sugimoto was free again. Yokohama F. Marinos can't quite get that goal. It's Marinos 2, Trinita 3 at half-time in the second leg. 2-4, 4-2 lead to Trinita on aggregate. The other games, you'd think maybe with the 2-goal lead, it would be over at this point. Seeing the way Mikey was playing for the first 120 minutes of this tie, he didn't look like he was going to concede a goal. Now, we really don't know.
I don't know about you. I'm exhausted. I don't know how the players must be feeling. That half there was just, crazy. Hard to get a read on what's going to happen now. Agu there still looks disappointed to have conceded so many chances and so many goals. Mikey, again, poker face on. Can't really tell what he's thinking, but yeah, he must know now. He's so close, but yeah, how do you approach it? Agu has shown that once he starts attacking, he can make the chances. Is Mikey going to keep going 50-50 with him and looking to make chances of his own, or is he going to sit back and try to see this out?
Well, that's where experience could tell, but Marinos looking to get in behind again. High pressure on the ball here. Perhaps Mikey inviting it a little to try and work his way out afterwards. And see if he can invite the Marinos press, play over the top, then maybe there's chances for him to get in behind. Matsubara on the right-hand side. Patiently work to the left. Maybe a bit of space now for Albert. Watanabe into Miyaichi. Closed off again, but it's still Marinos in possession. Watanabe, quick skills. Sugimoto. And closed off again. Yeah, it's not patient defense, it's quick attack from Mikey.
I guess he sees that now as his chance. Tried to soak up the pressure and then draw Agu out, because he knows Agu needs at least 2 goals here, and then try to break quickly with long balls over the top. We're still not seeing. I don't think we've seen any fouls.
Was his Sugimoto, and there was the chance. Well saved.
Keeper
popping
again,
goals coming out.
A long way out.
Not as far as we've seen some of them. Maybe about 5 yards from the goal. I do like the goal nets in the Marinos colours. Crossed in. Sugimoto with the header. It's 3-3. And once again, we've no idea who's going to win this one. Mikey still with a 4-3 lead on aggregate.
See, the keeper there was out, and if he'd stayed on his line, would he have been able to get to it? We don't know. But
well, maybe these are the adjustments that the players are making to the new game, the new specification, to trying different things, and it's maybe become the established logic now for goalkeepers to come out to about the 6-yard line. Now it's so established that players are thinking, right, there are ways we can attack that if we can get the ball behind them. Well, there was a foul then, and the referee played advantage.
Yeah, the players have shown such good composure to not give away free kicks or penalties, obviously in dangerous areas. Mikey, you have to feel like he's going to need another goal here. Agu has really come back, all guns blazing. I can't see Mikey going the last, what are we, half an hour now maybe, without conceding again. So Mikey could need a goal.
The difference between the first and second legs, in the first leg, the 1-0 lead looks solid. Here, 1-goal lead on aggregate, but 6 goals in 61 minutes so far in this second leg. There's no telling what score it could finally be. A 2-0 lead isn't strong. A 2-goal lead isn't strong enough. Mikey, you'd expect him to go back on the attack again.
Well, you feel like he has to, because like I just said, yeah, I feel like Agu is got at least another goal in him, if not more. Mikey is going to need to respond in kind, I think, if he wants to make it through to the semi-finals.
There's a chance from the corner now. Goalkeeper this time out to about 6 yards. Nagasawa, the third man movement in the box, looking to play the short corner instead, playing it directly in, trying to work that space. Now it's at the far post. Well cleared by Nagato, and perhaps a chance to counter for Marinos. 1v1 if they can get the timing right. It's just gone a little bit too far, but Elbert keeps possession, well closed off by Mateus Pereira. That's about the first sliding tackle that we've seen.
I was about to say, that's the kind of tackle I was used to seeing. Proper last ditch.
Leo Serra. Oh, he's gone for the forward pass to Sugimoto. It's there! 4-3! 4-4 on aggregate! Wow.
Wow. I think, yeah, you said it all there. 4-3, 4-4 on aggregate. Wow. I mean, it's anyone's guess where this one is going, isn't it? Agu still just looks a picture of concentration. Mikey maybe starting to feel like he's letting it slip by.
He looks like he's probably feeling it a little bit more. And Agu's just so cool and composed. I think even he didn't expect it to be going as badly as it was for the first 120 minutes of the tie, but he's just kept so disciplined, so strong. He's changed his style of play. He's found the weaknesses. He's found the ways through. And his finishing with Sugimoto in particular has been perfect.
Well, the two players, yeah, the two rangy strikers that we singled out ahead of the game have come up trumps for each of their players, and now which of them is going to come up with the winning goal, we don't know, but you have to feel like it's going to come through one of them, either Nagasawa or Sugimoto, who in real life are maybe not the most prolific in front of the goal, but today they have they got a hat-trick each in this second leg maybe? I've lost track of where the goals have come from, but quite possibly. 24 minutes to go.
The players are usually, they're so quick to get it restarted that whenever you get the score or display afterwards, it just disappears straight away.
Well, we're still averaging a goal every 10 minutes, so with that in mind, we've got 3 more to go.
Well, Mikey looking for the first of those, but he's blocked off on the right flank with Nagato now leading the counter. Elbert carries it. Can they play the through pass in? They look to have a speed advantage.
The back post. Is it the back post? Oh, he went. Just got away from him.
Well, Agu is using the player lock to get the third man running in the centre, just to try and get the striker into a little bit more space. It didn't work out that time. Now in space in the centre is Machida. Umesaki plays it through. Nodake is closed off. Agu has shown both attacking and defending skills throughout this tournament. 3 goals conceded today is more than he conceded in 5 games in total going into the match. Now Leo Serra, patient in possession, plays it through. It's Kenyu Sugimoto again. Mizunuma there on the right-hand side. I think he may have come off the bench. His father was a legendary Japanese international in the 1980s, now a famous football commentator.
Well, we've gone 10 minutes without a goal, so they're obviously becoming more defensive. They're slackening off.
Now you get to that point where next goal could win it. And if they don't get it in the next 12 minutes, then we'll get a golden goal match in which the next goal will win it. Here's Leo Serra, patient in possession, good quick footwork, trying to work that space. Mikey not letting him through. 1-2, blocked off.
Blocked by Tone, and now it's Mikey's turn to push. What have we got? 10 minutes.
Umesaki with the long ball over the top. He's got behind Machida! 4-4 and 5-4 to Trinita on aggregate. There's 9 minutes left.
Still plenty of time. I'm not going to get too carried away just yet. Bearing in mind what we've seen over the past, 80 minutes. This could still go either way. There's no way Agu is giving up. Having fought back as well as he's done so far, there's still, what, 8 minutes to go. Plenty of time for 2 or 3 more goals.
Well, Mikey's game against Nasri last year went down into legend. He went 4-1 up in that game, was pulled back to 4-4 late on and then lost in golden goal. 5-4 up, though, over the 2 legs in this one and in possession.
Well, will he have learned from that? Or is that going to come back to haunt him? Let's see.
Well, he said in that occasion that he maybe went a little too defensive, led his opponent back into it. He's done that perhaps a bit today. Mizunuma, though. Desperation for Marinos. Leo Seara, Watanabe with the shot, with the goal. 5-4. Marinos, 5-5 on aggregate.
I feel just like Tone there. What is going on? I did say when Mikey just got the other goal, I didn't think we were quite done yet. Agu takes a sip of water, richly deserved. He needs that. Maybe something stronger after this game is done, but what a finish.
It's another game that's going to go down in eJ.LEAGUE legend. After such a tight first leg where Mikey's defensive skills were on display for all of us to see, it's a 9-goal thriller in the second.
And it was Kota Watanabe who missed probably Marinos' only big chance in the first leg.
Well, this one isn't over yet. Machida inside, well blocked off by Hatanaka, whose mistake led to the goal earlier on.
2 minutes added on. More than enough time for someone to get a winner.
We have to keep the ball to make sure that your attack is the last attack now. It's a little bit like basketball when it gets to these stages. Sugimoto through. Closed off, goalkeeper is out. Wins the ball, no foul. Nagasara carries it away. I think we're going to golden goal. A 3rd game to separate these 2 legends of the eJ.LEAGUE.
What on earth was the goalkeeper doing out there? He got away with it in the end. Mikey looks as relieved as you'd expect. Agu's still completely focused.
Sugimoto with 4 goals today.
Mikey
Marinos
laughing
5.
away.
Trinita 4, 5-5 on aggregate.
Yeah, where do you start with that? Where do you start with that one? I can't even remember who scored the first goal. I can't even remember what the flow of the game was.
Just the pace of the game was incredible. We've seen 2 completely different legs in this one. First one was the best intriguing contest, shall we say, so far. Very, very difficult for either side to create chances. Mikey created one, scored that. That was enough to turn it around for this one. Then went 2-0 up in this second leg. And you thought with Mikey's defensive record, he was set to go. 3-0 in front.
Bando, yeah.
Enjoying the celebrations there.
Even if you don't speak Japanese, I think that says more than enough.
Well, absolutely. Bando was a crowd pleaser during his playing career. He played for my local team, Gamba Osaka, technically 3 times because he signed a 1-day contract right at the end of his career that he could retire as a Gamba player, which shows the legend that he was. But he was one of the players. In those days in the J.League, in the 2000s, there were fewer players who come to the fans and do their celebrations. Bando always, he prioritised his relationship with the fans. He was a very, very popular guy. Those celebrations there that Mikey showed us with the 4 players dancing on the touchline, you maybe don't see that quite so often in real life.
So is that something the players can choose to do within the game? Or
Yeah,
is it
so when you
just
score a goal,
pre-programmed?
there are various different actions that you can perform on the controller to choose a celebration. But 5-5 on aggregate, such a different game. We thought 3-0 up on aggregate, but this now, because it's been a draw on aggregate, level on aggregate, we go to a 3rd match, golden goal. This time we can only have 1 goal, so maybe it will be more like the first leg than the second leg.
You'd have to think so. I mean, I was going to say to you, who do you put in as the favourite? You'd probably have to think. I would be inclined to go more with Agu just because he's the one who came back and he's got that momentum now. Mikey knows he was so close and he kind of, I wouldn't say, it's maybe not fair to say he threw it away because it was such a good game. But he was closer. He had it in his hands and it was taken away, whereas Agu now has got out of jail. He's come back, so you feel like maybe slightly there'll be the psychological edge. But yeah, as you said, now it's first goal wins. There's no way of going, well, if I concede, I know I can score on the break. That's it. So you'd have to assume it's going to be slightly more cagey.
Well, there were more golden goal third matches in the round of 16. I was expecting we might get some today. It's taken to the fourth quarter-final to get our first one. The players are taking a little longer than usual to get set up. Maybe they need a bit of a break. Maybe they need some thinking time to think, okay, I've done this in the first game, I've done this in the second game, I need something different, a new way of thinking for the third. We might be seeing Oita with a 3 up front, possibly with a 2 up front. We'll see where Nagasawa is positioned, where Mikey chooses to pick him this time. But he's taken the lead, obviously, in both games so far. He won the first one 1-0. Lost the second 5-4, but was 2-0 up in it. He only has to score the first goal this time. Agu has to start the game better.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. I was looking at it from the point of how they'd finished the last game, but you're absolutely right. Mikey scoring the first goal in both so far. But obviously now they've played each other twice in the space of the last half an hour or so. So Agu's maybe aware of that. And it's again, how do you get in your own head too much and overthink it? Do you second guess yourself? Do you try to predict what your opponent's going to do? Or do you just focus on what you're going to do and think, you know, you've brought it this far, now let's go for it. Let's get that first goal and get it done.
Well, the players are now ready to start their third match. If this match is 0-0, we'll go to a fourth and we go until there's a goal. But this match is not necessarily a 90-minute match. It is first goal wins, golden goal. As soon as either player scores, they are through to the semi-final. The player who concedes out of the competition. Mikey's Oita Trinita side are in front. The game kicks off.
And this is now a neutral venue, right? The golden goal games will
well,
be played
they're back at home.
Right,
again.
okay, so we're back in Oita. So whether that does play into it too, we'll have to see. No goals yet. This has got to be the longest this tie has gone without a goal, I think. 3 minutes.
Well, there might be a chance now for Marinos to break with Miyaichi on the right-hand side. His cross.
Oh.
And it was Sugimoto in there again, the aerial battle with Mateus Pereira. First goal wins. Maybe we're going to see a basketball-like match with both players going for it, trying to attack down those flanks. Umesaki, Yashiki, can he get behind Nagato? Nagato's had a strong game overall. And again, quick vertical passes, get the ball out to Sugimoto, play the ball over the top. The risky ball has landed at the feet of Leo Sierra. Great control, cuts inside. Cuts back to Miyaichi. Leo Sierra chance. Well blocked off. Superb defending.
Well, we weren't sure. Are they going to come in and go for another slobber knocker, or are they going to sit tight and try and keep things steady? They've gone for the former so far. Both players, as soon as they get the ball, get it up onto the front line, look to get the balls into the box and hope that their main strikers can cause trouble. You'd be very surprised if we go to a fourth match, wouldn't you?
You would at this stage. Uebisu now on the ball. He was the man who came right in from the right back position to block off the chance just now. Mikey being that little bit more patient in possession, not playing the forward passes quite so quickly, but he's got a chance to do that now. Well blocked off. Oh, give it away though! Nagasawa, chance! Off the post!
Hatanaka made the mistake, I think, in one of the previous ties, did so again. I think Mikey couldn't quite believe his luck to have the ball there. It took a couple of touches, maybe he didn't need, and off the post.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sean. It was Hatanaka who gave the ball away in that last game for what seemed a crucial goal at the time. Now it's Marinos in attack. Elbert blocked off superbly by Tone. He's got to be careful not to give the ball away. Both players taking risks in their own 6-yard box.
Matt, he's in again. Is he offside? He's just holding the line. Oh, it just went away from him. Where are we? Nomura.
It's that line control that Yashiki's there again. Well shut off. Yashiki, short corner.
He's giving it away though. Players committed forward for Oita. Could there be a break on?
The short corner designed to keep possession, but it hasn't worked out at all. They've done well to get players back. Marinos a little bit slow to get forward. Maybe Agu sensing it's better to keep possession, gain a bit of attacking shape, gain territory and keep the ball now. They're called offside, so it's back in possession for Oita and Mikey. According to Hazame-san, the Japanese co-commentator, typically golden goals are scored in the first 20 minutes. When they haven't been, it can be 0-0 for quite a long time. As the game
I'm not sure with these two players and what we've seen across the first 2 legs of this tie, I can't imagine them going that long without scoring.
But then as we saw the first leg, it was so tight.
Well, it was, but Mikey scored quite early on in that one, so he had something to protect.
Well, they both have a place in the competition to protect at the moment. The next goal wins. The cross to the far post, it should be the goalkeeper's ball. Easy in the end for Nakabayashi. So these two, we haven't mentioned the goalkeepers so far. The goalkeepers, are they the regular starting keepers for their teams?
I don't think they are, no. Nakabayashi is not the regular for Marinos, and I think William Pop was in goal for Oita. He's actually left the club now. Oita got relegated at the end of the last J.League season. He's now gone to Machida Zelvia, another second division team. He kind of split the goalkeeping duties with Shun Takagi last season at Oita, so he's obviously moved on for some guaranteed first team action. So yeah, it does look again like maybe they've each gone with the taller option in goal. Hasn't really worked out for them so far, though, has it?
It seemed to in the first leg. It certainly didn't in the second. We'll see how we're going now. But yes, certainly, overall, most of the chances that have been created have been scored. Elbert looking to create something from the right-hand side. Cut inside to Joel. Now Miyaichi with the short cross just over the head of Sugimoto.
Here comes Mikey.
Counter on forward. Well defended.
No.
There's pressure on the second ball again. Again, now you can start to look at the clock. When you get closer to the end of the half, you can maybe take a bit more risk, thinking if you lose the ball, that's the end of the half anyway. We're not quite there yet.
Offside trap set.
Miyaichi's played it through. Is the goalkeeper out?
Oh. There is that
makes
man.
the save. But again, we haven't seen too many keeper charges, but if you're going to do it, you've got to be committed. Mesaki, Uebisu. Little clip over the top now. Nomura. Nomura the shot!
Oh.
Just saved by the foot of the goalkeeper. 4 minutes left in the first half. We've still got a little bit to go.
It's finally paid off having the keeper stood there.
But he managed to control the position. He wasn't quite out on the 6-yard line. Agu working it from the goalkeeper, keeping possession. Maybe now, if you can just work into added time, you can then take that risk. Miyaichi. Elbert plays it behind. Chance to cross, perhaps. Sugimoto is there. Uebisu again wins the header. He's having a starring role in this third match. And now maybe the final attack of the first half for Oita Trinita, but no added time. A breathless contest again.
Yeah, that sums up the first half. I don't think there were really any breaks in play. It was just, like you said, a basketball game. Both players, as soon as they had the ball, looking to get forward, attack and get that goal. I think it was this game. Was it this one where Mikey hit the post? Or was it the previous one? I mean, there was a chance.
There was a chance that was the one.
Yes, Nagasawa had a couple of touches he didn't need and hit the post. So that's probably the closest, but still, it really could go either way, couldn't it?
I've got pen and paper in front of me to take notes, and it's just too fast.
Same here. I've got 3 pens in front of me, 3 different colours. I thought I was going to have the luxury of making all kinds of notes, and yeah. There's just no time to catch your breath. I'd love to get a comment from the players now and just ask them, like, how are you doing?
The mid-match interview. I mean, it's getting progressively harder to find the breath ourselves. I don't know if the players are going to be in a fit state to talk after this game. It's just so intense. I mean, the intensity that the players show going to a single match as the second half is about to kick off here with Marinos attacking left to right in their away shirts. The intensity for a single match is so much. To go into a third match, a 6th half of football, scores are still tied. And there's got to be a goal. If it's still 0-0 after this half, we'll go to another one.
Are you sure we're going to be able to get to the final today?
I've got nowhere else to be. It's Leo Seara. Hasegawa wins the ball, but he's given it away. Miyaichi. Leo Seara again holds possession. Kenyu Sugimoto had the chance again, blocked off. The 2 number 41s. Just trying to mix things up with the lofted, the chip ball out to the fullback. It hasn't paid off for Mikey. Miyaichi plays behind. Leo Seara on the right-hand flank. Clipped inside. Good pass, or so it appeared. Hasegawa, good defending.
Corner.
But they've won the corner here. Agu, excellent press, and maybe got a little bit of luck with the deflection, but the cross in. Sugimoto against Pop. It's 8 yards out of his line. It's so bold to do that. And again, work from Pop out to the flank very quickly. This time it pays off to Ibisu, who took a high starting position from the right back spot. Now to the other side with Hasegawa chipped over the top to Nagasawa. Koike is there again. Watanabe with the through pass, seen off again by Tone. Kobayashi, Yumiba.
The pace is still just unrelenting,
it's incredible,
isn't it?
Mikey's typically a more patient player, but even he is playing with real speed, trying to force the issue there with the diagonal pass. He might now get caught on the counter-attack with the fullback out, but he's recovered well. Agu in turn, a little more patient in possession this time. Koike, the right back, advanced, turns back. Mikey using the offside trap, doesn't want that defence line to drop too deep, knowing about the potential for the through passes. Here's one that's come on the left side. Elbert inside. Lea Sierra, that's the winner! Golden goal! Marinos through, Agu through!
Well, you said he'd picked his name after Sergio Aguero, who's obviously in England famous for that goal and that commentary that came, and he's now given us he finally broke a slight smile after almost 3 games. Man.
63rd minute of the golden goal game. 243 minutes in total.
I forget how many goals he was. Was he 2 or 3 goals behind at the worst point? He was 3 behind, wasn't he?
It's another massive comeback. It's another nightmare in that regard for Mikey, who led 4-1 against Nasri in last year's competition. Back to 4-4, lost in golden goal. This time on aggregate, 3-0 in front. Ends up
you have to feel sorry, I think.
6-5.
I think you'd feel sorry for whichever of them lost. Because they both gave up such a good battle. But Mikey, having, as you said, not made it beyond this point in the competition previously, having been ahead like that, and obviously the respect he gained from the other players, he was so close to getting through. You have to feel sorry for him. But Agu, what a comeback to keep his composure.
Yeah, Mikey has been in the quarterfinals before. Agu in the quarterfinals for the first time, the 3rd best player in Japan, or one of the best 3 in Japan, but usually knocked out in the round of 16.
So the top 3 are all now into the semi-finals, right? The Japan national team representatives.
They're all there, and 2 of them will play each other.
He said he thought it was finished.
Yeah.
Once the 3rd one went in.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to ask him about that in a bit more detail. But yeah. I mean, he's had such a cool and composed facial expression throughout. So he says that the style that he likes to play in the eJ.LEAGUE, Mikey had read him, and he was being ripped apart. He had to adjust to that. I mean, it looks like his eyes are watering. I don't know if that's emotion or if that's just sheer not blinking for the last half an hour or so.
We had that, the previous Nasri said he couldn't breathe for the last 5 minutes. You wonder if Agu had blinked for the past kind of 45 minutes.
It's just incredible.
Bando's showing us up there with his bow tie. I feel slightly underdressed.
I would be too hot wearing a bow tie. I mean, I think tomorrow is going to be t-shirt, because just the intensity of the competition, it comes. We're a little bit removed from it in the next room over, but still, it's just getting so exciting, and the pace of each game seems to get quicker and quicker. You wonder if the players now will take the chance to reset a little bit, cool down. Maybe the next round it'll be a bit more relaxed again. We don't know.
Yeah, you touched upon it before, but that's what I was thinking. You assume once you get to the final kind of the rounds like this, and the players become more evenly matched, you assume there's going to be more maybe golden goal matches, tighter games. But so far, the intensity, the speed of the games, and just the end-to-end nature of it.
Just amazing.
Everybody is just going all out to try to win.
Well, we're not going to have time to fit in any player interviews after this game, because it's gone on so long. They've got to start getting ready for the semi-finals.
So do we. I think it will do us good. Hopefully, we'll get the chance to speak to Agu in the next section. But
well, hopefully so. Maybe we can see him behind the scenes, but Well, 4 semi-finalists decided. It's really difficult to predict because the level of the competition is incredible. Jay made it through. Ebipool, the former eFootball player, he makes it through to the semi-finals. Nasri and Agu play each other. The two Japan international teammates play each other. I mean, the level of competition, just incredible. Jay, the first winner. Ebipool, the second. Nasri, the third. Agu, the fourth.
Well, it's a fascinating lineup now because, as you said, we've got the 3 Japan national team players, and then we've got the wild card who's come in from the other game, who's really seemed to be very confident, very willing to try and do something different, mix things up. Can he really upset the apple cart and get through all the way to the final or maybe win it? Or are the national team players going to show their pedigree?
Well, that is, as you say, the wild card in the competition, the added element of unpredictability that we don't know about at this stage. But you sense that the quality of the lineup is getting stronger and stronger. As Nasri was saying before, he was expecting more difficult players each time. He's now got to play his Japan national teammate. They know each other extremely well. Nasri suggested that wasn't an advantage. There was more pressure on it. That makes them more nervous. Ebipool seems cool, confident. Aggressively so, almost.
Well,
He's
Jay
most
got
emotional.
through. Jay seemed to get. It seems like it was so long ago now.
It is so long ago.
He's had so long to wait. He's been watching all these games. He's been seeing what's going on. You know, what condition is he going to be in to be able to come and play? Ebipool as well. Obviously, it was a while ago, but slightly less of a break in between games. Is that going to serve to his advantage, or will it work the other way?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It's two quite contrasting players in terms of their histories. With the first semi-final, with Jay taking on
Here is poor old Mikey.
Well, let's have a listen to what Mikey says.
笑顔も見られた気がしたんですが、どうでしょう、どんな思いで戦っていたでしょうか。いやもうまたかって感じです。あ、なるほど。
It's happened again. It's happened again. Well, he had that 3-goal advantage last year, and 3-goal advantage this year. But he's able to laugh. He's able to smile.
Well, this is the thing. We were joking about it a bit before, where we spoke to some of the players beforehand, and they all seem to get on very well. We were saying we'd like there to be a bit more edge, but it does seem like they are all really kind of friendly with each other. They do get on, so there is that element. Of course, you're disappointed to have lost, but I think he'll appreciate how well Agu played, and probably, obviously, he's not going to be happy for him because he's knocked him out. But I think, he'll appreciate the level of play he showed, being able to come back.
Well, he says as well, there's tomorrow as well, and that's something that some of the players have been looking forward to, because reaching the quarterfinals mean you get to play with your FIFA Ultimate teams. That's another chance to win another competition, another chance to qualify for another competition with 2 places available tomorrow for the FIFA E-World Cup. So another huge round of games tomorrow, and different teams to control. But
well, you wonder, what kind of different games we're going to see tomorrow. As we've been touching upon, where all the players here have been levelled out to be in the same ability. Whereas tomorrow they're going to be playing with the teams that they're used to playing with in their own time and building up. So you might see a different approach
and more reflective usually of their personalities, the kind of players they like, the kind of chemistry they like to have in their team. That's something that's going to be a bit more different tomorrow. Today, as you say, all the teams are essentially the same, just the height of the players gives a slight advantage occasionally. Tomorrow there's all sorts of different players available.
This is the lineup?
The lineup, as we see, Jay beat Atsia in the first game. He made it through as our defending champion. Ebipool beat Nyonyo to take the semi-final place against Jay next time. Nasri beat Sledge. Agu beat Mikey. The 2 Japan teammates play each other in the next round. I don't know how long we have until the semi-finals. I think the players
don't think we have
probably all need a break. It was scheduled, I think, for on the hour, so we don't have very long.
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. We should be having Jay against Ebipool. So everyone's got probably going to have around about 10 minutes, quick toilet break, put the kettle on, and get back and join us.
To reset now. Well, we've had a slight adjustment. In fact, we've been told we've got 20 minutes extra. So at 20 minutes past 4 Japanese time, so that's 20 minutes past 7 GMT, or wherever you are in your time zone, 20 minutes past the next hour, the semi-finals will start. We're going to take a little break now. Look forward to seeing you again for the semi-finals and the final of the eJ.League.
休憩を挟んで。
Excuse me, we're losing our voices here. We're just on a little bit of refreshment in the 20 minutes or so that we've just had off. It's the semi-finals now of the FIFA 22 Global Series eJ.LEAGUE powered by Plala Club Championship. We've just had 4 incredible quarterfinals. We lost our breath, and I don't think we've quite got it back yet.
Well, I was going to say, you're well within your rights to be having a sip of water. We barely.
I was just trying to get one extra one in.
We barely had time to get our breath back. Have a very quick, what will be a late lunch over here, Japan time. We're already well beyond 4 p.m.
Yep.
A quick drink. We bumped into some of the players. We saw Hagu and Mikey straight after their epic clash.
Absolutely
and
epic.
Still friends. Both exhausted. And now the players getting ready. We just saw Ebi Paul now. He said he didn't eat anything, right?
No, he didn't eat because he said if he eats this, then his concentration levels drop. And so to prepare for the match, he's just been sipping tea.
Sipping tea, which is very Japanese. Very sophisticated.
Others might say it sounds quite a British thing to do as well. But either way, he says if I eat, my concentration levels drop. So I fast until the next game.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's hope he didn't have too much tea if he gets caught short midway through the game.
Well, this is something that we have to work the right balance out as well. It's a slightly shorter block this time. We've got 2 semi-final matches, both over 2 legs again. So,
well, we could, if they're tight, we could be then going to golden goal. So we could be here for another 3 or 4 hours.
You're right.
We just don't know.
I mean, the first game we got. I mean, going back, it's more than 4 hours ago now that we started today's proceedings. Jay, the defending champion, he won the first quarterfinal and has now waited 4 hours for his next match. He played Atsuya, won both games 2-1, was behind in the second leg. By the way, new in the Japanese team for these final stages is Yuka Kagayama of the girl band Hinatazaka 46. She often appears on another show that I do on a different channel. Extremely knowledgeable about football. It's now the ambassador, the Japanese ambassador for the FIFA 22 game itself.
So we don't get any help though. These guys get more and more help with each round.
This is true. There are now 5 of them. There are only 2 of us. We've got our water bottles here. We're ready to go. But Jay, he's been waiting for about 4 hours after his 4-2 aggregate win in the first round. He'll be playing against Ebi Paul, who beat Nyonyo 2-0 on aggregate. That was 2-0 in the first game, 0-0 in the second. Then we saw Nasri beating Sledge 3-2 on aggregate. That was a really tight one. 1-1 in the first game, 2-1 in the second. Nasri spent 10 minutes keeping the ball in the last period of the game and said he couldn't breathe throughout it. And then we just had that absolute thriller for the last quarter-final. Agu losing to Mikey 1-0 in the first leg, winning the second one 5-4, and then Agu won on golden goal. We're seeing a bit more of an extravagant player introduction for these semi-finals. Lights and the confidence of Ebi Paul again. Jay looking cool and composed and like he could be playing on his living room sofa.
It's all a bit WWE, isn't it? Have they got their own entrance themes, I wonder? That would be quite nice.
That I can't hear. I don't think it's quite
generic.
It's quite as bespoke as that. But
this is a fascinating clash, isn't it? Because Jay's the favourite, but he had a difficult time getting to the semi-final.
Sure.
And Ebi Paul very confident, no lunch, so he's very focused. Very focused. He's probably getting hungry though, so he'll want to get it over with quickly so he can grab one of those delicious bentos.
I mean, that's ready for battle. You starve yourself first to get ready for battle. Maybe that's how it's coming in.
Yep.
I mean, Jay is the all-rounder. Ebi Paul is the maverick who's come across from the Pro Evo, from the Winning 11, the eFootball series of games, several names and several generations, and where you are in the world. But he's got the different technique which he thinks, and other players admit, causes a bit of a surprise. So taking on Jay, most of the players, when they get to this stage, they're saying, we've played each other so many times before, it's about new ways to win. Whereas players who play against Ebi Paul don't have that advantage of past knowledge because he's a newcomer to this field. It's so impressive to see how far he's got in the competition.
And he really does seem to be enjoying being that kind of outside element, coming in, mixing things up. He looks very calm, but he's having fun with it. We saw he was probably the most animated when it came to his celebrations after scoring goals and things. So you wonder, how that's going to come across if he gets the first goal against Jay, who again we spoke about it a bit with Nasri. As you get closer to the final, the pressure starts to build. For Jay too, with that target on his back, maybe the pressure will start to build. And Ebi Paul, I think of obviously the other 2 players in the semi-final were national team players with Jay, but maybe Ebi Paul is the one best placed to cause an upset. Maybe the other 2, because they know how good Jay is, might respect him a bit too much, might be a bit too familiar. Ebi Paul, I think maybe Jay is the player that maybe he doesn't want to play against.
Yeah, it's possibly true. I mean, Jay looks cool and composed all the time, but I mean, I think maybe the whole atmosphere of the competition has heated up progressively since his game. His game was kind of the least, I don't want to say dramatic, it was a really high quality match against Azia, but the tension seemed to ramp up more and more with each passing game. Maybe coming in first, coming in cold, there was a different tension, a different feel to that. Whereas now he's seen the 3 quarterfinals since, each are getting more and more exciting and intense, and now he's coming into maybe a different atmosphere for the semis.
Well, I wonder as well if the atmosphere in here is having an effect on the players. Like we just noted now in our quick break that we can hear the Japanese team over there, so we kind of gradually were ramping up our commentaries, went along, trying to kind of make, match the intensity and the excitement of the games. And I wonder if the players as well, they can hear that. They're really very close to where everybody is sitting in the Japanese team. So maybe they're reacting to that too and feeding off it, which is causing everything to build up.
Well, we've got the charts prepared for us by the Japanese expert co-commentator Hazame-san about the different characteristics each player brings to these competitions. Jay is rated 10 out of 10 for attack, 10 out of 10 for technique, 9 out of 10 for defense on the right-hand side. At the bottom left, mental strength, 9 out of 10. 8 out of 10 for the element of surprise.
Unpredictability, so Ebi Paul, surely, I think he was down to 10 over here, wasn't he, for the unpredictability. Again, I think we're going to see it now with obviously both of these semi-finals. We saw it with the quarterfinals as well. Like, none of them were really easily won. It's really going to be hard to call. I think the first goal, especially now, well, we say that, but after the last quarterfinal we just had, you don't know. But you'd feel like the first goal now is going to be so crucial. It's going to be vital to see how the different players approach it. Yeah,
it felt that way in the early game, certainly. In Jay, he won his first leg of the quarterfinal against Atsuya 2-1. Atsuya got that goal back, but then Jay with the 2 late goals in the second leg to go through. So it was a tight match, but then always you felt that the advantage seemed to be with Jay in that one. Ebi Paul, of course, got 2 in front against Nyonyo, and that was it. The rest of the whole tie was shut down. Nasri against Sledge was just so tense throughout, but Agu against Mikey, the first goal felt like it was important. It felt even more important when Mikey got the first and second goal in the second leg. But for two years in a row, Mikey has lost a 3-goal advantage to be eliminated from this competition. I mean,
we'll come to it obviously after this one. We've got the first semi-final coming up first, but I think that seeing how his confidence is after that huge comeback, you saw he was so focused during the game, but the relief afterwards, you wonder if that is going to give him the momentum maybe in his semi-final. But obviously before that, we've got another one to get through first. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's just so much to keep on top of.
On the Japanese channel, you're seeing the players before the game. They got a chance to chat to Bando-san, and so the atmosphere has changed a little bit. Here we've seen the chart of Ebi Paul's various abilities.
This is the one, isn't it?
This is the one, the element of surprise in the bottom right, 10 out of 10. The other aspects, attack 9, technique 7. That's probably coming across from the different game that affects that. Defense also 7, also a factor there in the ratings that we've been given. Mental strength 8. I don't know, I think he's been underestimated.
I would definitely drag the mental down for sure. I think technique, as someone who doesn't play the game myself, I don't know the difficulty of coming across, but I would appreciate that. Playing a completely different game, that's probably fair. And defence, he wasn't really tested too much in his quarterfinal against Nyonyo.
He shut them down extremely well.
That's what I was going to say. He wasn't really tested, but was that because he was so well organised, or was he just not really given a test? We'll find out very soon.
We will find out. He got in front, and then he was able to play to his strengths a little bit more. But as he said, like, you can see him smiling now. Most of the players haven't been quite so expressive with their emotions, both before the games and during the games. Maybe a little bit afterwards, particularly when they've won, or maybe even when they've lost. They're eliminated, and all the pressure is gone, and they can finally relax a little bit more. But before the games, and we just bumped into Ebi Paul in the corridor there, he's chatting, and he comes across as really confident. And maybe it's a mental strength that perhaps if things start to go badly, it might work against him. Maybe that's why Hazame-san sees him and thinks only 8 out of 10 compared to Jay's 10 out of 10. We don't know, but look at this. Making the peace poses there.
He doesn't look nervous, does he?
No, he's
drinking more tea. That's the only thing I'm worried about with him. He's drinking a lot of tea.
Maybe the way I see it, I think maybe Jay is a fixed 10 because he's so cool, but Ebi Paul maybe he's an 8, but maybe at other times he's a 12 because he's got that confidence, and that seems to add a bit of momentum. He's the only one of all of the players who seems to think about playing any sort of mind games, putting any pressure on.
Yeah.
You said maybe even half jokingly when you asked him, was that to try and put pressure on your opponent when you celebrated the goals? He said, yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't expected him to say
No,
that. I was
neither
expecting
did
him to say no. It was just a relief. But yeah, to say that as well. Again, not being overly familiar with the esports scene. I don't know how common that is elsewhere, but certainly within Japanese football, that isn't really something you do. There's a kind of on the pitch kind of trash talking, winding people up. Doesn't really happen a lot. It's kind of frowned upon, and the fact that not only does he do it, but he's openly admitting to it and saying, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing." So maybe you'll see some of it here, where he knows he needs to find an edge against the guy who's a two-time defending champion. That could be what gives it to him.
Well, the first match is about to kick off between Jay controlling Kawasaki Frontale and eJ.LEAGUE controlling Avispa Fukuoka. I expect it to be another thriller. I'm not entirely sure whether my voice is going to last to the end of the weekend or even the end of the day. Again, just like the quarterfinals, we're playing first and second legs with each team at home once. Kawasaki Frontale are the home team in this first leg against Avispa Fukuoka. So it's played at the Union Park Stadium, the Todoroki Stadium that Kawasaki use in real life isn't in this game. But it's Avispa Fukuoka and eJ.LEAGUE who start off. He's the one with the element of surprise. He's the one that the players who've come over from eFootball, from Pro Evo, from Winning 11, they're said to play the ball more forward more quickly, play crosses into the box more quickly. We'll see how that transpires against Jay today. Working the ball against the midfield. Look how compact and tight they've left it there, but Yamane has to get back for the header.
I think that's probably Jay's first touch as well, a defensive touch. Of the first 5 minutes, he wasn't able to get a touch. eJ.LEAGUE came out positively, as we expected he would. And now that Jay has got the ball, what's going to be key is seeing, how does eJ.LEAGUE deal with that? As we said, did he organise his defence very well in the quarter-final, and that's why it was such a comfortable win for him? Or was he just not given enough of a test? Well, we'll find out for sure.
Behind here, and he's got the square ball into the box. That's the sort of play that we saw the stronger players using in the group stages. They've usually been worked out by this point, and they haven't been allowed to get balls along the ground into the area. This time, Jay's able to find that space.
And it was from that right again that Jay was using a lot in the quarter-final. The Yamane and Ienaga out on the right.
It was that combination that produced so many goals throughout the early stages as well 2 weeks ago.
Another ball in behind, and Juanma, of course, who was the big target man that eJ.LEAGUE said he wanted to try to use, and he did use to such good effect in the quarter-final. Can he have the same impact in this game against a stronger opponent in a higher pressure game?
There's two contrasting styles, really. I mean, Jay has so much to his game that he can adapt to an opponent and play in different ways. But as we said, so much of his stronger plays, most of his chances have come on that right side, that combination between Yamane and Ienaga. When it comes to Avispa, it's Juanma in the middle. And now Crew maybe has a chance to get the cross in. Yamane well defended there. Here's Juanma. Jay committing a lot of players to defences, not just the back four, the midfield when they're out of possession. They're dropping really deep to not leave any space between the lines. Bit of pressure with three players from eJ.LEAGUE, but Yamane's got into the opponent's half. Big switch out to the left-hand side now with Noborizato. The pass to break the lines, now Tachibanada. Switched out to Yamane. 2v2 on this flank, but Crew has defended it well. eJ.LEAGUE not getting caught too deep defensively. He did drop off quite a lot in his earlier games, but he seems to have adjusted that throughout the competition. Grawley had several blocks, didn't he, against Shimizu Espos in the previous game?
Yeah, we picked him out definitely as in the second leg at least as probably the key player, really getting in the right positions at the right time. As yet, he hasn't been called upon. It's been a game of attrition so far, except for that kind of early sighter.
Maybe there could be a chance now for Juanma. Wins the physical battle out to Crew. Cross comes in, Jessiel heads it away. It looks like it's going to be difficult for either defence to be breached here. Maybe both players testing the waters a little bit, testing each other out in these early stages. We did see, of course, in that last quarter-final, two very different games between the first and second leg. Broken the lines again. Marcinho out to Ienaga. Into Leandro Damião. And Grolli is there again. It's the quick footwork that Jay looks to utilise. Little touches left and right to try to commit the defender, get outside him and get that shoot away.
Well, you can see the difference in their approaches. Ebipool is usually more direct. All the passes are pretty much played forwards, looking to gain ground. Whereas Jay, he seems quite happy at times to just keep playing it from side to side and waiting for a gap to open up. Whereas Ebipool seems to be looking to force something. So he's giving it away a bit cheaply there.
Marcinho with the chance to play the ball over the top to Leandro Damião, breaking on the left flank. Not much support yet, has to hold on to possession on the left-hand side. Into the box, Grolli. A little bit of contact there, no foul either way. Again, he's looking for that cutback, looking for that square ball perhaps into the box, along the ground, not using the higher crosses. He did score, of course, against Lazio with a cross ball and a header at the far post in the opening game.
That feels like a long time ago now.
It feels like a long time ago now. We saw that and we thought maybe compared to the previous round we're going to get more goals from crosses. Maybe that's going to be more of a thing. It didn't quite transpire that way in the later games, but the big forwards certainly made their presence felt in several other matches as well.
He likes to switch the play as well, doesn't he, Ebipool? Gets it on one flank and likes to get it across with a big sweeping pass onto the other to try to change the angles.
We're into added time now. I don't think there'll be very much of it. In fact, there's none at all. 0-0 and not many real chances. There was the openings perhaps that Jay looked to create with those low balls into the box, or low square balls into the box. Otherwise, they've done extremely well out of possession, you'd have to say. They're both probing a little bit, but look at that. No shots on goal in the first half.
No, but 63% possession, I think I saw there for Avispa and Ebipool. So, yeah, he's, again, as we saw in Jay's first game, he seems quite happy to let his opponent have the ball. Whereas some other players maybe get anxious or whatever, not being in possession. Jay seems very happy to just sit back, to trust in his organisation of his defence, and then once the chance comes, as we saw in the quarterfinal, he did take it. Is the chance going to come for him today, or is Ebipool going to find a way to break through?
We'll see now as the second half gets underway. Kawasaki Frontale in the blue strips, kicking from right to left and in possession as the second half gets underway. Avispa Fukuoka in the all-white, the away team for this second leg, controlled by Ebipool. Tachibana in for Leandro Damião, and that's the first shot of this semi-final. And now a chance from the corner kick. We've always been watching the goalkeepers and how far they come out from their goal line before the ball is kicked. He's about 5 yards out now. Into that near post. Leandro Damião wins the header, scores the goal, Kawasaki lead.
Well, we were just talking about it now, and if Jay could take the chance when it comes, and straight after the break, he's done exactly that. Got a set piece, and Leandro Damião at the near post, maybe he'd been keeping an eye on the goalkeeper's movement as well and thought that could be a chance. Man on the line, in no man's land, really. Didn't seem to be aware of the ball coming, but that could be a very, very big goal, couldn't it? Ebipool now needs to come out and draw upon that unpredictability of his to make something happen.
Well, if the goalkeeper is starting so advanced, then getting a player at the near post to then head inside that near post, that's the angle that's available to you, because the goalkeeper has to then go backwards if he's going to be able to block it. Marcinho now with the chance maybe to create something else for Kawasaki. Jay leading the semi-final with the first goal of this final round of 4. 2 legs, of course. This is only the first leg. There's still 130 minutes or so of play to go. But Jay, I think he changed things up at the beginning of the second half.
Well, it worked. Definitely worked for him.
We did get a brief look at his facial expressions during the half-time break. He had a little shake of the head to himself. I don't think he was quite so happy with how the first half had gone. He did comment before that last year he won this competition, but he wasn't able to play the Kawasaki Frontale way of playing. He wants to have more possession. He wants to pass the ball more. And when he wins, but he isn't able to play that way, he's not satisfied.
But you need to find that balance, don't you? If you want to keep winning, you can't be too focused on that at risk of then losing what enables you to win. You need to find that balance. Kawasaki had that, I think last year they won it, the J.League in the end at a canter, but before the season they were talking about they wanted to average 3 goals a game. They were talking too about wanting to stay to that attacking approach, and I did wonder early on in the season, are they too worried about how they're winning rather than just winning? So it's finding that balance, but thus far it's working.
There could be a chance now for Corcoran at the other end, getting that cross in. Yeah, as you say, Jay seems to have a bit more possession, passing the ball around better in the second half, but if that ends up leading to a chance to his opponent, then the balance isn't quite there. Maybe a chance to pass through the other end. Now with Miyagi breaking on the left-hand side. Well defended at first, Noborizato. Tsukagawa.
Who scored that screamer from around there in the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Not far outside the area.
Oh. Just offside, but worked cleverly from side to side, and they had the 2-man overload on that right flank. Maybe that's the way to get behind now. eJ.LEAGUE, of course, the veteran of the other series of games. He's typically worked the ball from side to side a lot throughout his FIFA career so far. He's done it again now, but lost it to Ienaga on the left-hand side. Tsukagawa now with a chance to play the lofted ball over the top. Marcinho is caught in the corner a little bit, but holds it up well. A low ball into the near post, well read by Nagashi. eJ.LEAGUE not wasting any time.
Straight down and playing out from the back. There's one thing, you can't accuse any of these players of being afraid to play out from the back. All of them pretty much, once the keeper's got it, straight to a centre-back or a full-back, and then they look to work forward.
They all seem to have developed a bit more confidence to do that. In the group stages, they were doing it a bit less, maybe a little bit worried about this 90 overall mode that they're using, where every goalkeeper supposedly has equal attributes and maybe aren't as good at certain things as the goalkeepers they're used to controlling in their ultimate teams are. But now they seem to have worked out what they can get away with when they've got possession, when they're deep in their own half. Juanma with the header. They haven't been able to get Juanma into the game so much, has he, this time?
No. He found a bit of space in between the lines there, but as yet, eJ.LEAGUE's not really been able to find any in the penalty area or in behind the Kawasaki defence where he can cause some damage.
Taniguchi spreads it out to Yamane, using that player lock to get Ienaga into space and Yamane back into space on the outside. Those two combining again, not finding any space. Well defended by 3 men from eJ.LEAGUE on that left as he looks at it. Tachibana, they're forced to go backwards, but it's still Kawasaki in possession. Switched out to Noborizato. Tsukagawa working this well, or so I thought, until they've lost it. Now there's a chance for a counter. Crew, not quite the support. Juanma finally. Oh, he just cut back, maybe anticipating the challenge. Crew with the long-range shot, well saved by Jung Song-ryong. On 9 minutes to go, both players now finally a break in play to make it some changes. Tachibana looking a little bit tired, Yamade as well. Perhaps they'll look to change those two positions.
Well, we saw that vertical pass that eJ.LEAGUE just played was that unpredictability. He was moving forward with quite small short passes, and we weren't really sure. And then suddenly he just played that ball straight through the middle. I think Jay probably hadn't expected it either. Juanma couldn't quite get it out of his feet, and the chance went, but he managed to pick up the second ball. And that's the kind of thing I think he's going to have to do more over the remainder of this tie, is try to throw things in there that Jay is not expecting. And yeah, maybe eJ.LEAGUE himself isn't expecting, just try something different to see what happens.
The goalkeeper outside of the 6-yard area. The corner is played short to Lukian, who's come off the bench. Maya. Takaaki. Chipped into the area there, headed away by Jessiel. There is a second leg to come, but there's only 7 minutes to see out here. Maybe a chance of a counter with Ienaga again in that narrow position on the right-hand side. Leandro Damião with the flick over the top. Marcinho!
Just couldn't quite get the feet right. I think the run and the ball weren't quite timed at the same angle. Another switch of play by eJ.LEAGUE.
But Jay quite narrow with the wingers. It's kind of a 4-2-2-2 is his basic system. I think he might have gone to a 4-2-2 just to see this game out. But either way, the midfield and the winger position is relatively narrow, so the centre becomes very congested. Inside. And inside the last minute of this game now. Just trying to work the space, flipped over the top to Taniguchi. Maybe he could have taken inspiration from Jay in that last game and had a shot from space with 25, 30 yards from goal.
With the clock ticking down in that space, yeah.
And that's probably the last chance now if the cross can come in, but that is full time in this first leg of the first semi-final. Jay with Kawasaki Frontale takes a 1-0 lead into the second leg.
It went by quickly, didn't it? It went by very quickly. It was only a 1-0, but it really, the tension was there from and Jay looks like he knows it.
Yeah.
People may be looking a bit disappointed, feeling he could have tried a little bit more to test Jay.
Well, this is what I was saying before the game. When things are going well, he's got more and more confident. And now, for the first time in this knockout final day, he's behind in a game. He's behind in the game to a really strong opponent, as all the players are here today. Now there's a brief break again. How does his mentality change now going into the second leg of the semi-final? Also, looking at Jay's facial expression, he looks unhappy with his own style of play, I thought, after the first half. He looked quite pleased with himself after this one. It's the biggest we've seen him smile, I think, so far.
Yeah, I agree. He did look, maybe he's starting to relax a little bit, find his form a little bit on the day. As we said, his first game was played a long time ago, over 4 hours ago. He had to get that out of the way. He knows the spotlight's on him as the defending champion, and he just about managed to get through his quarter-final. And you do wonder now, if he was a bit nervous about playing the wild card as we built him up to be, and the fact that he got through the first half, got that goal, maybe he was able then, as you said, you started to play a bit more expansively, move the ball around a bit more. Maybe he is starting to find his groove. eJ.LEAGUE obviously will hope not, as will the other players, because if Jay gets into his form, then someone's going to need to try and stop him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jay been quite the explosive attacking player in earlier matches in this competition. eJ.LEAGUE had a 4-3 thriller in his first group game, which he lost to a strong opponent in Mino of Nagoya Grampus, and we've seen how the matches can change so far from first to second leg on this day. So it's now a time to think about the game plan for the second leg. All of these players have different strengths and different ways that they can attack the game. We don't necessarily know that the second leg is going to be anything like the first in terms of play style.
Well, no, exactly. As you said, that quarter-final we had before the break with Mikey and Agu, the first one was a kind of edgy 1-0 win for Mikey, and we felt like that was going to continue into the second. Then we had that epic 4-5 that then took us into the golden goal game. We really don't know. And I think now, we spoke about a bit with some of the players before about how the pressure builds, but also now eJ.LEAGUE's going to know you have to throw something at it. You're this far, you've come to the semi-finals against the reigning champion, and you're a goal behind after the first leg. Why not go for it? Go out in a blaze of glory.
Absolutely.
Rather than have another tight game, why not go for it?
Well, you see that so far. Jay had a 5-5 draw with Maruchan in the group stages, so occasionally it works out that way. We're now getting ready for the start of the second leg, in which Avispa Fukuoka will be at home, eJ.LEAGUE at home in the dark blue strips. Kawasaki Frontale are going to be away from home in the white for this second leg. By the looks of things, I think Jay is going to be playing with a 4-4-2 system with a slightly different position of his wingers in this game. Maybe conscious of defending the lead, maybe conscious of eJ.LEAGUE switching the play from side to side. But here we are again in a simulated version of Fukuoka. I don't think their actual stadium is called Estadio de las Artes, but...
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But nonetheless, it's Kawasaki Frontale who kick off the second leg of this first semi-final. eJ.LEAGUE in possession, remember, he lost the first leg by a 0-0. Wasn't really able to use his star forward Juanma, wasn't really able to create the chances, use that aerial strength. In fact, it was an aerial goal that he conceded for that crucial goal that separates them at the moment. Juanma dropping a bit deeper to get involved in the build-up. we see Jay, who's a particular active user of the defensive controls when not in possession, pushing that line up. The defenders tend to drop off in this game if you don't control them otherwise. Very compact in there again. Two tight banks of four, but he's worked it nicely for Juanma. Makes the space to shoot. Scores the goal. 1-0 to Fukuoka.
He's up out of his seat again. eJ.LEAGUE looking very, very pleased with himself. As we said, he needed to come out in this second leg and do something to try and bring the tie back in his favour. He's now back on level terms. Aggregate 1-1. Lovely footwork from Juanma. Found that space.
But it was a quick pass just before it from the strike partner to get him in there, because Jay's lines were so compact. You got two tight lines of four, no space in between. But Yamagishi played that first time pass to absolute perfection. Juanma controlled it so well as well. Really good technique from eJ.LEAGUE.
We could be in for another 4-4, 5-5, who knows?
Already it's a different game to the first leg. And we have to see now how Jay responds, but he's maybe using that right flank again. Yamane flicks it up. Leandro Damião at the far post, and he's hit his own player.
It's going to be words exchanged in the locker room, I think, after that. Getting in the way. Was it going in? The keeper might have had it anyway, but those are the margins once you get to this stage of the competition. The games can be decided on.
There's been so few chances between these two players in the 103 minutes so far. Any chance like that, particularly when you've just gone behind. We've talked so many times in the first four quarter-final matches about how that first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes after a goal, it seems so important. There seem to be several second goals or several equalisers quite quickly. That's been a theme throughout this tournament. That was the chance to maybe get that for Jay. And now maybe that hasn't come. The pace of the game's going to slow down a little bit again. Patiently building on this left-hand side. Big switch out to the right now for Yamane, using those controls to get those two players on the right-hand side in combination. Ienaga now looking to work the space for the shot. Close technique, gets it behind to Yamane, flicked up again, headed chance. Just about defended, and now the chance to break out. Juanma making the run.
Well, Yamane is out of position. He was just committed really far forward. If eJ.LEAGUE can find, just couldn't quite get enough players in and support.
There was the potential. It looked like Juanma had the speed advantage. He just got accelerating that little bit earlier. Had the through pass come over the top, he might have been able to get the player behind. Tight in midfield, but not. There's a bit more space between the lines of the Fukuoka team than there is when they attack against Jay's Kawasaki Frontale. Crossed in again. But it's a difficult balance because you know that Jay's going to attack on that right-hand side. So if you brought your defence line and your midfield line in too compact, then you're going to leave too much space on the right-hand side. And the quality of the crosses that we've seen so far, that's something that eJ.LEAGUE is always going to be worried about. Leandro Damião now a little bit deeper. Half an hour into this second leg, 1-1 on aggregate. Skagawa. Ienaga cuts inside. Skagawa, we know that shooting from this kind of range is a possibility. It's maybe one that people expect a little more now from Jay. That combination.
Rare mistake there.
Combination didn't work out, did it, on this left-hand side? eJ.LEAGUE boldly playing the ball around the back, inviting the press. Side to side again, using the width of the pitch, just gradually getting forward without yet breaking the lines. Yamane has won that one.
Given away again. Jay getting a little bit, maybe a little bit, I don't know, a bit tired, having to keep up the level of concentration.
Well, Juanma could be behind it. Yamane has just about got back. And the levels of concentration, particularly with the game so close and the number of chances so few in the semi-final so far.
what we said in the break, just for us, just watching, trying to keep up to today with what's going on. You mentioned in the first part about, we both planned on making notes during games, things to talk about, things to ask the players about, but there's just no time. So for the players themselves, they just have to be in the zone for the entirety. They cannot let their concentration slip for a minute. And even, Ebipool's saying that he can't, doesn't want to eat anything because it can affect his motivation, his concentration. Margins are fine.
Midfield is in that space. Maybe you can think about shooting. You can think about playing a riskier through pass.
Oh.
But again, he's worked it well on this right-hand side for Leandro Damian, and a superb save by Nagaishi.
Nagaishi, who he told us before, he's brought in because he's been working with him in training and felt he was the best option, and he's certainly shown that there.
Mixing up the corner takes a little bit, and it's going to be Marcinho who's taking it. The goalkeeper out to come and claim really nicely.
So he changed right at the last second there. I wonder if that too is just to kind of gain the advantage.
Oh, risky pass out.
Where are we? Is that half?
And half time already. 1-1 on aggregate, 1-0 in this game. Well, we wondered how Ebipool was going to respond to having lost the first leg, having been dominated really in the second half of that first leg. He's responded extremely well.
Yeah, fantastically. I think for him, he scored at the perfect time, just enough. I think if Jay had been able to kind of play his way into the game and control things, Ebipool might start to get a little bit anxious, a little bit desperate, and start leaving gaps. Getting that goal, it means now they're both level again, and it's back to square one. Jay looks a little bit disappointed in himself there for having let it happen. And Ebipool now knows that just one more goal, one more chance if he can capitalise upon it. Jay gave the ball away uncharacteristically a couple of times there, once in an attacking position and once in the centre of the park. If Ebipool can force a couple more mistakes like that, then it could cause an upset.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've seen Jay playing the riskier passes to try and break through higher up the pitch, but for him to lose the ball in the midfield like he did was a little unusual. Ebipool has adjusted throughout the competition. He was dropping off quite a lot earlier on. He's found a better balance in terms of when to press, when to sit off. But he intercepted in midfield, and now there's a chance behind for Juanma. Saved by Jung Song-ryong at the near post, and we're going to see an adjustment. I think this would be Jay for Kawasaki Frontale. Has paused the game to make a tactical change. So he's obviously not happy immediately at the start of this second half.
Doesn't seem to be.
No, I think it's.
Oh, we don't see. Maybe
it's Ebipool. We're seeing Jay's screens, even though he's the away player. So Ebipool, I think, has made the change. He's taking a little sip of tea again now. Maybe he's deliberately slowing the play down.
I was just about to say that. If you pause the game, you have to make a change?
No, I don't think so.
So you're if you want to just take a break, have a swig of tea and get your bearings, you're allowed to?
Yeah, you have.
But it's the time limit.
There's a timer at the bottom of the screen that we can see now. There's 12 seconds to go before they have to restart. I'm not entirely sure what the change is for. Maybe it is a psychological ploy by Ebipool, because it seems to have been him who has stopped the play, but yet we've seen the video footage of him and he was just drinking his tea. I don't know if there's going to be a change here.
Maybe he did get caught short and he had to run off.
Maybe it's the number of players he wanted to commit for the set pieces, because there's only now 2 players in the box. Instead he's gone for the passing outside to control possession, chipped over to the centre of the park. Grawley now. So that's one of the potential adjustments that he could have made. We couldn't see his screen, so we can't comment too precisely, but you can. One of the things you can change in the tactical settings is the number of players that you commit to your opponent's penalty area when you have an attacking set piece. Perhaps that's what he changed, because there weren't very many in the penalty area. But either way, the possession ploy hasn't worked, because it's Kawasaki Frontale and Jay now attacking. Bit of space in the centre for Marcinho. Now it's Kagawa. Worked out to that right flank yet again with Yamane. Patiently from right to left, from left to right, the big switch try to Ienaga. Tachibana picks up the ball. Out again to the left. Miyagi. Leandro Damian, the striker on the left wing, plays it inside. Tsugagawa. And there was the chance again created with that low pass into the box. A bit more variation in the attacking movement to get the striker out wide, the midfielder runners into the box.
But the pockets of space are still so tight, even once you do get into one. the opponent is reacting so well to the defending stance that they're not getting any time. Once they're in those pockets, you need to get the shot off quickly, and if you don't, the chance goes.
Several players on the first couple of days in competition were talking about elements of luck caused by this 90 overall mode because of the attackers generally having faster reactions, the defenders been less skillful on the ball under these settings that we're using. But that hasn't been evidenced so much in these latter rounds. When there's been a ball into the box like that one, it's not the case that the loose ball is ending up at the foot of the attacker. It's the defenders who are getting in the way. So the players, the esports players that we've got today have got used to their teams. They've got used to how to defend. And maybe these attacking ploys aren't being quite as successful anymore.
We do definitely seem to be seeing a lot less crosses into the box and long balls up into the final third than we did at the start of the day when we felt like that was going to be a feature. Players do now seem to be, whether they're just retreating into what's comfortable for them at moving the ball around, or whether it is something that they've picked up on that it's not really going to pay off because opponents are going to be prepared for it.
Here's Tachibana, here's a chance close in, and the goalkeeper's out again. Offside was the call. You could just hear the Japanese commentary team from the
that helped us out there. That helped us out.
out.
We had a quick pause, and I wasn't really sure. It looked like there could have been a penalty. The goalkeeper was kind of gesticulating at the referee, but it looks like there was an offside. And we're now going to see a change by Jay, maybe?
Yeah, Jay taking the opportunity of the pause. I think, again, it was eJ.LEAGUE who initiated it, but eJ.LEAGUE, again, is just sipping his tea there. Jay taking the opportunity now, with 26 seconds or so to go, to make some changes. Torno has come on the left-hand side, so a bit...
Torno, okay. And he was at Avispa Fukuoka on loan from Kawasaki at some point. I think either last year or 2 years ago, I believe. So maybe again it's a mind game.
It's a mind game, a power play against his old club on his old stomping ground.
Yeah.
Maybe he's seen that far side is one that he can exploit.
And I wonder as well for eJ.LEAGUE, because Avispa lost last season. They had the Swedish right back Emil Salomonsson, was one of the standout players in the J.League, certainly in that position. He's since gone back to his native Sweden, Gothenburg. So eJ.LEAGUE maybe has had to adjust now. Yuzawa is now playing there, who himself is a good defender, probably not at the same level as Salomonsson. So whether eJ.LEAGUE had to adapt to that, and maybe Jay has seen that right back position as somewhere he can target.
Well, Yuzawa now on the board in the attacking third of the pitch, plays the through pass in. It looks like Lukian's going to get there. The little chip cross just too short for Juanma, coming in around the penalty spot. Can Jay now break away? So using that right side again, it's Ienaga and Yamane. So many times we've talked about these two. They've worked it behind. Kumamoto is beaten. Here's Marcinho, can't get the cutback. It's Grolli there again, as he was so often against Nyonyo in the quarters. And this time it's Jay who's initiated the pause. He still has 2 substitutions available, so maybe changing the midfielders. He's changed the right back first of all. That Yamane been replaced by Tanabe.
Well, Yamane has put in another shift, to be fair. Involved a lot in both directions.
Well, certainly he adjusts Jay between 4-4-2 and 4-2-2-2, and so now in his sort of usual attacking phase, he's 4-2-2-2 with Ienaga and Torno in quite narrow, which means that the full-backs have a lot of ground to cover. Goalkeeper not out too far, it's about 4 yards, looking to get the movement off the ball. Headed away. Worked out again to Ienaga. That technique to beat the man, get to the byline, chips it back, but chested away by Kumamoto. And now maybe a counter on. Now there's 5 Kawasaki players back. Neither player willing to concede the advantage here as we move towards the final 10 minutes of this semi-final second leg. 1-0 in this game, 1-1 on aggregate. If it finishes like this, we go to a third match, which is golden goal. Ienaga Schmidt, the substitute, works a bit of space. Tsukagawa maybe looking for a shooting opportunity, maybe trying to find that forward pass. Ienaga, it's that right-hand side again for Jay. Schmidt, inside, bit of space outside the box. Marcinho!
Oh, could he have taken the shot? I think maybe he didn't expect it to open up quite as nicely as it did for him. He'd already committed to making the pass.
I think we've seen that a couple of times, haven't we?
Well, the players have spoken, haven't they, about the changes, the updates, and maybe these tiny, tiny things that for us watching, you're wondering, as you do when you watch a real game, why did he do that? Why didn't he do that? But in that moment, coming up with the right decision when you're controlling, as you said, sometimes they're controlling 2 or 3 players at a time, is not straightforward.
When they react to the ball before it arrives at their feet, as you would do in real life, you know, if you plan to receive the ball on the turn, then you've got to get ready to turn before the ball gets there. That's what I think Jay did just then, expecting to have to, and then as it turned out when the ball got there, the defender wasn't in that position because the defender had maybe made a mistake. And that is the end of the second half, the end of the second leg. It's a win for Avispa Fukuoka in this single game, but over the 2 legs. It's 1-1 for the second knockout match in a row today. We're going to a third game, a golden goal shootout for the victory. Well, we didn't have any for the first 3, now 2 in a row.
No, I was going to say, this is what we said we kind of expected once we got to this stage, and we didn't have any. And now we've had 2. They've come about in very different ways. This was 2 almost identical games, whereby the one who scored first was able to control it and see out the win. The second one we saw in the quarterfinal was the second leg was just a chaotic end-to-end encounter. And now, it's what do they do? You have to wonder if eJ.LEAGUE is going to just go for it. He's got this far. He's taken the reigning champion all the way to golden goal in the semi-final. Is he going to come out with something up his sleeve and really try to decide it early on?
Well, I wonder now if the pressure changes, because we talked about eJ.LEAGUE being under less pressure because he's the newcomer to this series of games. He's come through the Konami games, he's now moved to the EA Sports games, and he's taking on the champions. Now maybe for the first time he does have something to lose, because although he's the newcomer, now he's 1 goal away from beating the champion. And with that, with the opportunity, comes a new layer of pressure.
Yeah, but then you flip it around the other side. Now Jay, who was expected to come in and win it again, has now been taken all the way to golden goal in the semi-final, having scored the first goal in the first leg and been ahead, where maybe you might have expected him to then take control of it and see out the game. We're now seconds away, I think, from seeing the golden goal, the third encounter. Of course, we could go to a 4th, a 5th, a 6th game if there's no goals.
We could. The players are getting ready, or they've been told to get ready. I'm not sure.
More tea.
I'm not sure how
much tea eJ.LEAGUE has drank.
Well, that too. But I mean, I don't think if you told them you can have a 5-minute break, I don't think either of them would say no to that. But
I wonder though, maybe the concentration would break then too.
I wonder. I mean, they just looked exhausted after that. There's so much concentration.
Well, again, it's the same as in a real game where the longer it goes on, that's where mistakes creep in. The tiredness, the fatigue, mental fatigue and physical fatigue. Surely something is going to have to give over the next 90 minutes or perhaps 90 seconds, who knows?
Well, that is true. I mean, Jay did have those 2 close games against Atsuya in the quarterfinals, won both of them on the day 2-1, 4-2 on aggregate. In the group stages, he won 3 and drew 1, so up to this point, this is his first defeat in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Unbeaten before this point, and of course it just meant a draw on aggregate, but this was not maybe a stage he expected to get to. Ienaga plays the ball in Kumamoto with another interception, progressively standing out more and more. It was Grolly, his defensive partner, who had more of the blocks previously.
You've got that weird thing now, we just touched upon the fact that the E players themselves are getting tired, but now they've got fresh players again. This is a new game, so the players are suddenly back up.
It's a new game, so if this was transposed into the real world, it's like they're meeting again a week later. And they've had the time to get the freshness back in their legs. All the players are at full stamina again. There's going to be no advantage or disadvantage for substitutes coming on just yet at this stage of the game. We're at the start of a brand new game, but the first goal wins. Ball over the top. Just one play, one ball like that could be the difference, could be enough to get you into the final. The runner-up of the competition gets 300,000 yen. The winner of the competition gets 1,000,000 yen. The two losing semi-finalists get 100,000 yen. So there's financial rewards from this stage.
Yeah.
There's financial rewards and they go up and up and up for the winners.
They also get that rather fancy
And the ball
looking
comes
shield we
in
saw.
Leandro Damian again.
Keeper did well to come out and claim that. Not quite claim it, but did just enough, got just enough on it. And now eJ.LEAGUE looking to get in behind. It went, so he switched it to the other side. Jay needs to react with his defensive shape.
He seemed to cover the runners quite well, but then maybe that little element of surprise there with the way that the diagonal ball came in.
See, eJ.LEAGUE just reacted there. He knew he was very close there.
He had tried something that wasn't expected. It wasn't your standard whipped in cross. It was more of a flatter diagonal ball over the top. The defender in reaction to that had come out. He was caught behind. It was just a little bit too far. And maybe that's the sort of play that you can only use once, because maybe the next time Jay's going to expect it. Tachibana.
Sukagawa given away. Carroll Sugimoto. Are we going to get the switch again? Well, you brought up that stat in the final quarter-final with the goals coming in goal to go in the first 20 minutes. We've just gone past that, so we could be in for the long haul here.
It could be. Here's Maya with the ball forward. Maybe with a better trap there, Yamagishi could have been through on goal. But if you remember golden goal in real life, when it was used in international football, it was expected to be exciting. As it turned out, the thought of conceding a goal was too scary. Crossed in now, though. Maybe the loose ball on the outside of the box again.
Sukagawa
decides to pass instead.
He's lost
and
it.
Now a turnover.
Indecision.
3v3 perhaps. Oh, well shielded. Chipped over the top by Sugimoto. Wama won the header down, couldn't quite connect. And we have, within a relatively careful game, it's now a little bit more end-to-end. Players trying something. If it doesn't come off, they can get countered back again. 30 minutes into the first half of this third game between the two players. First goal wins. Ienaga uses that technique, tries to draw the defender, play to his teammate Yamane. That combination again, just a little bit too late.
But it's there, you see, those things. Would he have made that mistake at the start of the first leg of the semi-final? Maybe he started to just get a little bit tired, not quite see the game at the same speed as he was watching it earlier.
Well, all these elements come into play. There's going to be a break again after the second semi-final towards the final itself later today. You wonder how the schedule affects the players as well. As we've talked about several times, Jay had the longest break of anybody between the first game and then the first semi-final, during which time the atmosphere changed quite dramatically within the studio. And the ball into Juanma! Golden goal!
He's done it. Jay looks distraught.
eJ.LEAGUE is into the final. Jay, the defending champion, is defeated.
That's it. We've just missed the replay, but we didn't see it coming. He tried different things and they weren't coming off, and then it seemed like he'd settled back into just not trying anything too risky, and he found the space. And it was Juanma, the guy he singled out ahead of today's games, that he was going to try to focus his attacks on. He looks like he can't believe it himself. Absolutely exhausted.
Well, it's pretty much the first time he's had any space to play a sideways pass within the penalty area, find that striker in space. They've been probing, he tried different things. He tried that diagonal ball over the top, which hadn't quite paid off. This time he worked it. Avispa Fukuoka and eJ.LEAGUE, our first finalist today, the eFootball champion from last year, moving across to the EA Sports FIFA 22 game, beating the defending champion, making the final at the first attempt. That's pretty impressive.
It is very, very impressive.
セットプレーからやられてしまって1点が鍵になるなっていう。
Yeah, he said he couldn't break through at all.
点が取れて それからはもう絶対自分のサイドチェンジを使ったサッカーをして。
And he said once he'd got level on aggregate, then he could go back to his style of football, switch the play, use the flanks, work from left to right, wait for that opportunity. And it worked out. He had to be patient, but the opportunity came.
And as you noted, like he tried a couple of different things that didn't quite come off. And we were wondering, was that his chance? There was one in particular. He looked really disappointed with himself. He hadn't made it pay, and I think kind of came out of nowhere that chance. Again, was Jay maybe just getting a little bit tired? Maybe because Ebipol had been trying different stuff, Jay was expecting something else different rather than him reverting to a more kind of orthodox ball into the box.
Well, we say that, but it seemed to me a little bit like setting up a chess move. So a chess player isn't thinking about the next move, but thinking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves ahead. I think that's how Ebipol was setting up that diagonal path, just because of how disappointed he looked when it didn't come off. Like he worked that so long to get into the right position to play it, and he successfully caught Jay out. But as it turned out, it didn't matter because he scored a few minutes later anyway with a different move.
But what a way you said about the golden goal was initially brought into football in order to add excitement. It didn't really work. But here I think it's that way of winning. We saw Ebipol's celebrations in his quarterfinals, just the way he was up. But the added excitement of that goal has decided it. But for Jay too, what a difficult way to give up your title.
Well, he just wants to win. He's going to the final looking for victory now. He's got maybe an hour and a half break before the final kicks off. Jay beaten for the first time in a couple of years. And again it became a tight game, more of a defensive game, which is not Jay's style.
We see that as well with Kawasaki too. When they come up against teams that really do sit tight and sit behind the ball, they kind of struggle. Whereas teams that come out and try to match them, that's when Kawasaki get in. And Jay wasn't given that chance today. Everyone he played against really looked to boss the ball and keep him penned back. Didn't give him space. But yeah, what a painful way for him to go out. But yeah, great champion, 2 years in a row. Played some great stuff today, and I'm sure he'll be back again next year.
I mean, he showed his strength throughout the competition. He's correctly praising his opponent for being the one to create the space, create the opportunity for that goal, that little opening. Obviously he's frustrated that he wasn't able to do that himself, but you're right, opponents have not worked him out. That would be unfair, because he's still won all of his games up to this point, except for the single 5-5 draw in the group stages. But after that game against ATSIA, maybe that gave a little hint to Ebipol. Okay, if I make sure it's not too open a game, then Jay's going to struggle. Jay commented after that game that he had struggled a little bit, so maybe that gave something away. Ebipol, we're going to have to ask him again about that mental side of things and how he approached with that in mind.
We're going to have to ask him as well what he's going to do about his dinner. He's got another game to wait for. His stomach's going to have to wait a little bit longer.
But it's not quite as long a break as last time, because last time he had to wait for 2 more matches and the third of those went on forever. But
now he's one step closer. You see that he's into the final.
Yeah.
And who's it going to be? Nasri or
Agu? I mean, again, that's
flip a coin.
Yeah, it's 2 Japanese internationals going head to head. It won't be in the final because the other Japanese international has just been knocked out, Jay. But Ebipol converting from the other game.
You have to wonder now, does he come into the final as the favourite? He's beaten the reigning champion, and he's got that outsider, that kind of unpredictable edge.
You'd have to wonder. I mean, we go back to the mental side of it. Ebipol's personality is coming through very clearly. The other player whose personality has come through clearly, as far as I've seen it, is Nasri.
Yeah.
But I think maybe his tension, his nerves are working for him. So, like he said, the body and the mind seem to be a little bit different, but he's so focused that he gets really tense and nervous, but yet that transposes his calmness on the field. So maybe now with the increased pressure going forward, he's going to get better and better as well. We
possibly.
Don't know.
And as you said, they're very different characters. Ebipol is very expressive, very loud, whereas Nasri is very calm, sat there. Obviously, Nasri still has to get by Agu first, and Agu as well, despite everything that went on in that quarterfinal of his, was calm throughout until the very end when the veneer cracked a little bit, and he allowed himself a smile and a small fist pump. But I think Ebipol now. But as you touched upon before, now will he start to feel pressure? He came in at the start of the day saying
nothing to lose. Yeah.
Nothing to lose, and now will he see it as having something to lose, or will he see it as still got nothing to do? I'm in the final, no one expected me to be here.
Yeah.
It can only get better.
Well, a winner either way.
Yeah.
And now Eddie Paul has just come from the opposite side to what I was expecting. But the winner's interview again for the second time.
He's a bit discombobulated, understandably so after all of that.
Excited, such as working round. Look at that! Look at that!
Congratulations!
Wow! Congratulations! おめでとうございます。
じゃあどうですか？
最高です。
How do you feel? Fantastic. そうですね。まあ前回王者と戦って、そしてちょっと苦しい展開最初になったんじゃないですか。そこからますます自分のペースに試合を、リズムを掴んだという感じだったと思いますけども、どうでしたか？
そうです。セットプレーで失点してしまって、かなり硬い試合だったので、いつ返せるのかなっていう形の展開の中、前半の早い段階で1点返すことができたので、そこからは自分のペースで、自分のペースというか向こう、ラッキーもあって最後思い切って打ったシュートが入ってよかったです。
I should probably translate that one first. So again, getting the equalising goal, having gone behind and in a difficult game, it was looking tough. But having getting the equalising goal, he was then a lot more able to play his way. And he admitted he got a little bit of luck with the opening, but he took that chance and he got the win.
そのゴールデンゴール戦に向けて、その試合立ち上がりは絶対攻撃的なサッカーしようかなと思ったか、そのよりちょっと絶対失点しないようにどっちにしましたか？
もう絶対失点しないように試合してました。
So Sean asked about golden goal, whether the mindset is to go for that win or to make sure you don't concede. People quite up front saying the first priority, don't concede, because that's when you lose the game. もう前回王者と戦って、そして日本代表の選手たち3人がいるこの準決勝ですけども、前回もお話ししたように e フットボールの方から展開して決勝ですけども、今ならプレッシャーはありますか？それともアウトサイダーとしてやってきて勝てるぞ、見せたぞっていう気持ちになってるんですか？どっちですかね？
いや、もうプレッシャーじゃなくて、もう楽しんで、もう自分らしさ全開で、最後はもう自分のサッカーを貫いて、もう楽しんでやっていこうと思ってます。
So I asked about coming as an outsider from the eFootball world into the FIFA series, playing against Japan internationals, whether there's now a bit of pressure as he goes into the final, or instead he can relax as the underdog. I don't know if he even considers himself the underdog, but people said no, there's no pressure. It's all about enjoying myself, playing my way, playing a fun game, playing to win.
試合が終わったら J 選手とちょっと話しましたか？何言いましたか？
いや、ちょっとお疲れ様っていう形で話してですね。
真面目にプロフェッショナルで。
心理戦はこの試合もありましたか？
かなりありました。
どういったところですか？
縦パスを出すとこに、J さんがやっぱり絶対そこにいるので、ワンタッチ挟んで1回戻したりして、もうどこ狙っていくかっていう形で、ずっとやっぱり FIFA ってもうビルドアップ面から全てが駆け引きなので、かなり駆け引き J さんはすごいので。けどなんとか打ち勝てたって感じです。
Sean asked if he spoke to Jay after the game. Maybe Paul said not really, just the briefest of greetings. So I asked about the mental side, whether there was a bit of a mind game going on. He said, yeah, but in terms of the actual play style, because a lot of it is about bluffing the opponent, frustrating the opponent, doing things they don't expect, and he was able to do that, and he was pleased to win on that side of the game against Jay.
じゃあ食事はまだもう少し待たないといけないね。
お腹空きました。
Well, we spoke before the game about how Eddie Paul had been fasting. Sean said you're going to have to wait a little bit longer to eat now, aren't you? And Eddie Paul said, I'm pretty hungry. ありがとうございます。どうもおめでとうございます。決勝も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you for coming and joining us, and good luck in the final. Well, that's the first of our two semi-final winners. The second is either Nasri or Agu. We've just seen Nasri's chart, now Agu's. Again, we mentioned this before.
Almost perfect, yeah.
Almost perfect according to the ratings of Hazome-san. Well, we were surprised maybe that Jay's ratings weren't quite as perfect as we can see Agu's are now. Maybe Hazome-san got that exactly right. Maybe going into this competition, this is where Agu had his chance to shine. He only made it through by the barest of margins in the previous game. There's a slightly nervous smile now.
Well, that's the thing I was going to say. His picture there, he looks very serious on the profile picture they brought up of him. Very kind of serious and intimidating. But yeah, he's a far more smiley character than that in person.
This is true. I mean, we only met the players for the first time in real life today. We'd just seen them in the previous rounds on screen, and then the profile pictures that we were sent earlier in the week. And you look at the profile pictures, and some of them, particularly Agu, he looks kind of strong and angry, and a bit of a scary character. Then you meet him, he's probably the chattiest of the lot.
Yeah, we didn't realise quite at first, did we? We bumped into them in the corridor. Yeah. We were having a chat, and only one of them had their shirt on. I think Sledge had his shirt on, so we were like, okay, we know him. Yeah. And then we suddenly realised, oh, it's the guy that just looked very relaxed, very friendly, very kind of like, amenable. So, and it looks like the action is about to get underway, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. We're about to go into the first leg of this second semi-final between Kashima Antlers and Yokohama F. Marinos, two great teams of real-life J-League history with many titles between them. Yokohama F. Marinos now under the management of the Australian Kevin Muscat. This is Sanderson Park. Kashima Antlers, of course, with their wonderful own Kashima Stadium. It was the first away trip I ever took as a Gamba Osaka fan in 2004. It's a very long way, but a great stadium when you get there.
I remember you telling me about that because there's an Ibaraki station in Osaka, and they play in Ibaraki, so you were a bit confused.
I wasn't a bit confused. I thought it was just down the road, and it turned out to be a 13-hour bus journey. But anyway, it's Kashima Antlers playing in the red, Yokohama F. Marinos in the white, and it's Yokohama F. Marinos with the first attack, and the short cross into the near post, cleared away by Bueno. Nasri made it through just about in the last round. He told us about how the last 10 minutes of that game, when he was holding on to possession, he looked cool on the pitch. He was too nervous even to breathe in real life, but he managed to get that balance quite nicely. Agu, as we said several times, had that absolute thriller against Mikey in the quarterfinals. It's Kashima now on the attack on the right-hand side. Remember, Shoma Doi in that number 10 position was so effective against Sledge before. Just have to see whether that slight difference in shape makes a crucial difference again. Agu in quite a compact 4-4-2 without the ball. Not putting too much pressure on it, but maybe waiting for that turnover chance to get a quick vertical counter-attack in, but he's left a bit of space here. Here's Suzuki. Agu deals with it, now looks to work the ball forward. He's a bit more quick, a bit faster in transition. Miyaichi there, Nasri very quick with the defensive reset. We can see Shoma Doi just playing off Yuma Suzuki, the lone forward. That was the space that he was able to use in that quarter-final against Sledge. Slight difference there with most players choosing 4-4-2 as their main formation. It's slightly different the way that Nasri likes to play it. He's got that extra player between the lines. That's why Agu's going to have to be that little bit more careful not to leave the space for Shoma Doi to exploit. Slightly sloppy pass there. Now a turnover chance. Ball over the top. The flag is up.
Oh, we've had a couple. Each player's made one small mistake each. The first one made by Agu didn't really matter. It was in the middle of the pitch. Went out for a throw. He got away with it. But yeah, Nasri's slip there almost cost him. And Agu will be a bit disappointed maybe to get caught out offside so cheaply there, because that was a big chance.
Well, the tension of the occasion, again, maybe leading to a couple of mistakes, but he's got behind here now, elbow well, slids in to block
I think with the block, wasn't it?
To block the ball at the near post. It was Anzai. Corner kick to Yokohama F. Marinos. Played in by Watanabe, won the header at the near post, scored the goal at the far post. Kenyu Sugimoto, it's 1-0 to Yokohama F. Marinos.
Well, we keep talking about it, but the goalkeeper again was a long, long way out, and then he had to track back. Kenya Sugimoto, who scored, I forget how many goals in that epic quarterfinal.
Four goals in the 5-4 win.
And he's now come up with another one, 22 minutes in, and, well, now the onus is on Nasri to come back and show his quality.
Well, Ebipo just told us about how disappointed he was to concede from the set plays. There might be...
Confidence sky high for Agu and Kenya Sugimoto there.
It seemed earlier in the competition maybe set plays were going to be the way to go. Then there were fewer goals. Then at the start of the quarterfinals we saw in Jay's match against Atsia, crosses and set plays were more useful again. Ebipo was disappointed to concede that way. I get the impression the players think they've got these set plays sussed out in terms of a defensive aspect. But maybe the players are now finding different ways to break those patterns. Again, as you say, the goalkeeper out to the 6-yard line. That seems to be becoming more and more of a weak point. But here's Shomadoy in that little pocket. Cuts the ball back to Misao. Is he onside?
Oh.
It doesn't matter. It's a superb stop.
What a save.
Here's Shomadoy though. Oh, and it's gone in off the defender.
Oh, he's made it happen. We had Ebipo touched upon it just before, that little bit of luck. And we've got the same there. Nasri's got that little bit of luck. Ball ran away from him. Agu wasn't quite organised. And, Hatanaka.
Wow, several errors to concede possession in deep positions in the previous round against Mikey. Hatanaka, I don't think you could really blame him. He was just getting back into a defensive position. Maybe didn't expect Shomadoy not to control the ball as well, but it's gone in off his foot. It's 1-1 and the early advantage has now been lost. Those first few minutes after the goal, again, are going to be crucial. Maybe Nasri can exploit it now if he can work out to the far side. Here's Misao. No runner on the wing. He's going to have to go back to the left, and Agu has reset again. There's 2 banks of 4. Shomadoy looking to work the space in between. Misao. Shomadoy in the pocket of space again, attacking this right channel quite a lot. Yuma Suzuki's there as well. Someno on the overlap. Well defended by Nagato, and had to be quick and had to be precise. But he's not precise there. Lost the ball again. Yuma Suzuki. Hatanaka gets the tackle in. Ansai is up in attack. Several players. Now just the centre-backs and the right-back deep for Nasri, but he's lost possession. Watanabe works it out. Sugimoto with the early ball. Quicker to play the ball forward, Agu is than Nasri. Not quite accurate on that occasion. We can hear from the adjacent studio Ryuji Bando, the former J.League player. His voice seems to have got louder and louder with each passing match.
You said you were in danger of losing your voice, but he seems to be taking energy from these games and just getting louder and louder.
I think he's paced himself for the day of competition a little better, perhaps.
Yeah.
Although there are 5 of them, so
that's true.
The burden is slightly less. Only 2 of us on the English channel, but we'll be here all the way through to the final and for all day tomorrow as well. And that is the end of the first half. It flew past Kashima Antlers with the home advantage, but 1-1 as we go into half-time.
Well, it was another breathless 45 minutes as well, I think. You can see both players there taking on some well-earned fluids.
Absolutely.
Just, the levels of concentration now. Obviously, we've seen a high quality from even 2 weeks ago. We had the group stages and stuff. Everyone involved is at a high level. But I think today, once you get to these really latter stages, everyone, like any kind of error, as we've seen, can be seized upon. So the levels of concentration these guys need to keep up. These games, although they're so closely fought, they're flying by, It's not like they don't feel boring. They're not like, it's being played out cagily. These games are just, any moment, either team can break through and make something happen, and it's just waiting for that
It's
chance.
all very high pace, and if amateur players like you and I had a high-paced game, it would usually be because it'd be like basketball, attack, because we didn't have the discipline elsewhere on the field. This isn't like that, but it's even faster pace on a more subtle level. The individual controls, the work off the ball, and
well, the analogy you used to chess earlier, I think, is right, where the players are looking 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. It's not just a case of who am I going to pass to now, it's who's he going to pass to once I've passed to him and he's passed to him. And those are the levels that they're operating at the moment, and it's just making for such kind of gripping competition.
Because any pass like this that's intercepted is then an opportunity for the opponent. If you win it then straight back, you have the chance with either a gegenpress or, on this occasion, winning it back in the defensive line to then maybe attack again. Anzai, Shomadoi now on the near side pocket, using that pocket of space again. Shomadoi is the number 10. Anzai has created an overload here, underlapping through and blocked off by Thiago Martins, but only to concede a corner for Kashimir Antlers. Into around the penalty spot, headed away nicely. Anzai. Izumi. Possible 2v1 if you can just play to Shomadoi here, just about stayed on side. Here's Shomadoi. Oh, deflected and off the post.
Was he going for the cutback there?
I think he was going for the cutback. Crossed in towards the penalty spot again. The goalkeeper staying closer to his line. Collected the second ball outside the area with Someno. Forced back a little. Izumi. Chance to cross now. Oh, overhead kick and saved.
That is outrageous. We don't get a replay of that. Come on.
I think
the players just want to get on with it.
They just want to get on with it. They're feeling the pace of the game. They want to set up the set piece into the near post. Goalkeeper out to punch away. Straight back to the taker, Izumi. Cuts back against the first man, still in possession. Working that play on the side. 3 men attacking the right-hand side now. Hirose, Doi, Misao. Good defending, good closing down without losing the defensive shape there from Agu. Maybe an overload here with, oh, Shomadoi!
There he is again. The way Nasri built that up, he was just going left, right, moving the players around and daring Agu to come in and commit with the tackle. Finally made the space. And as we saw from Jay in one of the earlier games with Tukagawa, suddenly took on the shot from outside the area, which we haven't seen a lot of. Maybe Agu wasn't expecting, and Shomadoi, who cropped up with, I think, a couple of goals in the quarterfinal, has now done it again here.
Well, it's like Pep Guardiola says, he doesn't like his players to shoot from outside the area because the chances of scoring are usually low. So if you're going to shoot, you better score. We haven't seen in general too many shots from outside the area at all. But the ones that we have seen, 2 have gone in now.
And that is again something I think which would show the difference between us amateurs and the professionals. Is when we play, or when I used to play, there were a hell of a lot of shots from a long way out, and not many of them ended up in the back of the net.
I imagine that if I were playing against one of these 2 guys now and I had a chance 25 yards out, I would shoot with the first one that came. And then they would know every single time afterwards that was coming and they would just block it off. So that is the level that they're playing out. But again, it's that difference in formation, a little bit of difference with Shomadoi in the pocket between the lines. Ooh. And as you said, Nasri was working it left to right, daring Agu to come and press, and Agu will press. That's how he generally likes to play. He's probably had to keep that in check a little bit, knowing the quality of his opponent, but he was pressing in midfield. There was just that little bit of space for the number 10 to get into. And now there's been a few changes again.
Yokohama, I think Agu's made 3 changes there in 1. So he's obviously not happy for this game to end with a deficit. He wants to go into the second leg with
particularly on this near side with Koike. Sugimoto's at the far side.
Nobody there for the knockdown.
Mizunuma is on as well. And Nakagawa too. So all of them essentially likely to be attacking this near side of the pitch. I don't know if this is something that professional players experience as well. Generally, when I'm playing FIFA 22 at home, whichever side of the pitch, left or right, that I'm attacking, I tend to focus more on the near side of the play, just because I find that easier to see. I don't know if that's something that generally happens in esports quite as much. If anything, there's been some pronounced plays like we just see Kawasaki usually on their right-hand side.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if Agu making those changes all on the same side of the pitch is to do with the fact that that's the near side for the remainder of this game. Shomadoya again. Great technique to hold on to possession. Anzai works it in. That space between the lines. And Yuma Suzuki is there. He breaks the offside line. It's 3-1 to Nasri.
Well, it was very similar to the second goal, wasn't it? Where he had the player in possession, just ducking left, right, and then moving it on. Then that player doing the same thing. So Agu doesn't know exactly what to expect. Is he going to dribble with it? Is he going to pass? Is he going to cross? And then the quick, not sure who it was who played the little one-touch pass in behind to Yuma Suzuki. But once it came in, that you thought maybe he was going to have the shot, but instead he laid the small ball through, and then Suzuki was on hand to tuck it home.
Shomadoya has now been subbed off by Nasri.
Hard-earned rest.
Well, a hard-earned rest, and he changed the defensive off-the-ball instructions for the new man who's come on. So maybe now looking to protect the lead, or perhaps dropping a bit deeper, looking to counter-attack in the remaining 18, 19 minutes of this game. But 3-1 lead, considering the level that these two players have been playing at, feels quite big. Having said that, Agu came back from 3 down on aggregate in the quarterfinals, so we don't know.
Yep, I was about to say that after what he did in the quarterfinal, you wouldn't put anything past him. You know, maybe he does it on purpose, just lures the opponent into a false sense of security, and then suddenly comes out of the traps.
Well, if that's what he was doing, it worked superbly in the quarterfinal against Mikey, because that was a 3-0 lead. Mikey had barely given up a single chance up to that point. That was 20 minutes, I think, into the second leg. Agu then came out with a much more attacking setup. Immediately scored 2 goals, conceded one as well, but worked it back to get the 5-5 draw on aggregate and then winning golden goal. So maybe these last 20 minutes, Agu's going to use a different attacking setup, different tactics like he showed in that game, and change the momentum of the match very quickly.
So whose screen are we seeing here? This is Agu?
Now this is Nasri's screen, so he's looking at the...
Right, he's looking at Agu's average positions.
Yeah, so you can see the formation that most recently Agu was using, and where the players are set up and whereabouts they're likely to be on the pitch. Agu, of course, had used his 3 substitutions, but he does have the ability to at least change the system or change the individual tactics a little bit. He's going to have to be patient to win the ball back as Artur Kaike attacks between the lines. Here's Anzai, could be a 4th for Kashima here. Ooh. Contact in the area, we haven't seen much of that so far, and it's a corner kick. Izumi maybe to take it short. Goalkeeper out to the 6-yard line again, whipped into the near post. Goalkeeper comes and takes it, Nakabayashi. Kashima dominating the possession, really. 164 passes to 71 so far. Under normal circumstances, Agu wouldn't be too worried about that if he were able to play on the counter, but those counter opportunities have been so few and far between. Agu said on the group stage Saturday, so 2 weeks ago today, that his practice hadn't actually been going all that well before the tournament started, so he was a bit worried about having more bad luck in the eJ.LEAGUE. He'd never made the quarterfinals before. This is his first semi-final appearance. Cross comes in now. Kim Min-tae deals with it. He's going to have to come back again.
Well, he's still got the whole second leg. We've got 8 minutes left here. If he can snatch something, as you so rightly said, he hasn't had many chances at all. Nasri has really bossed the possession. I think at half-time, when it flashed up very briefly, it looked like he'd had about 70% at least. If he's managed to maintain that in the second half, which it looks like he has done, Agu's definitely going to have to come back in the second leg and try something different. Try to get some kind of hold in the game.
Goalkeeper quickly off the line, nearly another own goal. It hits the post. Well, maybe that's the little bit of luck that Agu needed. Chance to break out on the right-hand side with the runner. The ball didn't come early enough. Now play behind for Seara Kim Min-tae deals with it, passes inside. That was risky. Kenyu Sugimoto in ahead of the goalkeeper Yamada, but the goal kicked the outcome. Keeping possession now would surely be enough for Nasri just to see out the first leg with a 3-1 advantage. Not rushing it. As soon as we get into additional time, then maybe there's one more attack. Anzai down the line to Izumi. Crowded out for a throw-in. 1 minute of additional time to play. You'd have thought it would be difficult for Aku to work it up the other end at this point. Anzai. Down the line again. Izumi. Cross. Suzuki. Well defended by Hatanaka. Headed away. Still time goes on. And that is full time. 3-1 lead from the first leg for Nasri.
I mean, you would think that a player as experienced as Nasri, that should be that, even with the second leg to come. But Agu showed in his quarter-final that even when it looks like he's beaten, he's got more than enough to come back. He looks, again, as he did in the quarter-final, looks just kind of, can't really read much into it.
No.
He looks kind of calm, doesn't look disappointed, doesn't look anything, just very, very kind of passive. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes out in the second leg.
It's a difficult one to read. I mean, Nasri has talked about his nerves at the best of times. So you'd imagine that's how he's feeling. But again, if he was nervous in that first leg, he's managed to control that into absolute calmness on the pitch.
Yep, absolutely. And really, in that the whole game, the possession, he was just dominating it, moving it around left to right, not really rushing anything. And as soon as the gaps opened up, was able to capitalize upon them. Is he going to try and do the same thing in the second leg? You'd assume he wants to. He wants to take the sting out of it and not give Agu any encouragement. But if Agu does manage to come up with something different at the start of the second leg and force his hand a bit, then Nasri might have to change his approach. And then Agu, as we've seen, once he gets the momentum behind him, it's so hard to stop him.
That's the thing. That's what we all have to look forward to in the second leg. How does Agu change things up? Can he do what he did in the second leg against Mikey in the previous round when 3-0 behind, barely able to create a chance, not able to penetrate that defence at all, and then suddenly it's a whole new ball game.
But I wonder as well if, I mean, once the game got to that point, Mikey as well was really going for it.
Yeah.
Both players were going for it, but I wonder if Nasri, even if he does concede, is he going to change how he's playing? Is he going to try to mix things up? Or is, in the knowledge of what happened in the quarterfinal, is he just going to think, okay, I've conceded once, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm still ahead over the tie, and just keep going the same way, because as the clock ticks down, he'll know he's getting closer, and Agu will then be the one having to take risks. Who knows how they're going to approach it, but we're getting closer. I think they're almost ready.
Well, I wondered if there was a bit of mind games going on as Nasri switched to initially put the Kashima away team in the home kits, but now it seems to have reverted back to the usual away white strip. But yeah, I mean, in that game against Mikey, I think maybe Mikey was ready to defend his lead when he had a 3-0 advantage, and even when he had a 3-1 advantage overall. When that suddenly became 3-2, then I think he realised there's too much time left to see this one out, so he had to go and attack. I think initially maybe there was a bit of a defensive mindset to it. Nasri, on the other hand, was able to defend with the ball just by slowing the tempo down, dominating possession, not making any silly mistakes to give it away, not getting caught on the counter-attack. I think Agu was possibly looking to counter, looking at that as his main route to goal a bit too much and didn't force the issue early enough. Maybe now he has to.
And I think we can see his formation up here, Nasri's. I think you're right in pointing out that he's playing with a ever so slightly different formation to the others. He's got this 4-2-3-1 almost. And whereas Shomadoi is dropping into those gaps, he's able to capitalise upon spaces that are opening up that maybe the other teams who are more orthodox 4-4-2, they haven't got that kind of free player. I guess in England we used to play, everyone wants to play in the hole, that kind of cheating position where you get to drop deep and you're not necessarily being marked. And Nasri has been doing so well with using Shomadoi. He's been pulling him left and right and finding lots of space. Agu's going to have to be aware of that, but also he needs to be focused on his own attacking play now to try and force something to happen.
Well, that's right. I mean, orthodox 4-4-2 used to be the case in real-life football in England. It seems to still be the case, or to be the case again, as the orthodoxy within top-level FIFA play, because most of the players that we've seen throughout the competition have been using variations of 4-4-2, and Nasri, of the leading players, stands out as an exception. Not many players use a three at the back, except for in extreme circumstances. He's not gone with that, but he's only got one forward, and everyone else normally seems to be set up to have 2v2 when they get the counters. He hasn't got that, but he's using the number 10. And now the two players seem to be ready for the second leg of their semi-final. This time it's going to be eJe at home in the blue shirts for Yokohama F. Marinos at the Yokohama International Stadium, or the equivalent in-game. Kashima Antlers, controlled by Nasri, in the white away kit, carrying that 3-1 lead into the second leg.
Is that the stadium where you had your encounter with Pep Guardiola?
It is.
Was it the Club World Cup?
No, it was a pre-season friendly. They came to play against Yokohama F. Marinos in the summer before the pandemic, 2019. And yeah, I interviewed Pep Guardiola before the game, so he knew I spoke English and Japanese. And he needed to say something to the fourth official and suddenly called me over quite frantically. I thought I was in trouble, but he just needed to have a chat about substitutions. But yes, it was on a stadium like this. It had a big running track around it, of course, the Yokohama Stadium, the Nissan Stadium with its sponsored name. And so there's a big space for us to just wait around behind the benches.
Right. So when he called you over, did you do a bit of a double take, a look around?
Yes.
Who, me?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, very much so. There's now the home advantage that Yokohama F. Marinos and eJe looking to attack with Leo Seara. Space out on the right here, just offside.
I was going to say it fell kindly. It looked like it fell too kindly, and it did. He was standing in an offside position when the ball broke to him.
So this stadium is a generic stadium within the game, but it does look quite like the actual Yokohama International Stadium, which holds over 70,000 people.
Yeah, well, of course, it was the venue for the final back in 2002, right? The Ronaldo final.
The Ronaldo final. Brazil Ronaldo.
Brazil Ronaldo. The real Ronaldo. Original and best.
I wouldn't start that conversation online if I were you. Down on the left-hand side is Itami on the overlap with a chance here for Kashima. And the goal, the opening goal of the second leg comes to Nasri. The first attack for the away side is now 4-1 on aggregate. eJe has got to come from 3 goals behind again.
How did he sneak it in at that angle at the near post? It looked like the chance had gone. I wasn't really sure what he was going to do. It looked like he carried it too far, and he somehow just managed to find that tiny, tiny slither of space in the near post. And now, as you said, eJe again, he's done it before, so we can't write him off. He's still got 82 minutes to go. But this is a very, very, very tall order for him.
eJe, perhaps the menu has moved very quickly then. It looked like he might be set up in a 4-2-3-1 as well. No, he's not. Yeah. They're just flicking between the two sides so quickly. But we've got Leo Seara set up at the moment as a number 10, so matching up the systems. Kenya Sugimoto is the lone striker, then Elbert Seara and Miyachi is the 3 behind. Well,
that's the formation that Marinos would play. They would go with the 4-2-3-1 with that free roll. Obviously, it's the kind of the most common formation, I think, in Japanese football these days, probably as well over in Europe, although you'll know more about that than I do. But the 4-2-3-1, it gives you that best of both worlds, where you've got the cover when you're defending too from the wide players, but also you've got that extra man in attack.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the orthodox theory of 4-4-2 against 4-2-3-1 is what you sacrifice in having 2 men wide, you have an extra man in the centre, or 2 men up front rather, and then wide you can use the left and right wingers of the second row of the pitch to attack wide or to attack centrally, depending on the circumstances of the game. But here's Albert on that wide side, on the overlap.
Half a chance, no more than that, but we've seen those kind of half chances taken today when they've come through, and eJe needing the goals he does. Where are we now? 4-1, so he needs 3 at least just to get back on level terms.
Well, he got 2 very quickly from this kind of position in the last round.
But is Nasri going to give him the chance?
This is the trouble.
Mikey was quite open, quite aggressive as well. But Nasri just seems quite happy here just to play the ball around and wait for the chances to come.
Izumi has got behind and just wide at the near post from Yuma Suzuki. Again, that lone forward making the run to the near side. You imagine Nasri has had the opportunity to see how Mikey fared in these kind of circumstances in the last round. Also, they know each other so well as teammates for the Japan national esports team. Watanabe work for Elbert, ball goes loose, Anzai off the goalkeeper, own goal!
Absolute calamity at the back, but that could be just the break that Agu needs to spark another comeback.
Well, he did have that unlucky break in the first leg with the own goal of Hatanaka, now in even more bizarre circumstances in the second. Anzai trying to make the clearance, it hits the back of his own goalkeeper. 1-1 here, 4-2 on aggregate.
Yeah, 2 goals is not that much when you're dealing with Agu.
Well, we saw in the quarterfinals, Agu can turn around this sort of deficit very quickly. I think the change in formation has worked a little bit. You can see 4-2-3-1 now quite clearly for Marinos as well. They've matched them up. There's no advantage in the centre of the pitch, which Kashima have enjoyed to this point. Here's the man who gave them that advantage, Shoma Doi, in that pocket of space, drifting near side again, working the overload. Outside, maybe a little too far, he just keeps it in. Onto the byline. Doesn't quite have his usual close control in there.
Well, Agu's going to want to capitalise now as soon as he can after that goal. He's going to want to try to get the next chance as soon as possible. Because as we've seen throughout the day, that the goals do tend to come in 2s or sometimes 3s or 4s. But if he can get it as well, then it will be the onus will then be on Nasri. He'll suddenly, the eyes will be on him, and can he deal with it? Is he going to do the same thing that Mikey did in the quarterfinal? But now Nasri seems to be unshaken, still probing around with the ball in the middle of the pitch there, ducking left and right and just waiting for the space to open up.
We can see the players on the monitor behind us. I mean, they both just look extremely focused. But here's Shoma Doi in that space again. Nago trying to probe and work an overload, work a third man run. Here's Izumi, he's got on the outside. Now is there a counter chance on Elbert? So little space in that centre now with both players having a number 10. Chipped over the top. Whoa. Couldn't quite win that battle of strength against Bueno. That's the slight difference. If that was in his usual 4-4-2 system, then Elbert might have been the central striker. As it was, he didn't quite have the 2v2 at the back.
Well,
that's again, we don't see many tackles in general because it's not always necessary.
The first free kick, I think, for a non-offside we've had all day, and Nasri's opted not to try anything outrageous, which again, maybe an amateur like us might have been tempted.
Well, I think it's got to the point, as we saw in the first leg, that he can control things with possession without needing to force the issue. He has the 2-goal lead on aggregate still. Keeping the ball rather than giving it back or risking giving it back in that situation seemed to be the better probability for him. Maybe now as we approach the end of the first half, again, you can afford to take a little bit of risk as you get into added time. Working the switch, not forcing the issue, just keeping possession. I imagine the Yokohama F. Marinos fans would be extremely frustrated to see this. I mean, Agu is the club's own nominated player, so Agu does have a following amongst the real-life Marinos fans as well. That one is blocked off. Still Kashima's ball. When they lose it, it'll be the end of the first half. They might not lose it at all. Yuma Suzuki with one more chance and just about blocked off by Hatanaka. 1-1 here.
Well, 29% possession for Yokohama F. Marinos is definitely not something we've come to get used to in the J-League in recent years, certainly under Ange Postecoglou when he was there and led them to the title in 2019. But yeah, as you said, again, Nasri here has come out as Kashima Antlers and really dominated things. Aside from that highly unfortunate goal he conceded, the own goal, he still looks in control, and Agu now has 45 minutes. He needs 2 goals at least to keep his chances alive of getting into the final.
Well, again, Nasri, his game management worked well then, because we've seen so many times goals coming in pairs. We've seen how Agu can seize the momentum when he scores. Nasri didn't allow him to do that, and that seems to be another level above as we've got into these semi-finals from even the superb level that we've seen so far.
And again, I think that is the difference with these high-level professional players and the amateurs, people at home watching, or the likes of us that would play kind of for a bit of fun with friends. That they're keeping the composure to be able to do that, and especially when you're playing against friends, they might get, and as we've touched upon a few times, you get the trash talking, you get the complaining, oh come on, let's just play. But here, these guys, yeah, they have to take into account that side of it, of managing the flow of the game and not giving your opponent any encouragement.
Yeah, and the frustration is going to be just as real anyway. Ball played in very quickly. If Nasri again slows the play down by just keeping possession, which he's perfectly entitled to do, and it's an extremely effective tactic as he's shown, he'll be happy. His fans, Kashima fans, will be happy. Agu, Yokohama F. Marinos fans won't be happy, but
what can you do? Because
what can you do?
If he tries to overcommit, Nasri has already shown that he's more than capable of capitalising. What Agu does need to do is make the most of chances like this.
2 men on the left side. Elbert runs just offside. Now he's lost it with the backward pass. Yuma Suzuki a bit too deep to maybe really be in a position to counter, but him being deep in the first place was what enabled them to keep possession and now work it to the far side with Anzai. Again, he doesn't need to force the issue here. He came out of the blocks quite quickly at the start of the second half, had that one opening it looked like he created on the left-hand side. But the longer he keeps possession, as I say that, he loses possession. And now this is what you want to take advantage of. Agu
Can he get
gets behind.
Oh, Bueno
just about wins that one.
Very well, just about. Ahead of, was that Sugimoto? I think it was Sugimoto.
Sugimoto was, yeah, the lone striker. So again, if he was in his usual 4-4-2, maybe he'd had two strikers attacking the two centre-backs, but he's had to sacrifice that to gain a bit more control of the centre. Now it's out to Elbert on the left.
Great
technique. Sugimoto cutback goal for Leo Ciara. He's back in it.
Agu again. Giving us the celebration as well. Who's paused it? Agu's paused
making
as well.
the changes now.
He's making a change.
Well, he's now able to attack that space between the lines. Leo Ciara has been playing as the striker in a front two throughout this competition. Now in this game, he's in the number 10. That was the sacrifice he made to try and gain a little bit more control, have a different option, the option that only Nasri really so far has been demonstrating so effectively. The change has worked, and now he's really back in this competition.
And he's cut it back again, right? He was 3 goals behind on aggregate, and now he's got 2 goals. He's narrowed it down again to just a 1-goal deficit. Still plenty of time, half an hour of play to go, more than enough for him to get one.
Wow.
What will Agu do?
It's another absolutely breathless one.
And how's Nasri going to respond? That's the thing now, isn't it? Because we said with Mikey, it just ended up becoming a back and forth, both players going all out. But Nasri so far hasn't really looked like that's the kind of way he wants to play. He likes to play slowly and build up slowly, but Agu is now forcing him to go head to head and say, right, let's play, let's go for the winner. How's Nasri going to respond to that?
You look at the pace the goals have come. In the game against Mikey, it was one straight after the other. And if that was going to continue, there was no way Mikey was going to survive the same way. Same substitution, 60 minutes in, Mizunuma on, Koike on for Agu and Yokohama F. Marinos to get a bit more fresh legs on that right-hand side. But now in this game, it's every 30 minutes that the goals have come. About 30 minutes in, now right on the hour mark. Someno. Shomadoi again, turns, creates the space. Oh, it's Yuma Suzuki's hit the post.
Again, how crucial is that going to be? He's in.
Oh, he can't get the first touch right there. What a 2v2 with the play stretched.
I think, did he go for the pass rather than trying to control it? I'm not sure.
He might have done.
Again, it's those split-second decisions, those elements of luck. The shot could have gone in, he hit the post. Then the quick break, didn't quite get the ball under control.
It's on those fine margins this game. We've got the forward runners again.
He's in behind.
And Sarah's in behind. There's a chance here. It's the goal here. He's come back again. Agu's done it again.
This is incredible. One game, okay, quarterfinal he did it, but okay, people can do that. 2 games in a row at this level.
It's like Middlesbrough in the UEFA Cup in 2006.
Is he going to bring Massimo Macaroni on?
That's just incredible. Nasri now
Nasri
forced into adjustments. You look at Nasri's results to this point. 1-1 with Lazio in the first group game, a 3-0 win, a 1-1 draw, a 2-0 win, a 2-1 win. There's not been that many goals. In the quarterfinals as well, we saw a 1-1 and a 2-1. He typically doesn't concede more than one goal in a game. The 3-goal advantage, usually for Nasri, that should be game, set and match. Agu is not that sort of player.
Well, he only scored 9 as well in the group stage to get here, so he's normally not prolific. And so, as we've said, he likes to kind of strangle the opponent, just keep the ball, move it around. If the chances come, take them, and then see it out. Agu now has forced him to come into a game and say, well, you can't do that. Now they're level again. We've got 22 minutes to go, and you'd have to fancy now the momentum must be with Agu. Nasri has done what Mikey did, lost that 3-goal advantage, and now both players again taking a quick drink, trying to compose themselves. I say trying to, I don't think it's possible for them to, but yeah.
I think it's impossible. I mean,
to keep the composure too once he was in behind.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves at that point. I just wonder whether he'd made a tactical adjustment, because Leao Ceará seemed to be playing as a striker again, just in that play. It might just have been the run from deep. As they're lined up at the moment without the ball, it's 4-4-2 again. We'll have to wait and see how they adjust once in possession.
But again, once he was in behind, not just the pressure he was putting on himself because he knew that was the chance, but you could hear the noise. I don't know if it would have come through to the people watching at home, but you could hear the noise.
The cross is coming in now, a save. Header at the near post again. It's that close range ball. Now the counter chance.
Oh, he's offside.
He's offside just in the Kashima half. Just incredible action here in the eJ.LEAGUE.
So Nasri again just trying to gain some kind of control again, move the ball around, find a way back into it. But yeah, you're completely right. From when Agu switched to match that 4-2-3-1, Nasri's stranglehold on the flow of the game completely disappeared. Suddenly they were lined up in exactly the same formation. And Nasri since then has really struggled to get any kind of spells in possession until now.
But now, I think, as we said before, Agu has reset into a 4-4-2. He's very, very compact off the ball. He's going for the counter now, possibly anticipating that Nasri is going to come at him again.
But why would he change it? Having had so much success matching up, why change it now? Why not stick with it and keep going?
I think that's just the experience of playing against his Japan international teammates several times, anticipating what might come next, what dangers there are. It doesn't look like Kashima have changed their shape. Still 4 at the back, still 4-2-3-1 with Shomadoi in that pocket. So congested in there, but he's working back and forth to try and stretch the space between the lines, create that space for these two. It worked nicely. Those backward passes just forcing the Yokohama F. Marinos midfielders to step up, creating that little gap between the midfielders and the defence. That's the space that Doi and Suzuki were attacking so brilliantly up until the 3-goal advantage. Now they're making changes again.
Kaike Alano. So Shomadoi has been taken off. Okay.
Well, that happened in the previous game as well. So having that key position, having a fresh player there for the final few minutes, that could be the key. You're looking at both teams now, and it looks like it's 4-2-3-1 again for Marinos. So Agu reverting to that, matching up in the centre, perhaps thinking he's conceded a bit too much possession in these last few minutes, perhaps calculating that if he conceded possession for a bit, he might be able to save certain players' legs, particularly the attacking players who haven't seen much of the ball. Now, when it comes down to the last few minutes, maybe there's one chance to get a counter to outpace a maybe tired Kim Min-tae.
Yeah, well, you say tired. Both players now are looking pretty worn out. It's been, an exhausting day for everybody. But these guys, they have to keep going. They can't afford now to switch off. As we saw from Ebipol before, he was like, "Yep, I'm hungry, but I need to wait a little bit longer."
Well, you've got to keep the blood sugar up as well.
Yep.
I noticed that in the break between the games. I needed to eat then to keep going for the second period, and I'm just talking about it.
Well, it looks like we could be headed for another golden goal. unless
3-1 in both legs.
How much added time are we going to get?
Just the one. Maybe if they can get the ball forward now, there's one chance. There's not enough time to be countered. All the possibilities.
Or is there?
Nasri.
Oh, there's not.
And the turnover now. I think if the turnover comes close enough to the end of added time, then the referee's not going to be so kind to the team gaining possession. Maybe if Nasri had kept it a bit longer, there would have been a few more seconds. But as it turns out, 3-1 again in the second leg. Level on aggregate. We go to a golden goal, third match for the second straight semi-final, for the third knockout game in a row. The first three went past pretty quickly. We thought we might be out early today.
It did, yeah. We were already planning our beers for the evening. Not going to be happening now, but both semi-finals going to golden goal. Again, I think it just shows there's so little between the players. They all have different ways of playing, different personalities, different approaches to how they're playing the game. But yeah, it's going to need another golden goal. And again, whichever one loses this, you have to feel so sorry for them because they put so much into it. But on the flip side, whichever one wins it fully deserves it because, what a spectacle they've put on again.
Incredible. I mean, up until the round of 16, there were some tight games, there were some seesaw games, there were some games where clearly one player was superior and more likely to win from the outset. Ever since the start of the quarterfinals, you've not known who's going to win either way. There's been favourites maybe and underdogs and wildcards, as we talked about Ebbie Paul a few times. But the level has been so high, and within the game, both players, they have their time on the ball, they have their time seizing control of the play. You just don't know.
And we've still got the final. We're still going to have the final to come after this. You're going to have to hope that whoever wins this one gets a reasonable amount of time to relax and refresh. This is now,
you wonder, because the winner of this plays obviously in the final. Next, we have a little bit of a break once this is done, but the break is likely to be shorter than it would have been because of this golden goal extra game in which Kashima, Nasri will be the home team, Agu with Yokohama F. Marinos the away team. Again, they're just setting that up as we speak. But
it might actually help them. If the winner is going to be on such a high. We saw Ebbie Paul when he came in. He gave us that big celebration. He was beaming from ear to ear. Maybe they would prefer that. Win the game, come and chat to us a bit, and then go and sit in the chair again and get the final done, rather than the adrenaline wearing off. You sit down, you unwind. Maybe they'll be willing to just crack straight on with it, which it looks like we're about to do now. Because I think the third leg,
the golden goal playoff for the second semi-final between Nasri and Agu is about to get going. Yes, we just saw his expression on the screen behind us, and he looks exhausted, he looks in disbelief, but he's come back twice. I'm sure ideally he wouldn't want to have to come back, but just that resilience to do it. Well, Nasri, not a player who looked like he was ever going to concede too many goals.
Well, we said that, didn't we, after the first leg of the semi-final, that it looked like maybe Nasri was better placed to control the game and avoid what happened to Mikey happening to him. Once again, commentators curse, we were completely wrong. The exact same thing happened. Agu came back from a 3-goal deficit. And now it's, once again, it could be either of these players getting into the final.
Well, back again at Sanderson Park, the generic stadium used in place of the Kashima Stadium. In fact, Mikey and Atsuya are just playing the games over there alongside us. We mentioned them, they look like they're having a good time now. The pressure is off. They're getting their practice in for the FIFA Ultimate Team competition tomorrow. But it's Agu who kicks off this second semi-final, third leg, golden goal. Just incredible drama throughout. Agu coming back from 3 goals behind in 2 consecutive rounds. Mikey knows more than anybody else what that feels like, having experienced it against Nasri. He's experienced it against both of these players in consecutive years. Maybe we'll have to get him on for an interview at some point. Just to
we should drag him over in a second,
This is the co-commentator. I don't know if he speaks English, but here comes Sugimoto and Miyaichi, and it's a chance for Leo Ciara, and it's just wide. Brushes the side netting. That was the early chance for Agu. He looks to be seizing the early momentum here.
Well, I was about to say, the fact that he had kickoff, I did wonder, is he going to try from that kickoff and make the advantage count straight away? He got in behind, got the chance. It was always on the turn, looked a little bit difficult, but you don't get much closer than that. And now it's Nasri's turn. Another slow build-up, move the ball around, and just look to find that space to get in behind.
That was something some of the players and the co-commentator Hazume-san was talking about during the group stages. When it does go to golden goal, not only do you get an early goal more often than not, but the kickoff is an advantage just because the other team is so scared of conceding that they tend to drop off a little bit more. Then you have the possession at the beginning. We saw that maybe with Agu at the start here, but he has gained possession from Nasri's first little spell on the ball. Well, Ebipool, we just spoke to about the mentality of playing golden goal, and he said the priority is don't concede. Not to try to score, but not conceding is the absolute priority in that game. It didn't feel like they were playing particularly defensively.
No, I was kind of surprised when he said that because it seemed like both of them were going for it. And it seems similar here, where both, when they're on the ball, are instantly looking forwards and trying to get men up in support.
But maybe it's the mentality when you've not got the ball. You don't press too high. Agu's gone with the 4-2-3-1, I think, again. Maybe with Leo Seara, again, dropping off slightly behind Sugimoto. Just putting on a little bit of pressure as Nasri carries the ball above halfway, but not going too aggressively, making sure he's got enough men behind. Leo Seara dropping off, tracking the runners, but Someno has got behind on the right now. Short in. Oh, and it could have been yet another own goal in these series of matches. Nakabayashi has got his hands behind that one, and a risky ball out to Thiago Martins.
Well, they're certainly not afraid to play those balls out from the back, even after something that nearly became a third catastrophic own goal in this tie.
Matsubara. So again now, Nasri has one player pressing the ball, but typically dropping off. So not being too risky without possession, not wishing to give the space. And then he's got the cover with Bueno tracking the run of Sugimoto. So I think in that aspect, when you've not got the ball, then your first thought isn't let's win it back and try and score. It's let's make sure we don't concede.
Yeah.
Well, golden goal, of course, was used in the J.League to decide regular season games for a period in the 90s and perhaps early 2000s. With penalty shootouts for a period as well. Japanese fans in general, those who are old enough to remember those days, have probably seen more golden goal action than European fans. Maybe American fans are familiar with it as well in use in MLS and in the older NASL, a different kind of shootout there as well. Different ways of deciding matches. Golden goal didn't last very long at the world stage, but in eFootball it's the fairly standard way of deciding matches. And of course the problem with golden goal in real life was that if there was no goal in 30 minutes, it goes to penalties. And because teams tend to be scared of conceding and scared of losing, they'd think penalties 50-50 chance. Whereas in this, it's golden goal forever. Somebody has to score. And it could be Leo Seara now. He's got behind. Tight angle, goes for the near post, and Yamada stands up firm.
Yamada, another who's not first choice for the real life version of the team.
That both goalkeepers in this match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, so it must have something to do with the height, or maybe the players are just using them all in their practice matches, and they work out that for some reason the attributes are better suited to the way they want to play.
Well, certainly that's the way it usually works in normal modes and in FIFA Ultimate Team. It's not necessarily the highest rated player, it's the one who's best suited to the way you want to play. Within this, they're all theoretically the same, but just that little physical advantage makes the difference. Maybe the second choice keepers would usually have a lower overall rating, but perhaps they're slightly taller. Here's Shomoto in that space again, and it's hit Yuma Suzuka on the back. I think he was offside anyway. That little combination that we've not really seen so far in this golden goal third match.
We have to keep checking which match we're in, what the score is overall.
I think we're long past that. It's 4-4 on aggregates.
It's 4-4 on aggregate. Well, it doesn't matter now. Golden goal, next goal wins.
Next goal wins.
Ooh.
Just playing it safe until half-time, with a chance to reset, a chance to have a sip of water, a chance to maybe think about...
The possession now is closer too. 59 for Kashima, 41 for Marinos. It's edging up.
I think that's Nasri being a little more conservative, out of possession. No shots in the first half for Nasri, 2 for Agu. So expected goals of 0.0 against 0.5 according to the EA Sports FIFA 22 computation. A big sigh. I was about to do the same for Agu there, as he sits after another long match. So maybe then he's at a disadvantage because it's his second.
Well, yeah, that is true. But I guess again, it might work on the other way, that he's been playing so much of like the competitive. All the guys, as we can see, have been practicing when they're not in their competitive matches. But maybe the fact he's had so much competitive action, more than anybody else. Maybe that means he's more able to get into the zone. Did he give a little prayer there, or was he just wiping his hands off?
Well, I think maybe wiping hands, because you'd imagine that the grip on the controller is getting pretty strong at this point. One of the Twitter comments as the second half kicks off, one of the Twitter comments that has come up in Japanese was, even watching it makes you get sweaty palms just because you're so tense. I understand that feeling entirely, despite not having a controller to grab onto, nor even time to write anything with a pen. But Kashima have the kickoff in the second half. Is that an advantage? Can they build something with possession on this left-hand side with Izumi? Trying to work an overload, trying to get Anzai, Izumi, Shomadoi moving into that pocket of space again. Of course, 3 times against each other. Agu knows how to defend against it. He knows to expect Shomadoi to do this. How is he going to defend against it? Is Izumi on that side? Space to cross, but not electing to cross. Keeping possession, working that opportunity, trying to get it inside. Now with Anzai a little bit further back, heading away from goal to Nago. Shomadoi works the space, well defended, but it's Shomadoi with the second ball. Miyaichi recovers. 2 against 1 though, really good press back. This is a chance for Yuma Suzuki. Off target, couldn't quite connect well, but it was deflected. It's a corner to Kashima. Goalkeeper out 4 yards from the goal. Likely to aim towards the near post. Goalkeeper comes to claim it, punches away. Shomadoi again. It's been all Kashima at the start of the second half, using that advantage of having the possession, having the kickoff, winning the second ball. Shomadoi again shoots from outside the area. It's on. Considering how few chances there have been, remember, Nasri no shots at all in the first half.
But he had possession there pretty much for 10 minutes, uninterrupted from kickoff. Just as he said, he didn't want to throw the ball into the box. He was just moving it around, waiting, moving, passing. 10 minutes pretty much of non-stop possession. But Agu did so well to restrict him to that one corner that was cleared quite comfortably. And then a kind of a shot, maybe a little bit out of desperation from Nasri in the end. And now Agu in possession. Is he going to be able now to do something similar? He tends to be a bit more direct.
He got behind it with Leo Sierra. He's found the space. It's a good save from Yamada. That little bluff with the defensive line to force them to step out a little bit. Leo Sierra attacking the space behind, staying onside. They've won the corner kick. Playing the cross straight in, risks conceding possession. A reset, a left-footed taker.
Keeper's almost on the penalty area, penalty spot.
Wow, it's gone to the far post. Header. Oh, blocks on the line.
Not just blocked, he just like walked off the line with it. That's the coolest goal line clearance I think I've ever seen.
The goalkeeper was out about 8 yards from the goal, expecting the ball into the near post, but as soon as it's gone to the far post, there is no route of recovery there. It has to be a defender on the line to block it.
I think it was Hirose. I think it was Hirose on the line.
Incredible stuff in this second half. If it's 0-0 after 90 minutes, we go again. We go again until there's a goal. Bueno, the centre-back, carrying it into the Yokohama F. Marinos half. Agu reset, bringing that defence line up to close down the space for Yuma Suzuki and Shomadoi. Shomadoi making that run in the channel. Having to come back and get onside. It's a corner kick. Goalkeeper out to the 6-yard line. Ball aimed perhaps towards the near post as we can see Nasri's cursor. Well taken, a brave take from Nakabayashi, who read the intention well.
He took a little longer that time as well to release the ball. The goalkeepers so far have been quite quick, but he just took a second or two there and thought, I'll just make sure all the Antlers strikers have definitely gone.
And down the left now with Albert. Cuts back, gets behind Hirose, or looked to have done, had to come back again. Dominate possession now for 10 or 15 minutes, work an opportunity in that time. Miyachi, that's the way it's gone so often, but an unusual turnover possession in those circumstances. Goes to press back, that's been unusual as well. It was quite effective, it was a foul, but one that probably served to the benefit of the team.
I was about to say, I wonder if he did that on purpose because he saw the break was on. Maybe that was one of the few times that he did.
I think he probably played the percentages. Either he's going to win the ball or he's going to foul in a position that isn't particularly dangerous. Obviously, teams that play on the front foot and like to press, like Manchester City, like Postecoglou's Marinos, would concede fouls at defensive transitions as well. Anzai to Izumi, that left side again with Shomadoi attacking the half space. Izumi, Matsubara's got there. Agu is preparing a tactical change, but he's got possession now.
10 minutes to go. Any lapse in concentration now.
Well, now the game, like, it can get stretched because the players can use substitutes. Then you'll have one or two players who are a bit fresh, and maybe that's what Agu's thinking now. I think he's only used 2 of his substitutions. If you can bring on a fresh player now, then maybe there's an advantage in terms of stamina against his direct opponent. That then gets reset if we go to a 4th game, which, if there's not a goal in the next 7 minutes, we will be doing for the first time in this year's eJ.LEAGUE.
Or given away cheaply.
I think it was 2 of the round of 16 matches went to golden goal. 1 quarter-final and now both semi-finals. All of them have at least been decided by this point. This is the furthest any game in this year's eJ.LEAGUE has gone. Group stage matches, of course, if they were a draw after 90 minutes, then the teams would split the points with no extra time at all. A 4th match on the cards, unless either Nasri or Agu can break the deadlock in the remaining seconds of this game.
And there can't have been many 0-0, but certainly there's been none. I don't think there's been any today of there. Did we have one maybe?
There was one earlier in the quarter-final second leg between Ebipool and Nyonyo.
Yep,
Ebipool defending the 2-0 lead from the first leg quite comfortably, as it turned out. Last attack now, Anzai, Shomadoi. Anzai again works it into that space. Great defending from Ken Matsubara. Agu sees it out, kicks it out. Knew that Kashima's attack was the final attack of the 90 minutes. We are going to a 4th match in the second semi-final. 4-4 on aggregate after 2 legs. Then it's next goal wins. The 3rd game finishes 0-0. We go to a 4th. Nasri.
He just looks as unflustered as ever. It's so hard to get a read, isn't it? He looks completely unbothered. Agu probably doesn't know how to play without going 3 goals behind. That's the problem he's got in the golden goal.
He doesn't have that advantage anymore. That is true. That is true. Although he did, of course, win in golden goal against Mikey in the quarterfinals. I think Nasri looks slightly more relaxed now than
I'm not
after.
sure. He looks a little bit bemused. He's looking around going, what? Are we playing another one? Can't we just both go into the final, 2 against 1? Agu is not crying, I don't think. He's just trying to compose himself.
I mean, it is quite warm in the studio. I mean, we're used to being in front of the cameras occasionally and in the lights occasionally, but I can tell you it's pretty warm in here when you've got the spotlight on you. The players, they played remotely up to the round of 16. They can set up their environments in their own homes however they like. Now we're in a studio setting. They're over on the big fancy chairs in the room adjacent to us, but they've got a lot of studio lights on them. Under that environment, even for 10 minutes or so, it gets pretty hot. To be there for 3 straight matches, we've probably been playing for about 40 minutes now, just this match.
Absolutely.
It's an intense environment. It gets hot with just the attention anyway.
Well, of course, you've got that. As you said, we mentioned before, when you're playing with your friends, just amongst yourselves, your palms get sweaty. There's that tension. You're getting hot. not just the temperature in here, but they can hear possibly us from time to time, but definitely Bando-san and everybody. They're very close, getting very lively.
Yeah.
That must be transmitting to the players, or it just adds to the tension. We can see the players who've been knocked out so far gathering around too. They're watching, they're still practicing for tomorrow's tournament.
Yeah.
There's all this action going on. There's so many people behind the scenes running everything, making sure that this is all streaming properly. There's a lot of attention on them. And as you said, now they've got to go and do another game. 3 games they've played now. They haven't been able to be separated. Even Bando-san, normally such a composed character, is looking a little bit flustered. Both sides gone a little bit askew.
True. And he's an excitable man at the best of times, but for sure, even during his playing days, I'm not saying he was anything other than a hard-working player, but he seems to have a bit more sweat on his brow now than he did even then. It's just through the tension. He worked brilliantly when he was a player for my favourite J.League team, Gamba Osaka. We are now getting ready for the 4th match of this single semi-final between Nazari Kashima Antlers, Agu Yokohama F Marinos, 4-4 on aggregate after the 2 legs home and away. Now it's the 4th leg, essentially. It's been golden goal ever since the 3rd game. We haven't had a goal yet. We're going into a 4th match. We're back in Yokohama, effectively, at Stadion Olympic, the generic big stadium within the game with the running track around it, as the Yokohama International Stadium, the Nissan Stadium in Yokohama has. You just have to look at the position, and I think there's been a slight tweak again with El Bear playing in the centre now for Yokohama F Marinos. I think it's a 4-4-2 again.
Yeah. Marinos is 4-4-2. Nago.
Izumi on the left-hand side, not going to play that cross. Natri doesn't play the cross. He works the space along the ground, but Ken Matsubara has got there. Now you expect, if they've got 2 strikers up front, and I think now Leo has switched back onto the left-hand side, so perhaps that was just initially with Leo Seara, as he did in the last game, playing the number 10 position.
Just the level of the tension now, as soon as your opponent gets the ball, anytime they get the ball, you know that could be it for your whole competition.
Exactly.
And then on the flip side, anytime you get the ball, you know this could be your chance to get through to the final. How the players are managing to somehow keep some level of composure and keep trying to play, whether some kind of tactics. You're seeing the players here on the bottom of the screen. You can see as they're switching between certain formations, certain styles, how they've got the wherewithal to do that. When we're struggling here, just sitting and talking about what's unfolding before our eyes.
Well, they have the opportunity with the preset formations to make changes on the fly by switching between ultra defensive, standard system, and then attacking, ultra attacking. I'm not sure how much of that they're doing on the fly, but I think maybe Agu in this game has 2 different patterns going. He's got the cross coming again now, and the shot, the best opening that we've had since the 2nd leg. Leo Seara's put it wide off his left foot. Wide of the right-hand post on the near side.
Why did he go with his left foot? You feel like the right foot. I wonder, is that come through? They're 90, but if it is a left-footed player, left-footed in the game, would that be
their footedness is the same as it would be in real life.
Footedness. Is that even a word? I don't know anymore. But yeah, you wonder if that had been a right footer, he would have gone with it with the right angle. You would have thought the right foot maybe would have sent the ball across goal.
The other word that springs to mind is dexterity, but that's often used to mean something else. Anyway, a counter chance again with Leo Seara in that number 10 position. That gave that extra man in midfield to evade the press, just to create a little point of attack just south of the halfway line to give Agu the chance to reset, control the possession for a little bit. He's created the best opening of this game. He might create the best one again now.
He's got the throw. So you can keep it down in that corner.
Nyaichi. Such a star with Feyenoord. Can't quite get past Izumi.
Oh, given away.
Passes.
There we go.
Just when
he said the players, obviously the players, in-game players now are fresh again. This is yet another new game.
This is yet another new game for them.
The guys controlling these players are anything but fresh. They are now going to really be feeling the fatigue.
They've been back to back to back to back, whereas the players in the game, as you say, it's essentially as if they're playing FA Cup replays in the old days with a week in between them. So they've had the time to rest up and reset their stamina to 100%. Anzai now on the left-hand side holds up against 3 players. Switches back. Now Nago, Yuma Suzuki, Shoma Doi. They've worked this quite nicely here. Here's Izumi again. He's not going to play the early cross. Nasri never plays the high ball
cross,
in.
does he? No.
Always looking to work it to one of these players in front. Here's Yuma Suzuki, well blocked off. A risk to play the tackle. He got it absolutely perfectly timed there, Agu. The vaguest semblance of a press back just before the possession gets settled for Agu. Nasri put the pressure on the ball to the wide players. Now he'll likely reset again. Miyaichi, he's chipped it forward. Kenya Sugimoto has put it wide of the post. 2 good chances in this first half of the 4th game.
Well, we said it before, but maybe Agu does need to be behind before he can get his sights set on the goal. That's 2 big chances in behind.
But he caught me out there as well because he had an overload on the right, and I thought he was going to use the overlap. He didn't. He played the riskier ball forward, timed it perfectly. Unfortunately, the finish, the same thing couldn't be said about that.
Well, now can Nasri respond in kind? He's seen that Agu is starting to knock on the door, and obviously with golden goal, there's not going to be any reprieve. If one of those chances does go in, that's it. Nasri now, is he going to finally put a cross into the box maybe?
Someno, narrow on this right-hand side, no real width there, keeping the full-back back. It's Shomador on the left again. This is where the overload is. It's always on the near side for Nasri. Misao, 7 minutes till half-time for the 4th game in this series, the 7th half. Watanabe plays it forward. Chance to switch out onto the right-hand side with Miyaichi. Forward ball again. He's got the early ball again. Keeper out. Leo Sierra's there. There's the winner. Golden goal. 4th match won by Agu, who goes through to the final.
Well, I just said he'd been knocking on the door, and we were wondering, had he missed his chances, was Nasri going to get one? And from a typical Nasri play, he was jinking around in the middle, looking for the space. It didn't quite come. And then a pretty direct counter, and Leo Sierra nods it over the top. And, well, what drama.
Agu off his seat.
He's off his seat. And, yeah, he looks very, very tired. Very, very relieved. Yep, a little bit more water for him.
Well, the game is that little bit stretched at the end, and when the through ball came again, those lofted through balls, he'd used them really, really effectively. That is more like Agu's usual style of play. He usually has that verticality. He was stopped from doing that until this point, essentially over 3 games. But 3 chances created, getting in behind.
Yeah.
2 wide of the post, poor connections really, perhaps with a weaker foot.
And let's not forget, he came back from 3 goals down again.
Amazing.
That was 2 games ago now, so it seems like a long time ago.
It seems like a long time ago, you're absolutely right.
Was
down 4-1 on aggregate, lost the first leg 3-1, conceded the first goal in the second leg. We thought again, surely he can't come back from 3. He did, took it to golden goal, this time for the first time in this year's eJ.League, the 4th match that he got there. He's now been asked how he felt when that goal went in. Sounds exhausted, to be honest.
本当もう集中マジで全集中してたんで。
So he was concentrating so hard, putting everything into concentrating up until the final goal. Now it just seems exhausted. It's gone big release.
Well, we touched upon it before we even, I think even before we got into the first golden goal match. But surely the victor now, we were wondering, is he going to want to get straight on with the final? But from seeing him there and hearing his response, I think he definitely needs half an hour or so to just compose himself, get himself a drink and just kind of, get his bearings again.
You'd have thought so. Now, we've talked about it so often, the mental side of it. I think this time for the first time it's the physical side of it, the sheer concentration that's gone in. And the physical exhaustion that he probably feels at this point.
Those chairs, I think they're probably more comfortable than the things that we've got here. But yeah, I'm starting to shift around a bit. We've been here for a few hours now. He was sat there for best part of an hour. Okay, the chair's very comfortable, but the focus he had to be, he must just want to stand up. Well, we saw as soon as the game was finished, he was out of his chair. He probably wanted to stretch his legs and get the blood flowing again.
Absolutely, but I mean,
now he's got another game to go.
That level of concentration, you just wonder. I mean, without having spoken to Nasri, we can't make assumptions, but just the fact he got caught behind, 2 balls over the top, and then there was the 1 ball cut inside, which was very unlike the way he'd been playing. He hadn't been caught out that frequently at any other point.
He was very disappointed.
Just wonder whether the tiredness caught up with him.
Yeah.
やっぱメンタルですかね。
メンタル。なるほど。
Said it was the mental side of it that maybe got to him in the end. Well, that's what we said. Once you've given up a 3-goal lead on aggregate, at this level, and you're that close to the final, we said heading into the first golden goal match that maybe Agu would have the slight momentum in that he was suddenly being given a second chance.
ありますけど、自分も結構ラッキーな形で点を取れてたので。
Well, he's talking about the luck of the goal that he conceded, but then he admits that he had luck with one of his goals. He's admitting, so our speculation seems to be been right. He said he wasn't able to keep up the same level of concentration going to that fourth game, the mental side of it. So I think that's just the exhaustion of playing so many games. It looks pretty warm in their side of the studio as well. I mean, this is, again, all of the Japanese commentators, presenters, they're used to these studio environments. The players, particularly considering throughout the pandemic, events in locations like this, unfortunately we haven't got fans here today, but events in locations have been rarer, been played remotely, so you can then, I mean, we know from working at home at times, you can set your work environment to however you like, you can wear what you like, you can keep the temperature what you like. They're forced at the moment into a relatively small space in front of studio lights, which even if you're used to it, becomes pretty warm. If you're not used to it, if you haven't faced that for a couple of years since before the pandemic started, but the previous eJ.LEAGUEs and other events, then to be there for 4 matches, that's going to be tough to hold on for the whole period.
切り替えて、負けることありますから、それを切り替えてまた明日どういう戦い方するかというのは期待したいですし、ちょっとナスリ選手のちょっと気になったんですけど、
Tomorrow we have got another competition. We have another competition with the same 8 players playing with their FIFA Ultimate teams. So Nasri in particular was one who throughout the group stages said he was struggling with this mode, controlling a J.League team under the 90 overall settings because he was usually so focused on his FIFA Ultimate team. To some extent that's the case with all of the 8 players here, and they've all had different experiences getting used to the new mode. The teams that will see them play tomorrow, the teams they're used to playing with, the ones that are more expressive of their own normal styles, and so having qualified for the last 8 of the eJ.LEAGUE gives you the opportunity to play in the FIFA Ultimate Team competition as well. We're not going to be able to speak to Agu after this because of the sheer amount. Well, he said we had a quick chat with him off air after the quarterfinal, and he said there are no interviews, so apparently we haven't got much time.
But we said we'll speak to you if you win the next one, and we're not going to.
Unfortunately, he's going to have to win another one for us to get the opportunity to speak to him again. But now we can see the tournament, the draw all the way through. Jay won the first quarterfinal, knocked out though by eJ.LEAGUE, who beat Nyonyo in the quarterfinal, then beat Jay to be our first finalist. On the opposite side of the bracket, Nasri beat Sledge. Agu beat Mikey, came from 3 behind in that one, came from 3 behind again against Nasri, and then won in double golden goal, the 4th match of the second semi-final.
Agu now has played how many games? We had 4, he's played 7.
He's played 7 games
almost,
today.
6 and
yeah, 6
almost
and a half
games just today.
Just today.
Under this level of pressure, this level of tension.
Yeah.
And he's now got the final to come.
Yeah. I mean, it's how you use this time, whether the emotions he feels now turns into tiredness, into fatigue, whether the emotions that eJ.LEAGUE was feeling when we spoke to him an hour ago, the kind of the high that he was clearly on then, knowing him, having spoken to him probably more than any of the others, I'd expect him to be okay, just whether he's had any food or not.
Well, that's the thing, and we've just been told that we come back for the final at 7 o'clock.
Where are we now?
So we're at 6:43 now in Tokyo time, so we've got just over 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Agu is there, he looks very tired. he's sneaking off somewhere to get a drink. So we're coming back for the final in about 16 minutes.
Yeah.
So there's not long for Agu to get his bearings again, compose himself.
No.
And then he'll be back under the lights, up against today's wild card in the final.
Exactly. Well, we don't know how eJ.LEAGUE has been spending the last hour, whether he's been watching this quarterfinal or the second semi-final or not, whether he's been having any food, how he's been preparing. You wonder how Agu, who's just walked past us, is going to recover both mentally and physically ahead of that.
Well, we'll head off too and get a a quick gulp of water or two, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
A quick break, 15 minutes, then we'll be back on the hour. So that's 7 o'clock Japanese time, that's 10 o'clock AM GMT. It's on the hour wherever you are in the world. Come back and join us then. We'll have the final of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE.
一言で表すならもう快適。
Welcome back to Tokyo. It's now 7 o'clock in the evening Japanese time. Maybe there are people who have woken up in Europe and can catch the ends of this fantastic day of eJ.League action that we've had today. We've had 4 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals. The last 3 matches that we've shown you today have gone to golden goal. In fact, the most recent one, just 15 minutes ago, it finished. It went to a 4th match to get eJ.LEAGUE into the final to play against eBay. That's what we've got coming up now, the final of the FIFA 22 eJ.League.
Well, I was going to say, you maybe undersold it a bit there because you said we've had the 4 quarterfinals and then the 2 semi-finals, but I've lost track now. We've been here since, when did we come on? It was midday, wasn't it? Japan time. So we've been here 7 hours now. We had a few games now. I think 3 of the contests have gone to their home and away fixtures, and then 3 of them have now gone to golden goal as well. The most recent of which, the second semi-final, went to double golden goal, which meant the first golden goal game was 90 more minutes without goals. And then I think the winner came in about the 40th minute of the second golden goal game. There's been a hell of a lot of football.
Just incredible. I bumped into eJ.LEAGUE, who we've been unable to interview twice now because he's been the last player to play in both the rounds at the bottom of that bracket. It's always gone into golden goals, so there's not been time to get the interview in before the stream had to end. I bumped into him and said, "Are you all right?" Because he looked tired. And he said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I just got to go on a sort of on the motivation, on the motivational sort of wave through. I just got to keep going." He's clearly tired.
Well, we saw Ebi pull from the distance as well, and we gave him a "Are you okay?" and he looked like
he gave us a triple fist pump.
Yeah, we were worried if maybe the long wait after his semi-final. Maybe the adrenaline would have worn off and he'd have kind of flattened out, but he still looked like he was very, very excited.
I was concerned about his blood sugar levels because we spoke to him earlier. He said he couldn't eat because that would affect his concentration. We then spoke to him after his semi-final. He said now he's hungry. We didn't actually find out whether he's eaten or not, but he seems happy. So we figured maybe he might have had a bit of sugar, a bit of caffeine, something like that.
And I think the adrenaline is definitely going to drive him through. And if he can get his hands on that shield within the next hour, I'm sure, he'll be more than happy to have waited a little bit longer for his dinner today, and I'm sure he'll treat himself to a nice big yakiniku barbecue tonight.
Well, we're seeing these charts again. We haven't been able to go through them all because they often clash with our interviews, but the one thing that we've repeatedly said about eBay, he's got that element of surprise. In the bottom right of this pentagon here, Igaise in Japanese, and that's something that he gets from coming across from the Konami series of games to the EA Sports games. He's been a champion at eFootball, as it's called now, winning 11 in the past, or Pro Evo. He's now come over to FIFA. That should, you would have thought, I would have thought, be a handicap. It's turned out to actually be an advantage. But I think a bigger advantage in his case, it's not about attack, defense, technique, it's about mentality. He has got, his personality has shone through right from the beginning, and he clearly seems to be enjoying himself. I'm sure all of the players have had a great day, but during the games, what comes across the most is their focus. eJ.LEAGUE in particular, it's hard to read his facial expression. When you talk to him in the corridor, in the recreation room and stuff, he's a great guy to chat with. During the games, he just seems so focused, it's hard to read. eBay's the one guy who his emotions are on the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wonder if that helps him too, because we touched upon in the second semi-final the level of tension, the fatigue that must be coming in, the psychological strain on these players to have to focus for that long, when knowing that any misplaced pass, any mistake, any slightly wrong strategy with your defense could mean that you've lost the game. And Ebi just seems quite relaxed, quite laid back about it. When he has made mistakes, he's ridden them out and come straight back again. As you said, eJ.LEAGUE's not quite as serious and intimidating, and he hasn't got the 90s boy band haircut anymore. But there's definitely been an element of him with Jay, with Nasri as well, the other players that got through to the semi-final. When they're playing, they had these poker faces. They looked like they were internalizing everything. And I think that's definitely not something you can say about Ebi.
No. eJ.LEAGUE's mental strength has been there for all to see. He's come back from 3 goals behind in 2 consecutive rounds against players who, up until that point in the game, had barely conceded a chance in front of goal. So his ability, his tactical ability to reset, to think of something else, we saw in that last semi-final where he went from his normal 4-4-2 to a 4-2-3-1, denied Nasri the advantage he'd had before that point, but then just the ability to come back from that, play golden goal again. We're going to have an even bigger, grander entrance for the two players now. eJ.LEAGUE, the first to arrive, he came through the left-hand side of the bracket, the fist pump there. This smile, this isn't forced. This is how he has been throughout the course of the day, just as he was when we saw him in the corridor just now. Well, he looks confident.
This is maybe kind of an unexpected final pairing. I think obviously Jay came in as the favourite. Nasri as well has got a good pedigree in the competition. eJ.LEAGUE, I think the best he's ever made it so far is the best 16 in this competition. And as you said, eJ.LEAGUE, this is his debut. So, and also the way they play, it really makes for a kind of a fascinating final. For people who might be tuning in just now and haven't maybe watched much of this competition before, much esports before, I think it's going to make for quite an exciting one because the likes of Jay and Nasri were very composed. They would control the game. Whereas these two, it's almost that they kind of play with a bit more chaos, which I think for neutral observers, people coming in now, I don't think, I'm probably going to jinx it, we've had a few commentators curses there, but I don't think it's going to be a very tight, cagey affair. You feel like both teams are going to go at it and we should get a lot of goals, a lot of drama, and maybe a lot of golden goal action again.
Well, we don't
knows?
know. I mean, we've seen eJ.LEAGUE throughout. This is a tactic that he's brought to FIFA from the Konami games. He likes to switch the play. He crosses the ball early, maybe a little bit less in the last couple of rounds, but that's something that the eFootball players have brought in. He uses the width, he switches from side to side, from fullback to fullback. eJ.LEAGUE, when given the opportunity, he plays the ball forwards. Perhaps more than any other player. He has that verticality about him, and maybe that then dictates the tactical contest that we're about to see. Two distinct styles, but both progressive, both looking to use the full pitch, looking to create those openings, work out where the space is, use the whole pitch to their advantage in different ways. We see how eJ.LEAGUE looks. I mean, he doesn't look, he didn't ever say that there was pressure. He denied that there was pressure. He said he's confident and he wants to enjoy it. And he's been able to enjoy it by playing more and more his way, particularly in the golden goal period of the last game when he beat Jay.
But the only thing is we've seen as well with eJ.LEAGUE is both of the games we've seen so far, he's needed to come from behind. He's taken a while to get going and needed to come from behind, and then that momentum, as you said, he said to you, that momentum he's hoping is going to drive him to the title now. eJ.LEAGUE would have seen that in the two games. He'd have seen exactly what he's done. And it wasn't just a fluke. Now he knows it wasn't just a one-off against Mikey in the quarterfinal. He did it again in the semi-final too. So eJ.LEAGUE maybe is going to come in and you don't know, he might mix up his game. He might think, you know what, I don't want to push too early. I don't want to try and force the issue and allow him to come back. Maybe he will take a more measured approach. He already told us that when he went into golden goal in the semi-final, his first aim was not to concede. Maybe he'll try something different and say to eJ.LEAGUE, okay, you take the initiative and then look to break on the counter when the chances come up.
Sure. I mean, eJ.LEAGUE has had a series of games, really, where he would normally have a bit more possession, a bit more control, and hasn't been allowed that by his opponent. And the way that eJ.LEAGUE has played so far with his Avispa Fukuoka side, looks like they're lining up in a 4-2-2-2 in this game, going quite aggressive, have the option of switching to an even more aggressive 4-3-3 with three narrow forwards. I don't get the impression that he's going to be treating eJ.LEAGUE with undue respect. Of course they respect each other, they get on well, but I don't think he's going to say, right, it's eJ.LEAGUE, therefore I'm going to play defensively or I'm going to concede the ball anymore.
Well, and he also told us after his quarterfinal that when he scores and he celebrates, he does that in part to get in the head of his opponent and just really rub in the fact that he scored. And so, yeah, he's not going to be intimidated, as you say. He's not going to be intimidated to come up against someone who, eJ.LEAGUE is a national team representative. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a fascinating game. And again, as we've said with most of these contests, going into it, we really don't know who to call the favourite. It's just everything's been thrown into disarray today.
We don't know.
Long day. We're already into, we talk about the golden goal, but we are now into overtime as well. This is extra time. We were supposed to be done by 7, but the golden goals and everything, we're going on for longer and longer. You can see the Japanese team as well, very excited about what's going on.
Absolutely, absolutely. eJ.LEAGUE has been drinking his tea all day. I mean, that is the secret of his success. We're just getting ready to go here.
Do we have doping in eJ.LEAGUE? Do they have doping tests? We have to check what's in his tea.
I'm sure it will be frowned upon at least. But the first leg of this final of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE, powered by Plala, is about to get underway. Avispa Fukuoka are the home team played by Ebipol, the away team in the first leg. Yokohama F. Marinos with Agu at the controls. Avispa Fukuoka in their generic home stadium in this ground. Avispa, the home teams there in their usual home strip of dark blue. Yokohama F. Marinos in the away strip of white with navy shorts, kicking off and kicking from right to left in this first half. We'll see if Agu is able to get more possession, if he's going to get more opportunity to play the ball vertically. We'll see if Ebipol drops off more or whether he goes for that press. Quickly worked on the right-hand side for Elper. Crossed into the far post for Sugimoto is there already. The first chance within 3 minutes. Well, he's going for it from the outset. Crossed in, goalkeeper retreats to the line. The ball crossed into around the penalty spot. Second ball retrieved by Agu. Here's Elper. Looking to work some space outside the area. Miyachi returns the ball. Watanabe just sizing Avispa up here. Switch to Matsubara. Now in space. Now there's space outside the box. Waiting for the man to come. Worked that nicely. I thought he had time and space to shoot. He didn't take that option.
He's restarting very quickly as well. These corners, he's getting it straight back in.
And mixing them up as well. We've seen ones delivered into the penalty spot. We've now seen a short one. Short ones used to be the orthodox way of attacking. At least it gave the chance to work a different angle to maybe guarantee you keep possession or have a better chance of getting the second ball. These players have adapted their way of playing, and now Ebipol using that width to get Crew forward. Worked into the space to Maya. Blocked off, and now Miyachi will carry it back for Yokohama F. Marinos. It's a long, direct ball, looking to get in behind the defender, well defended by Kumamoto. Kumamoto and Groli, so many blocks and interceptions at the back so far. The centre-backs for Avispa Fukuoka controlled so well by Ebipol.
Well, Agu started really aggressively here, really trying to. We were joking around a bit about the fact that maybe he needs to go 3 goals behind to get going, but obviously that's going to have taken a lot out of him, having to have done that twice in 2 consecutive games. So surely he's coming into this one and thinking, I can't let that happen again. I want to get the first goal and take control of things and be able to do what we've seen other players like Nasri do when they do go ahead, is try and take the sting out of the game and move the ball around. But now we're seeing, Agu with no deficit scores a level again. Maybe he's thinking he wants to kind of strike first.
A risky pass at the back, just in front of Huama. Maybe that was an opportunity for Ebipol to press it back. But using that width now for Marinos as Agu attacks the right-hand side. Leo Seara tries to chip one behind. Agu wins it back over the halfway line. A chance to knock one over the top. Ebipol able to reset. Agu has, I think, gone back to the 4-4-2 he'd been using throughout the competition until he struggled so much against Nasri's 4-4 or 4-2-3-1. Ball is behind and offside. Agu looking to press the second ball, leaving the space behind. If the pressure doesn't quite come at the right time, or if Ebipol is able to evade it, then there's a chance behind. But it's been a decent start overall from Agu, concentrating the play into the opposing half. Crew now picks the ball up a bit too deep to work an immediate counter. He might have to build a bit more patiently here, but using that width again, he likes to work from side to side. There's 2 systems are matched. It's essentially 2 4-4-2s. Crew now with the through ball. What it means is if you beat one opponent, then you can theoretically get an overload. Force a centre-back or a full-back out of position and attack that space behind. So these duels in midfield, particularly out wide, might be the key.
Well, they've both got large target men that they've been using throughout the day so far in Kenyu Sugimoto for Agu and Marinos, and Juanma Delgado for Avispa and Ebipol, and they've got them leading the line, who have been looking for those balls in behind, and also, once the crosses come in, either from wide or from corners.
There's one in now. Second ball for Watanabe, but he's lost it here. There's a chance for counter-attack on with potential for a 2v2. Just the one runner. Instead he plays it short. Gets the 2v2 situation now, perhaps, with Juanma. He can work it out to the right with the overload coming. Sugimoto inside. Whoa. Just wide with the timed shot. He timed that perfectly. Looked to curl it into the far corner.
He did so well to get the extra man there. He built the attack quite slowly, allowed the players to get up in support, and almost lured Agu into thinking he was going to go central just to open up that space out on the right. And the shot just a little bit too wide. But Ebipol now starting to show, what he's capable of, and that this is not going to be an easy game for Agu to control.
It was sort of the opposite of the way Agu was attacking in that fourth period against Nasri in the semi-finals, when he looked like the obvious choice would be to work it out wide. Instead, he played the quick ball forward. Here's Elber between the lines. Blocked off. Elber at the moment in the striker's position, with Sugimoto temporarily at least in left midfield. Leo Seara has blocked that one, not letting Ebipol attack with particular speed. He's done quite well with the pressure to prevent the switches of play at least, but Ebipol has been able to get vertical balls in behind. That's been where the threat has been, but the first half of the first leg of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE final finishes scoreless. A one shot for Ebipol with Avispa Fukuoka, 2 for Agu and Yokohama F Marinos.
Possession as well was almost identical. I think it was 48-52. You can see both players have had spells. There weren't any clear chances. There were none that the players will be disappointed not to have taken, but they've both threatened in snatches. And as you said, we're only a quarter of the way through this final. Possibly not even that if we have more golden goal action. So neither player will be wanting to show their whole hand so far. They'll know there's still a lot of football left to play. But I think we saw the approach that each player takes to the game there in that first 45 minutes.
We can see the two players' faces behind us just quickly as the second half kicks off.
The Japanese comment on Twitter says there's a good tension.
Well, there's certainly a tension to the game. I kinshokan, if you say in Japanese. The players' expression certainly demonstrated that a little bit. Agu looks, the same as he usually just so focused. I think Ebipol looks as focused, if not more focused than I've ever seen him. But there's a ball over the top here on the left-hand side with Crew. Well defended by Ken Matsubara. He's going to have to do well to avoid conceding the corner. Does do well. Works out from the back, uses the switch, uses the width, which is something Ebipol is usually better at, but it's not worked out for Agu here. Concession of the ball in his own half, something he really want to avoid. We've seen how quick transitions can hurt you at this level. Left-hand side now with Crew. No early cross. Trying to work that angle, work the overload perhaps, and instead he was overloaded by two defenders on that side, but again given away with the forward pass. Juanma, Crew with the cross, far post is there, Sugimoto with the chance.
We touched upon there the Japanese people watching here on the Japanese YouTube stream, sending their comments in. And I mean, if you think about the J-League teams themselves, Yokohama F Marinos obviously won the league most recently in 2019, and back in the early days of the J-League too, won a couple of league titles. But Avispa Fukuoka so far haven't won anything.
No.
So you do wonder, if the Avispa Fukuoka fans now are going to be tuning into this and really getting behind Ebipol. He's come in as a bit of an outsider, as have the team themselves. I think we had Jay obviously won the last 2 titles, and he's representing Kawasaki Frontale, who are the dominant force at the moment. Avispa Fukuoka, Ebipol could be putting them on the map a little bit, giving them a bit of exposure and showing people what the J-League has got to offer outside of those established names that maybe people are used to seeing.
Well, controlling possession here about 30-40 yards outside the opposing goal. Looks to switch to the right-hand side, lucky to win the second ball perhaps. Yuzawa now carrying it on the right. Plays the ball forward, well intercepted. Yeah, as you say, Avispa Fukuoka have been in the J-League for a long time. They date back to the 1990s. Been a bit of a yo-yo club, really throughout that entire time, ever since J2 was created. They've gone up and down several times. Leao Ceará now attacking for Yokohama F. Marinos, the bigger club in real-life football. Crossed to Kenyu Tsukumoto, who was there and well defended. It's 0-0 so far. There's not been many chances, but it's not been a defensive game. It's two players looking to play on the front foot, looking to attack, looking to work the space, and reading what the other player is doing to not allow those advantages to happen. All the through pass is there, and the goal, the opening goal of the final comes for Ebipool. The fist pumps. Avispa Fukuoka have the lead. The man who came across to FIFA from eFootball, who shot the champion in the previous round, has taken the lead in the final. Wonderful finish.
Again, took it so well. Once the ball was there, you know he needs to hit it early, needs to get it across goal. Took it very well. He kept his composure, and then once it was in, he let out that war cry, that fist pump, just to let everybody know that, he means business, as he's shown us throughout today. And now, Agu's come from 3 goals behind twice in a row, so he's not going to be too thrown. But, with 22 minutes of the first leg to play, first blood to Avispa Fukuoka and Ebipool.
And the goal scorer, Yamagishi, immediately substituted. Ebipool likes to do this around this stage of every game, bring on fresher attacking substitutions. Lukian has come on again to play in the forward position. Maybe there'll be a change. He has used a 3-man forward line with 3 midfield at various points so far. He usually uses the 4-2-2-2 to get more men narrow in attack and use those flanks for the fullbacks.
You can see here again, he said the players' personalities. Ebipool is leaning forward. You can see he's just engrossed in it. He's not afraid to show that. But Agu is just same as ever. Sat back, stony-faced. And it's come from 3 goals behind in the last 2 games. 1 goal won't faze him one bit.
Not at all. Well, Agu has also made a trio of changes again on that right-hand side. The same changes that he usually makes throughout. So we have Mizunuma on now as well. Nakagawa is the attacking substitute. He's got Leao Ceará playing as the second striker by the looks of things, although now both have dropped back. As you said before, Agu came back from 3 goals behind on 2 successive occasions. Ideally, you wouldn't want to have to go down that path again. But he has.
It's only 1 goal now, so that's nothing for him to deal with. If we get to 2 and 3 again, you do have to wonder, is he going to have enough left in the tank to do it again? Especially as we've touched upon so many times today that Ebipool has just got that unpredictability in him, where he will suddenly throw something in that you've not seen yet, you've not expected.
Down the flank for the fresh legs of Mizunuma. Ebipool now just passing it out of the back. Still a second leg to go. There's still 100 minutes of game time left at least in this final of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE. It's a runner. Just had the opportunity to play it behind had he got the ball under control.
You wonder there if that's one of those times where you said they're looking 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. He was looking so far ahead that he actually forgot to deal with the player in possession of the ball, and it just trickled away from him.
I think that's quite possible. If you're playing a real life game, it's possible to do that. We'll now look at Leao Ceará looking to break through. Perhaps when you come to trap the ball, you're looking at your next pass and then you don't get the trap correct. For the game players there, you expect to complete the pass, so you're looking at the off-the-ball run to make the next pass and the next pass after that. Sometimes it can mean that the initial easier pass goes astray.
This could be the first free kick we've seen today, right?
The first free kick within shooting range that we've seen. I think only the second free kick for non-offside offences at all.
But we're seeing it from Ebipool's camera, right? So we can't see what Agu's going to try.
Just try something clever. Yes, everything in this game is set to the player on the left side of the bracket, which is eJ.LEAGUE. So we're seeing everything from his perspective. When Agu gets a free kick, we can only see it from the defensive perspective. We don't know exactly where he's aiming. Here's Lukian for Fukuoka. Maybe a chance for one more attack. Can Sugimoto get that run? He was running, but he just strayed offside. He has to reset here. Not given any space. Well defended on that flank. Has to switch out. Not much time to go. Final minute. Mizunuma Kota. It's now or never really within this first leg. Chipped into the box and headed out. That will be the last play. Surely the ball cleared. The final whistle goes. The first leg of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE final is over. eJ.LEAGUE of Avispa Fukuoka takes a 1-0 lead into the second leg.
Well, we said beforehand it was going to be a gripping game, and I think, yeah, there were not many goals in the end, but both players, as you can see, were really pushing, looking for those breakthroughs. It was not a defensive game by any stretch of the imagination, and eJ.LEAGUE, yeah, probably the one really clear sight on goal, made sure to take it. He's gone in, but yeah, it's such a slender advantage, and so much can change so quickly. I mean, obviously, we had the crazy semi-final with Agu, but even looking further back in the quarterfinals earlier on today, where teams were scoring one goal, then one quickly afterwards, or scoring one goal, then conceding quickly afterwards. Yeah. You don't need as much time in this game as you do in real football. Sure. You don't always need to have 5-10 minutes to get the goals. 5 minutes on the clock here is more than enough time to get a couple of goals and turn things around. And it's, yeah, that's how the players cope with it mentally. And we touched upon it a few times where his chart showed that his mentality, eJ.LEAGUE's, was maybe not quite so strong, but so far he's shown that the chart maybe needs to be updated and that maybe he has got that strength to see things out. Whereas Agu obviously has shown today that his mental strength is right up there with the best.
It's incredible. He was talking before about having to ride the wave of the motivation and the momentum that he had from winning that fourth match last time in the semi-final. Level after 2 legs, 0-0 in the third game. Finally won it at the fourth attempt then. Didn't have much turnaround, 15 minutes really to just quickly recover, splash some water on his face or something. He looked tired when I spoke to him. We saw eJ.LEAGUE, as we said in the corridor, triple fist pump he gave us. He's looked as confident as ever. Maybe when Hazame-san, a former player doing the commentary in Japanese at the moment, rated the two players' mental strengths, he saw eJ.LEAGUE, maybe hasn't been able to see much of him because he's only a recent convert to the FIFA series, maybe saw that emotion as a sign of weakness, but maybe, I don't know, he's looking at mental strength in terms of stability.
Yeah.
eJ.LEAGUE has shown that maybe when things are going well, that confidence that comes out onto the surface carries him further. The wave of momentum, the motivation that Agu was talking about, he was trying to carry over from the semi-final, but obviously that was in the context of being tired from a quadruple header.
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, Agu, we don't know, there's still a whole game to go, but perhaps there is a slight hangover from that. Not just the semi-final where he had to go to double golden goal, but the quarter-final as well had to go to golden goal. And in both of those ties, he had to come from 3 goals behind. And you wonder, can that momentum keep pushing him? Or at some point, is he going to burn out? Especially against the guy who is the least predictable because he's new to this game. He doesn't know him, he hasn't played him as much, whereas all the other guys know each other so well. They've played each other so many times, they can almost second guess. They can look ahead and see, as we've said, like the kind of the chess game side of it. They know what the other guys are going to do. Maybe they don't know what he's going to do, and can he come back? 90 minutes to go.
90 minutes to go. Well, we're getting ready for the second leg in which Agu will be the home player. Yokohama F. Marinos in the generic equivalent of the Yokohama International Stadium, the big 70,000 capacity stadium with the running track, but the biggest capacity of all the Japanese stadiums. The home fans for Yokohama F. Marinos. Agu is an official representative of the club. He's well known to Yokohama F. Marinos supporters. He's come from behind, he's had to come from behind twice. He's now the home team for the next 90 minutes. eJ.LEAGUE is 90 minutes away from winning the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE at the first attempt after converting from the other series of the games. Just incredible.
Yeah, I don't think anybody predicted it beforehand. We knew he was kind of the dark horse, and maybe before even the quarterfinals, we were saying maybe that it would give him a slight edge, but I don't think anybody really thought it would get him this far. But now, yeah, he's leading in the final, second leg to go, and yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see, can he see it out, or is Agu going to come back again and take his way to the title in front of the Marinos fans?
Well, it's eJ.LEAGUE, the wild card, the leader from the first leg, who kicks off. The away team in this game, Avispa Fukuoka, controlled by eJ.LEAGUE in the white shirts and shorts, kicking from right to left. Yokohama F Marinos, controlled by Agu, are the home team for this second leg. They're in their home stadium, they're in their home colours of blue, white and red. The tricolor flags will be out in the stadium, I'm sure. But it's Agu who needs the goal. Looking to work the space though is eJ.LEAGUE early on. Such composure at the back, just to play that risky pass back, an interception come back pass to the goalkeeper. If that goes wrong, you're immediately caught out. Slick pass work though to get past the forwards. Not so slick there, loses the ball to Crew.
I think that composure at the back has been a common theme of all the players today, though. Like, they don't panic, they don't just lump it forward and try and get it away. Again, maybe it's because they're able to look a couple of moves ahead. They also know that their opponent is maybe not going to pressure too much, because if they do, they could be outnumbered on the other way.
Maya shoots a tying shot from the edge of the area.
And there's that unpredictability again. 30, 35 yards out. We haven't seen many shots, if any, from there today.
I think that's the furthest distance we've seen, certainly. Watanabe carries through the midfield. We know that Agu has different tactics, different play styles at his disposal, but he's working through the centre here. And Leo Sierra with the shot, saved by Nagaishi. A corner kick. These have always been opportunities throughout the final stages. Plays in direct towards the centre spot. Goalkeeper comes, doesn't get there. Leo Sierra blocked on the line by Takaaki. Collected by Nagaishi. So that's when you have the goalkeeper just outside the 6-yard line. If you aim it into the penalty spot, I think tempting the goalkeeper to come for the aerial, but actually the goalkeeper's not going to win it there.
It does seem, as you said, it's throughout the day, it seems to have become an increasingly risky. Everybody is doing it, so those guys know more than we do about how to approach the game. Everybody is doing it, so there must be some benefit to it. But every time it happens, it does seem like it's giving the opponents, the attacking team, more of a chance than there. They needed a goal line clearance to avoid being pegged back. And you do wonder if maybe players will have to start rethinking that tactic.
I think the theory is that if you win the header, if the attacking team wins the header and the goalkeeper's on his line, often, particularly with the players rated at 90, and so you've got good heading attributes from the centre-backs and the forwards in the box on this particular mode. If the attacking player wins the header and he's not challenged by the goalkeeper, there's a good chance it flies into the top corner. Right. So you look to prevent that easy route into goal. But if the
keeper doesn't get the ball, then you get scenes like we just saw there.
Well, it's exactly that. It's all part of the bluffing and the guessing that the top players have to go through. Watanabe looks to carry it out. 25 minutes gone in this second leg. Here's Leo Sierra, good bit of space between the lines. Worked out wide. They've got an overload on the right with Miyaichi well blocked off, but it's inside to
nearly had
Leo
another
Sierra with the second ball, but
nearly had another unfortunate own goal there as it ricocheted about. But that aspect too could be giving eJ.LEAGUE a slight advantage. If you think of it in that sense, like poker, where players who play against each other or not, you know the other player's tells, you can pick up on things, you know how they're going to respond in certain situations. Whereas eJ.LEAGUE's come into the table almost as a new face, and no one really knows, well, what's this guy going to do when his back's against the wall? What does he do when he's ahead?
Well, regardless of the result of this game, everyone will be paying attention to eJ.LEAGUE after this tournament. All the FIFA players will know they've got a new rival at the very top end. Here's a chance though, and it's just wide of the post. Kenyu Sugimoto.
He's not missed many of those today, has he? Kenyu scored at least 4 goals, I think, so far. As it fell to him, you felt like that had to be it. Agu, though, he did miss chances in the
it's
previous
looking
games.
like, yes, the fourth match, the second golden goal match against Nasri in the last round. He created two really good openings before he got that golden goal, and one of them was a shot just wide of the post from Leo Seara, I think it was, with the weaker foot. It was similar to that, but at least he created an opening.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a heavy touch by Kumamoto. That's unusual. Leo Seara collects the loose ball. Miyaichi can't get the through pass in though, and Crew now knocks one over the top. Could be a chance on the left-hand side. Juanma holds the ball up. Hasn't seen the ball masses in this final. Waits for the support. Chips one into Maya. Cut back. Crew. Chance. Oh, well saved. Now another corner kick, goalkeeper out to the 6-yard line, ball to be sent in by the looks of things to the penalty spot. It's gone short instead. Juanma plays it back. Takaki. Shichi, I should say. Juanma. Sugimoto.
Oh, he was in there, but again, we've seen that a few times too, where the player in control had already committed to the next move, not expecting his opponent to make the move they did, and then he ended up turning back into the tackle. Just a bit of time to take the sting out of it.
Well, that's something I think any FIFA player, whether online or offline, has experienced. You get ready for the next move. You don't expect at that point to have beaten the defender. As it turns out, when the ball lands at your foot, you already have, but you're already committed to turning into the direction the defender has now ended up in. It's always a source of frustration. There's a source of a chance here, though, and it's a source of a goal for Crew. Ebipol takes the lead, screams in joy.
I don't think he can quite believe he got that second bite at the cherry. It looked like the chance had gone. His first striker didn't quite get the contact, and then suddenly Crew was there in the middle of the goal with the ball there and made no mistake.
1-0 in the first leg, 1-0 right at the end of the second leg.
Surely Agu is not going to go 3 down and come back again.
Well, we've seen he is at his strongest when he's 3 goals behind. When Agu goes 3 goals behind, suddenly he becomes the most unbeatable player I've ever seen. But at the moment, it's 2-0 on aggregate with 45 minutes to go in the eJ.League final. The newcomer, the guy who's come from eFootball to the FIFA series. He's playing in this tournament for the first time. He's taking on the best and he's beating them.
Ben, take a breath, mate.
And he's very happy about it, as we could hear all the way from the other side of the studio.
He is, and again, we're seeing the personality of the players. Agu is just still sat there, completely composed. I'm sure inside, he's racking through all of those options, all of those hours and hours and hours of playing time, trying to work out, what do I need to do now? Whereas Ebipol is rolling around, cheering, drinking more of his tea.
Yeah.
And really, riding the wave of this excitement. And now he's 3/4 of the way there. He's 2 goals to the good. But Agu, both of the previous rounds, 3 goals behind on aggregate, which is, he's now 2 goals behind on aggregate. He's come back. He will know that it's still not beyond him. And as well, as we said, we're all here in the same studio today. Ebipol has seen what Agu has done as well, and he will know. Anyone else he's playing against, maybe he'll think 2-0 up, 45 minutes to go, I've got this. But he'll still be thinking, nothing's done yet, nothing's finished.
It's Agu who kicks off the second half. A goal behind in the second leg, 2 goals behind on aggregate. 45 minutes to do something about it.
Maybe Ebipol's not going to want to get that 3rd goal. Maybe he's going to be quite happy to keep it at 2-0, as Japan infamously did at the last World Cup when they were losing 1-0 against Poland, and then found out that would be enough to get them through. They just stopped playing and saw out the game.
But of course, Japan also then later in the competition lost a 2-0 lead against Belgium. Were turned around to lose 3-2, the last-minute goal in that one. Here's Leo Seara, Miyaichi. Seem to run into each other a little there. Maya now breaking it out. He's got the Juanma making the run and had the ball come. He looked like he's free, but he might be able to flick one over the top here. Instead, he crosses the far post. Goal!
Oh,
That's surely it's 3 goals again.
No, not surely 3-0. This is the most dangerous score. People say, right, that the most dangerous score is 2-0. Against Agu, the most dangerous score is 3-0 up. Although, having said that, Bandos looked He looked like he thinks it's over. What a finish.
eJ.LEAGUE, he worked the overload. He had the opportunity to play early to Huamar. Instead, he waited for the chance for Sugimoto to make that run from the right wing into the far post. Another superbly controlled finish. 2-0 in the second leg, 3-0 on aggregate. For the third round in a row, Agu finds himself 3 goals behind. In the previous 2, he's come back to win.
Well, he's got 35 minutes to do it. Goal every 10 minutes. It's still on, but yeah, eJ.LEAGUE now would, despite having seen the quarterfinals and semi-finals and seen that Agu has gone behind, surely he can't have imagined getting this kind of advantage in the final in his debut in this competition, having come across from another game.
Well, eJ.LEAGUE is the 2021 eFootball Open World Champion. He has won the World Championship of the other popular series of football games. He's done everything there is to do in that series. He switched over for FIFA this time. He's under the cosh now though. Kenyu Sugimoto well blocked off. Now eJ.LEAGUE in his first challenge at the FIFA eJ.League. And he's 3-0 up in the final. Elbe in a bit of space. Miaichi cuts back. Joel can't get it through that tight midfield. Kenyu Sugimoto closes down when he was 3 goals behind on aggregate to Mikey. Agu got 2 goals in quick succession, which really changed the dynamic of the match. In the semi-final against Nasri, it was a longer period. It was almost an entire game that he had to come back from that 3-goal deficit. Now, time is short. eJ.LEAGUE is making his usual subs, bringing on an attacker, a left-sided winger, and a midfielder for the final minutes of this game, maybe bolstering that stamina in the midfield that he's going to need, maybe giving a different option to hit again on the counter. I think Agu has taken a little bit longer over his tactical changes. We can see their expressions on the side of the screen where eJ.LEAGUE is leaning forward, he's ready to go. Agu, I think, is thinking of his options, just taking the last few seconds of this break, 8 seconds to go.
Well, the thing as well, he changed his formation in the semi-final to match that of his opponent. Yeah. They're already starting in the same formation, so he hasn't got that in his box of tricks now. He needs to either change the formation to something else or bring on a player.
Well, I think he's gone 3 at the back, so he's gone for wing backs here with Nagato, so a bit more width, a lot more players committed further forward. Could be a 3-4-1-2 formation. Essentially with 3 at the back, 2 defensive midfielders, the other 5 players committed to attack, as you can see. A lot of width to this team. Trying to work it through the centre though, where it's congested. Here's Kenyu Sugimoto. He holds onto it a bit too long.
Just kept twisting and turning. He couldn't quite get the angle. You felt like the shot was on if he'd taken it a bit earlier.
Elbe, not much power. Timed the shot but didn't get the power into it. Perhaps then rushed it. Let go of the shoot button a little bit too early to really threaten Nagaishi's goal. It's a long kick forward. Only 3 players left back, so eJ.LEAGUE can afford to attack with 3 himself. I think he's gone 4-3-3 just to close things down further in the midfield. Kenyu Sugimoto looking to break through. The ball breaks loose. Kumamoto makes the block. 20 minutes to go. Still 3 goals required. Long ball down. eJ.LEAGUE is 20 minutes away from glory. Agu needs him to come back from 3 down for the 3rd consecutive round. Nagato slightly outnumbered, that left wing back now. They've got 1 player on the flank, but more in the centre. Can't quite work it in. He was just looking for that course to play the ball low along the ground. Now there's the counter along the left wing. He doesn't need to rush the ball into the box. Oh, and he's beaten the man, cut inside, beaten another. Here's the chance, passes again. Lukian could have shot. Instead, he spread it wide to Sugimoto, looking for his 2nd. That would have been game, set and match, surely. It remains 3-0 on aggregate.
But that play again is eJ.LEAGUE trying something different. You thought he might keep it in the corner, he might cross it, he might cut it back. He dribbled along the line, beat 2 opponents, then passed it back for the shot, and then probably shouldn't have passed it again.
Across again.
Here's another one.
Here's a chance, cuts back, keeps possession, wins the corner kick.
he really just seems to be enjoying it now. You feel like he thinks. You feel like he thinks he's got it won, and he wants to do it in style.
Short corner to Lukian.
We heard last year's champion Jay saying he wishes he kind of won it, playing the football he wanted to play, and I think eJ.LEAGUE will certainly feel, if he does manage to see out this last 9 minutes, that he's done very much that today.
Well, he's got behind this left flank again. The wing-back system not working for Agu at the moment. And just the time he's losing, Agu, while not in possession. Nakamura Shun. Oh, the ball's gone loose. Just about clear. Lukian. Wanma collects it. Clipped over the top. Goalkeeper comes out to punch. So little time remaining, but now there could be an overload here. Well defended by Carroll so many times.
Again.
Ever since that quarter-final match, Carroll's got those interceptions in. That's the defensive work that eJ.LEAGUE has learned for FIFA. But now this one's through. Now the defence has been broken. Nakagawa scores. 1 goal back. 2 minutes to go.
No. He can't do it again. 2 minutes to go. He cannot do it again.
2 consecutive comebacks and 3 behind. He has 2 minutes to get 2 goals to complete a third. Surely there's not enough time remaining. eJ.LEAGUE for Avispa Fukuoka just needs to retain possession. How much added time? Just 1 minute. There's not enough left. Keep possession. You'll be the eJ.League champion of 2022. Lukian keeps possession. Ball turned over. That's it. eJ.LEAGUE is the champion of the FIFA 22 eJ.League Club Champion Cup.
He's done it, and finally he looks a little bit overwhelmed by it all. We weren't sure if the confidence he was showing was a little bit of bravado, a little bit, but yeah. Since he got here this morning, he was saying he wanted to win it, and he's done it in style too, and he's beaten all of the big boys to get there.
It's just an incredible route to get this far.
Yeah.
The quality of opponent he's had to face at every round to then come back twice as Agu did. He showed that he was a tough opponent. Then in this final, that you must have known. People must have known that even 3-0 isn't a safe lead. But he saw off another superb opponent.
Well, he beat the reigning champion. He's beaten the reigning champion's Japan teammate. Yeah, nobody can question that he deserved it.
感謝は、正直奥さんにめちゃくちゃ迷惑かけてて、今もプロチームも無所属になった状況で、本当にそれでも支えてくれて。
But she supported him throughout all this, so he's expressed his gratitude.
Very, very smart.
His emotions have been close to the surface. He hasn't really told us necessarily why that is, so we're hearing a bit more about his personality. The personality has always been there, but supporting that was the human story and the family story. I mean, he has come through that career as being a Pro Evo player. Maybe his wife, his family thought that winning the eFootball World Championship, that would be that, but now he's coming to the other side of the football game world, and he's won at the first attempt.
He did a Colombo, just one more thing. Just want to go and win this other tournament.
But he's Agu now talking about how he conceded the early goal in this one and then went 3 behind again, and it's happening again is what he said, but he was able to come back from that twice. The third time was one too many. eJ.LEAGUE is the champion. He's had this look of confidence, this look of joy, and of anybody just enjoying the whole experience of being here. He always said that he didn't feel under pressure to win this tournament, but he's done it. We're now going to have a presentation ceremony for the 2 finalists. Agu, the runner-up, takes home a prize of 300,000 yen.
That's still not bad for a day's work.
Well, he has gone through the group stages as well. It's more like 3 days of work, plus the career to this date. But the winner, eBay, at his first attempt coming across to the eJ.LEAGUE in FIFA 22, takes home a cheque for £1 million, although I expect it's probably not a cheque.
£1 million?
£1 million, sorry, £1 million yen.
Would be a good
£1 million yen.
Even if it is a couple of days work.
And he's got the J.League, the eJ.LEAGUE Victor's Trophy. Lifts it up quickly over his head. He can't wait to celebrate with that prize.
見事な優勝でした。一言ずつですね、後ろの2人からも感想をですねいただきたいと思います。まず生野さん。
You can lay it flat, pour a little bit of champagne in there, sop it off like a saucer. Just to produce that kind of performance against Jay, against Aku, at his first attempt, the 4 semi-finalists, so the 3 Japan FIFA 22 eSports international players, plus the 1 wild card who hadn't played this game, or at least not at this level before.
You touched upon it earlier. We've now got to the point where people are going to be looking at him as a player to look out for. He came into this as the wild card, but he won't anymore. He will now be one of the ones that has got a target on his back, and people will be trying to overcome him, as he did with Jay today. So yeah, that is now something he's going to have to change his approach and see how he can deal with that.
Well, he's now got tomorrow, as all the players do, the FIFA Ultimate Teams to control. You wonder how the high of winning this then translates into that, whether it becomes fatigue in the second day, whether it's even more motivation. I mean, we've seen his emotional side even more after this final.
Absolutely. Is he going to be able to, as we said with Agu earlier, is he going to be able to, is this momentum going to drive him through, or is he going to wake up tomorrow morning and just go,
is he going to sleep?
Well, yeah, there's that too. He'll be up all night playing FIFA probably.
I mean, the commitment of the players we've seen. In fact, during the final, I think it's the first time that none of the other players have been in the break room here practicing with their FIFA Ultimate Team squads. They've all been watching, they've all been looking at this new champion of the eJ.LEAGUE. Jay won it in 2021. In 2020 it was cancelled due to the pandemic, but they played an offline, or an online version rather, not a venue. Again, we've pushed on too long, unfortunately, to get interviews with the winner on the English channel. We're very sorry about that. But I mean, we've heard so much from eBay today. I'm sure we'll be speaking to him a lot tomorrow. We're back 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow for the FIFA Ultimate Team Champion Cup. A long day today. I think it got better and better as the day went on.
Yeah, absolutely did. I think everybody, ourselves included, at the start, you know, you're warming up, you're getting into it, you're trying to get a feel for the games and what's going to happen. And it built up over the day, as you said. The tension was building. There was shocks, there was a lot of goals, there was comebacks, there was all sorts of drama going on. We've got tears over in the Japanese studio too. And then, yeah, today has been absolutely fantastic. So much drama. And tomorrow we come back again. All the players, the same players are coming back again.
Well, this is Hazame-san, the co-commentator in Japanese that I've referred to a few times. I think he's been giving tips to eBay as to how to adapt to FIFA, but watching his FIFA career throughout the brief year-long period, I guess, in which he's been playing the game, and just moved by how well he's performed at this level. We've said so many times about his rating for that surprise element. He brought that. He maybe doesn't have that in the future, but maybe he is teaching the seasoned FIFA players how to play the game now. eBay, the champion of the FIFA 22 eJ.LEAGUE. All the production stuff, we've got a big room you can't see here, dozens of monitors for the production of this, saving all the content. I'm sure there'll be all sorts of videos coming out throughout the day and throughout the next few days on the eJ.LEAGUE official Twitter. So many staff, they're all gathered there and celebrating the victor.
And again, we'll be back tomorrow, do it all again. The players then will have the teams that they've cultured themselves, that they've put together, that they're used to playing, and that is going to be with the aim of winning one of the, I think it's the 2 tickets to play in the eWorld Cup, or get towards the playoffs for the eWorld Cup. So there's going to be the same level of tension, same level of excitement, and it's an even longer day. I think we're here from 11
in the morning, and then, well, I mean, we were due to finish somewhat earlier today, so we'll just see how often they go into golden gun, and they get 2 chances in that round.
Yep.
So the losers of the quarterfinals go into a separate side of the draw. The losers of the semi-finals then go into that side of the draw as well. If you lose one match, you still get another chance. You have to lose 2 matches to be eliminated tomorrow. There's all kinds of action going on. In fact, there are simultaneous games tomorrow, so we don't bring all of them together.
Right.
We're not going to have trouble keeping in touch with exactly what's going on. But there are 2 places available in the FIFA eWorld Cup, as Shono-san is explaining on the Japanese channel.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see. Are the players that did well today? Are the players that did well today going to be the ones that do well tomorrow as well? Or are they going to just be so exhausted by it all that they're going to be maybe out of the running? And the guys that were unlucky enough to get knocked out early on today are going to end up pushing on tomorrow and maybe doing far better. We've got Ebi Paul here. He thought he was going to come over for an interview.
He
got told he wasn't going to get an interview. He's giving Agio a hug here.
And Ebi Paul giving each other a hug.
They're having a hug. We can't get that on the camera.
We can't, unfortunately. I wish we could. They're just 5 meters or so away from me here. Clearly an emotional day for them both. Here we can see the draw for tomorrow. So it's the same 8 players, but in a different draw. Jay plays Mikey in the first quarterfinal, and the other 6 players
play each other.
And it cuts away before I can explain the rest. But if any match that you lose, you get a second chance in what was called, perhaps cruelly, the losers tournament.
That's done a little bit hard, doesn't it? I guess if you think of it a little bit like the Champions League in Europe, the teams that get knocked out early in the group stage then go into the Europa League. It's kind of similar to that.
It's a little bit like that. I mean, you get a second chance no matter what rounds you lose in.
Yeah.
But then you go through, there are 2 finals then to decide 2 places in the FIFA eWorld Cup qualifiers. And so that's something we'll get to see, the players' personalities tomorrow as well.
Absolutely.
With their well, they finished the Japanese route. We're still talking. We'll wrap things up now. We'll see their personalities with the FIFA Ultimate Teams. Sean, thank you for joining me today for 8 hours or so.
It's been an absolute pleasure. We didn't really know what to expect. I didn't think I'd be feeling quite so exhausted by this. I didn't think I'd get quite so into the action. I was a bit worried coming to you. Am I going to really know what's going on? But it really just drew me in. And as tired as we all are, I can't wait to come back tomorrow and do it all over again.
We've got another 8 or 9 hours of it tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks very much for joining us.